Hello there, everybody. How the devil are we all? I'm very well, I thank you for asking. You may be thinking to yourself, Kev, you've had these same pictures up for 3 days. No! For a third straight day, I have found a selection of about 20 or more completely different edits of John Old Don Vance. That's his real name. Fuck it, who cares? Some of which are grossly offensive. But some aren't. And I'm going with both sets. Anyway, so yeah. I'm having fun with it. Fuck it. Fascists don't like to be laughed at, so I'm going to laugh at the cunts. How are we all? Hopefully we're well. I'm feeling a little more chipper. That means good in English, I think. I'm not sure. Anyway, we're going to be on with No Justice. We're going to watch some stuff, and then there's going to be question time, and yeah. It should be awful. It always is. But that makes for the best kind of content. If things were normal and good, I'd have to talk about football or something, and no one wanted that. Yes. Where are we? Yes. Don't forget, everybody, you can give both myself and No Justice of the MTGs money in the various ways in which I'm sure you're already aware, but it's worth reiterating. Subs, bits messages, super chats, memberships, etc. You know. Anyway. Yes, you can help me buy a car, because I'm going to need it, I'm sure. Yes, in the various ways that I've outlined there. I only clicked watch because I thought Hasan was involved. Well, now you know why people put his name in titles. I'm not looking at anyone in particular. Mike from the internet. Not Mike from the internet. Mike from PA. No, I've mixed up Mike from PA and James from the internet. Don't clip that and send it to him. Fuck me. Either of them, frankly, because they're not fans of each other. Hello there, Helena.
Hi, Kev. How are we? How are we doing?
I'm alive, but unlike this time last week when I wasn't alive, except I basically was, but I was a little bit less alive than I currently am.
Yeah, I feel like just in general, it's been a very long week for everybody,
Yes.
especially.
I don't want to do this
Oh,
anymore.
that's just I fucking need to change that noise alert. Yes. Thank you, Dave B, with the donation. Much love to you.
Oiled like a baby otter.
No, I've still got the fucking football guy going. I don't want to do this anymore, which sounds like it's coming from behind me, and it scares the shit out of me like every time. No, the oiled like a baby otter is just fun. I'll allow that one.
Banger, banger.
And I've got a new one I want to put up for the when someone raids into me. It's from it's from an audio book of a history book of a man saying the phrase "notorious homosexual perverts" in a really funny way, which I'm going to put as my raid. Because fuck it, if you can't get past me calling you a notorious homosexual pervert the second you get raided into me, don't hit the follow button.
Well, I guess I should raid in more often then.
Well, exactly, yeah. If you can't handle me at my degenerate pervert homosexuals, then you don't deserve me at my best, or worst,
True.
or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know.
absolutely.
Anyway, yeah. How has your week been?
Uneventful. That's probably the best way of putting it. I've just been actually. I had a good Tuesday. I had a pretty good Tuesday where I went out. I was so busy where I played tennis in the afternoon. Then I went to have an amazing pub lunch. I had a chicken and ham pie, chips and gravy. It was absolutely banging. Best pie I've had in ages. And then we went out and did some karaoke. So I've actually been out engaging with humanity this week, which is more than I would usually do.
Playing tennis. You know I'm gonna have to
Badly, badly.
I'm gonna have to tell the comrades, and come the revolution, that won't play well in your favour. I'm just saying. Like, I'm not saying they're definitely gonna fucking trebuchet, but you know, it doesn't make you less likely to be trebucheted.
True, true, true.
You know. Anyway, Has any politics happened in the last week? I don't think so. I think it's been pretty fucking quiet. Yeah.
It has been real, like the nothing ever happens brigade truly were winning this week.
Yeah, it's like 2012. It's brilliant. It's just everything's perfectly normal and fine and good. It's the summer of 2012 all over again, chat.
Absolutely, and you know what? It's not an issue.
Well, it's not only is it not an issue, but no one wants to see it. So,
No one wants to see that.
no one wants to see that. He did it again. Did you watch his prime ministerial statement on Monday? He said it again like 4 fucking times.
Fucking hell.
Unbelievable. He's a fucking mutant. He
Yeah,
really is.
can we just fuck off the US right now? Can we just fuck them off? Like, it's just insane to me that the only mainstream party leader who even uttered the idea that, maybe the US is fucked and we should be thinking about divesting was Ed fucking Davey.
Yeah.
Ed Davey is the voice of fucking reason. End me.
Yeah,
End me.
Well, I said this. Our system is so fucked. And it comes to a point when the leader of the Liberal Democrats is the only one sensible enough of all of those leaders to have worked out that the Atlanticist dream is dead. Which is really saying something, because the Lib Dems were like Atlanticist. Well, I suppose they were more pro-Europe as well, I guess. But even so, the idea that they're not going to suck off America is a bizarre situation. How has this happened?
I feel like that their Atlanticist period was the Nick Clegg era. Because pre-Clegg, under Charles Kennedy, they kind of stopped caring about Atlanticism during the Iraq War because they were so vehemently opposed to it. And whilst I think there probably was some level of Atlanticism under like the Swin Zone or whatever, I think in the new era of post-Brexit Liberal Democrats, they've been really gifted a free win with regards to America's decision to pull out of integration with Europe and alliances with Europe, because it gives them the perfect excuse to say, well, our relationship with Europe, with America is dead. The only relationship that we have left is with Europe, so we have to rejoin the European Union. And honestly, I kind of agree. I agree.
There is a strong point to it, but I can't help but feel that Donald Trump doing what he's done is just enabling FBPE self-abuse. That's what's happening here. It's people masturbating themselves to the point of being desiccated, literally devoid of moisture. On the going, we need to rejoin the EU every 5 seconds when it's got nothing to do. Look, do you want cheese on toast? We should rejoin the EU. Look, it's like Tourette's or some shit, man. It's just a fucking tick.
It is. You're absolutely right. I feel like that they just have their one policy solution is rejoin the EU. They wrote that on like a bunch of darts, right? And they've got a dartboard of political issues, and they've just been throwing the same EU dart at it. And just this one time, they happened to hit the triple 20 of America totally divesting from Europe.
Yeah, and also we have to start calling it Brentrance.
Brentrance. Yeah, you're so right.
If we're going to have Brexit, we have to have Brentrance. That's just the way it works, okay? It's a fun word. And it saves them having to go, we should rejoin the EU as a full sentence every time.
Yes. Mr. Logan, I come to you to inform you that Mr. from the internet will have words with you in the near future.
Return?
Despunkify, old chap.
Apologies. I didn't. You may have said something very profound and beautiful there. Poetic, dare I say. But I was listening to a Frenchman via a text-to-speech noise telling me nonsense, which I also couldn't focus on because I was thinking, this is broadcasting and I'm not saying anything.
Oh, well, yeah, we've always got time for Lord Freeties.
You knew which one it was as well?
Yeah, of course I did. Absolutely.
I've got multiple. I've got a panoply of French people. There's me, Lord Freetus.
You've got binders full of them.
I've got binders of French people. I've got literal fucking baguettes of French people to make it slightly more racist.
That's the collective noun, isn't it? A baguette of French people.
A baguette of French people. Yeah. Oh no! I see. The little Britainer in me there wanted to just do the joke and just say a surrender of French people, right? Because it's right there, like it's the obvious thing. And I pulled myself back from it, and I still said it anyway, even though I knew it was a bad thing to say. But because I've explained it, it's now ironic, and therefore I'm very fucking clever and not a racist. So, fact.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, did we want to watch Ash Sarkar, or did you have other things as well? I don't know.
That's the only thing I had in mind. The only other thing I had in mind was there's Paul Mason of all people.
Oh my
He's got
god! Oh, love it, love it.
He's got a YouTube channel now.
Oh yes.
It's put out a really weird video which we could watch as well.
Absolutely. I love Paul
As
Mason.
an entree.
Paul Mason is. I mean, he might actually be the worst human being on earth. He might be. I don't know. Everything he says is like calculated to be the wrongest it can be. It's perfect. He's a machine.
He is absolutely a bad take machine.
Yeah, for those who don't know, Paul Mason, he was an ex-Trotskyist back in the day, wasn't he? A very long time ago.
Yeah, literally.
Ex-Trotskyist, quote-unquote, journalist, yeah, who now just seems to sit at home masturbating over the idea of how can I spin this story to be about Jeremy Corbyn.
Literally. It's just like the that moment in The Simpsons where they accidentally wake up Lionel Hutz and he pulls out a knife and goes, don't touch my stuff. And I'm just like, I feel like that's him. Just when anyone says anything, it's like, oh, Russia.
I can't find his YouTube channel.
It's at Paul Mason News. All one word.
Oh, okay. God almighty. Right. So I put his name in thinking that would be enough, but it isn't. He's so fucking irrelevant that even typing his full name in does not bring him up.
Speaking of Paul Mason's journalism, I don't know if you've seen the best piece of Paul Mason journalism ever, Kev.
If it beats his previous, I don't know how it can be anything other than groundbreaking. Look, get the Pulitzer on the fucking phone. There's no need, lads. It's one. Give him a lifetime achievement award for whatever amazing shit this is going to be.
I mean, which one are you when you're referencing his previous work? What are you referencing?
Well, literally every single story being about Jeremy Corbyn. There's nothing. If he stubs his toe in the morning, he goes, "See Jeremy Corbyn." Literally, his brilliant one this week was what was it? Donald Trump just enacted Jeremy Corbyn's policy of capitulation to Putin. What are you talking about? What the fuck does that mean? You fucking mad bastard.
Yeah, like the very you know, if you wanted to call Jeremy Corbyn's position on this like naive or something, if you wanted to call it too pacifist and not living in a world of real politics, maybe you could say such a thing, you know. But the idea that Jeremy Corbyn's saying we should get like the African nations or the Arab League of States involved in trying to mediate some kind of ceasefire agreement in Ukraine, right? Maybe that's pie in the sky, but that's not what Trump is doing, which is saying, hello, Mr. Putin, would you like the entire Donbass just stop, please?
Yeah, and the worst of it, all of it is, their hatred for him on this specific topic seems to come from the fact that when the Skripal poisonings, all of that Salisbury, when they just went to see the cathedral, obviously, happened, he said, well, let's not prejudge it. Let's find out what actually happened before we, start saber rattling towards a nuclear armed nation. Maybe get our facts in order and then proceed from there. And everyone went, see, he's in the pay of the Kremloids.
Well, that's the thing, right? Is that what's frustrating is that I feel like all of the criticisms that were political criticisms there was lots of people, from the left, that's what the criticisms were, right? Because there are plenty of people on the right or from the centre who were just like, they said shit like, oh, well, he's a Kremlin stooge. But you know what? You can't really it's very politically difficult for you to say, or let's send samples off to Russia for them to analyze them, as if they would ever just kind of say that, that it was them, right? Or but there's a lot of anti-Russia sentiment, and after we investigated, it was clear that it was. So it was politically bad. Like maybe you should just bite the bullet and just go, well, yeah, Russia bad, just because it's politically expedient for you. But that doesn't make the criticisms that's pretending. But somehow pretending that he was being, this was a calculated decision for him to be pro-Russia. Complete nonsense. Nonsense.
Actually, that is one of the failings I think you can level at Corbyn, is that, unfortunately, and this is going to sound like an odd criticism, unfortunately, he didn't lie when it would have been very easy and better to do so.
Yep, pretty much.
When they went, would you destroy entire nations with our nuclear stockpile because everyone else has said they would? Would you flatten Moscow at the press of a button? And rather than giving the good answer, the actual, humane answer, which is, I don't believe in, a retaliatory strike would actually be worthwhile or improve the situation for anybody. I think nuclear arms are bad and immoral, and I'm against them, which is the correct and based answer. He should have just gone, yeah, I'd do it. Because, in that situation, let's, hypothetically, let's war game this, quite literally. Let's say he becomes Prime Minister, we get into a nuclear exchange with Russia, and then he doesn't flatten Moscow. No one's going to go, well, 5 years ago, Prime Minister, you said you would. That's an outrageous... No, they're going to go, we're literally melting, and my fucking son's got a third leg now, and not in a good way. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're going to be more concerned over their own personal situation than they are about whether or not the same has been inflicted upon the civilians of St. Petersburg.
Yeah, exactly. No one is going to be like, you broke a campaign promise. No, the town is flattened. I think that's going to be their main concern. So just lie. It doesn't profit you in any way to tell the truth. So lie.
Yeah, that's the thing. There was too much. They were too honest and they were too nice. Right? They should have just fucking purged those cunts from the party. They should have absolutely just sent them to full-on irrelevance mode because the fucking Change UK bullshit didn't go anywhere. People were loyal to the Labour Party. They should have just told those people to take a fucking gigantic hike.
And it's still funny that they called their party cock. I mean, what the fuck are you doing? Idiots. Change UK, honestly, God bless them. God bless them. Anna Soubry and fucking Chuka Ramuna. Literally the Maltoid Brigade.
Absolutely,
anyway.
The Maltoid Brigade. I mean, not even the Maltoid Brigade, the corporate lobbyist brigade, right?
Yeah.
Because Angela Smith ended up working for a Ward's company. Was it Gavin Shuker working as a lobbyist for some other sector? And Chuck Ramuna went to work for Goldman Sachs, or was it Deutsche Bank? Something. He went to work for a massive fucking bank. But he's probably. But remember, he edited his Wikipedia page to describe himself as the British Obama.
Yeah, a feckless liberal cunt. Yeah. No,
Basically.
Absolutely, yeah.
But back to the original point, though. Sorry, go for it.
I was just going to say, from chat, would John McDonnell have been a stronger leader than Corbyn? No, he'd have just written to Moscow with a strongly worded letter saying, we'd prefer if you didn't glass our cities, thank you very much.
It's true. He's done a strongly worded letter to Keir Starmer in The Guardian this week as well.
In regard to what in particular? As if it matters.
Decisions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Thing is,
Thanks,
the
John.
The original point is making about Paul Mason's best piece of journalism. Nothing to do with Jeremy Corbyn.
Well,
what it
shocked.
was him on Newsnight interviewing E.L. James and talking about the hardcore sex acts involved in 50 Shades of Grey. 50 Shades of Grey,
okay.
So you got to hear Paul Mason saying the words genital clamps live on BBC Two. Honestly, peak Paul Mason.
Oh, genital clamps. That should be his new nickname. We should just call him Genital Clamps from now on. You're right, GC. What's happening, mate? Anyway, so he made this video called "The British Left and Trump's Betrayal of Ukraine. Which side are you on?" And just already the title is melty as fuck. And he's turned the comments off. Double melt. Before we've even clicked play.
You've shared the Politics Live screen, by the way.
Oh, have I? Oh, sorry. My bad.
He does have a very genital clamp aura. It's true. He does.
He does. The vibe is very genital clampy. Like, if you look at that man, you just think, cock and bull torture. Definitely.
I mean, that's what it's like listening to him, to be honest.
Yeah, true.
Last night, Jeremy Corbyn called...
The third and fourth word of his video were Jeremy and Corbyn. I promise you, chat, no pre-watch. I just know the man. And I know, there's Corbyn derangement syndrome, and then there's, I don't even know what this is. This is, Corbyn derangement syndrome and COVID or something. He's got the fucking AIDS of long coat Corbyn. I don't know. He's a fucking melter.
Yeah. advanced Corbyn deficiency syndrome.
True. He's jonesing for the jam man.
Last night, Jeremy Corbyn called for an end to arms supplies to Ukraine. And guess what? This morning, Donald Trump delivered. Trump has paused all military...
Jeremy Corbyn didn't say that. This is just a lie. This is just totally untrue. People keep trying and pushing this point, saying, well, Jeremy Corbyn doesn't want to help Ukraine or whatever. Jeremy Corbyn wants to let Russia take Ukraine. And at no point has he ever said this. The article that he put out was in Tribune. It was called Guns Not Butter. Never said anything about not arming Ukraine. It just said that ramping up for military spending to give weapons to Saudi Arabia was the example that he used specifically in the article. Like, he didn't say that. He didn't say anything about Ukraine. He said it was about the arms expenditure and taking money away from the poor to be able to afford that was a bad thing, right? He never said, don't send arms to Ukraine. The other 2 times he's been asked this question, first of all, was on the Newsagent podcast. This one went really viral, where what he said was, we shouldn't be sending the kind of weapons that would allow them to invade Russia.
Yeah.
Because that would be an escalation of the conflict. And he even said that he agreed with Joe Biden, who had also vetoed the idea of those kind of offensive weapons to Ukraine for that exact reason. So in that interview in the newsagents people bring up, he never said, don't send arms to Ukraine. He just said, don't give these kinds of weapons that will allow them to invade, right? So let's avoid escalation. Let's avoid ramping up tensions. And there's another moment in an interview with Al Mayadeen where he said, well, we can't just pour weapons into Ukraine forever. We have to have a peace deal. We have to find a diplomatic solution. That's where he says, get like the African League of Nations and the UN involved to try and mediate some kind of peace agreement. Now, personally, I think that's naive. Personally, I think that's too pacifist. Personally, I think that he is not fully grasping the gravitas of how you engage in a peace deal. And again, I've mentioned this on stream before, and I mention it again now, is that if you want a peace deal, as we all do, Putin needs to understand or think that military victory isn't a done deal already. And that involves ensuring that there is enough of a defense, a robust defense for Ukraine, that Putin is willing to come to the table. And that will involve arms shipments to Ukraine to help them be able to be in a strong negotiating position.
Yes.
But that doesn't mean that I think that Corbyn wants Russia just to steam in and just take Ukraine due to the lack of arms, right? What he wants is a peaceful solution. And again, you may call him naive if you want to, and you're well within your rights to think that. But just to say what Paul Mason has said, so he said we should cut off all arms supplies to Ukraine like Trump has done, which is done to aid Russia, not actually in service of peace, is so monumentally disingenuous of him to say so, to compare the two.
Well, I think I mean, I'm going to take your characterization of that letter, because I haven't seen it myself, as true, because A, I trust you and I don't trust Paul Mason. And if your interpretation is correct, then I would say it goes far beyond disingenuous to outright dishonest. He's not just mischaracterizing, he's not just strawmanning, he's outright lying.
Yeah, I mean, it's to try and say that that's what the article said when it didn't mention it in the slightest. It's just a straight up lie. I mean, because again, it's very true that we have been on the aid of destabilizing governments around the globe.
Yeah,
that's what military sales abroad has done, and this over militarization, we could be approaching a more diplomatic road, right? I mentioned on Novara before that if we wanted to look at trying to have more diplomacy and more peace, we can look and see how we can be more approachable to China to try and get them to be less belligerent with Taiwan and use their position as one of the new hegemonic powers to try and advance more economic inter-alliance, right? Whatever you think of China and their internal politics, which I don't have a particularly high opinion of, that these are things that we could do rather than just spend all the money on weapons and just be a militaristic state. You know, there are plenty of things that we could do. And this conversation involves so much nuance that just outright lying about other people's things it's awful. It's awful because, again, all he does is position himself against Corbyn and that's it.
Yeah, that is literally it. That's his entire bit, which is fucking pathetic. Like, there are other human beings that exist. He's one dude. He's an independent MP. He's not even a part of a party. He's got like a weird loose collective of, I'll be honest with you, pseudo freaks. They're not really. Some of them are fucking weird, man. I don't.
I mean,
don't get me wrong. I like the fact that pro-Palestinian people were elected to the parliament, but I've not been impressed with them beside that.
no, I think the biggest problem I have with them is that they're not socialists.
No,
They're just not.
no.
They're internationalists, right? They develop some. They have some kind of more progressive opinions on kind of economic policy or whatever in terms of government spending and the role of austerity. But do they actually want to advance like the interests of the working class? Well, no. Like all four of them who aren't Jeremy Corbyn all voted against the government's plans to increase taxes on private schools, right?
Yeah,
A
exactly.
bunch of business owners and lawyers, right? Shocker Adam, who I think is the best of the Independent Alliance MPs, he's a fucking like small business optometrist. And whilst I have no problem with small businesses in the current system as it is, does he have the interest of workers at heart when he is the one who's profiting off their surplus labour value? Well, obviously not.
Especially as there's a better optometrist in Leicester as well, so you should probably go to that other optometrist.
There's a better optometrist? How do you know that? Where's your source for this information?
My source for this information is the well-known journalist, Jonathan Ashworth.
Oh, well, if Jonathan Ashworth says it must be true.
Must be true. They wouldn't let him on TV if he was telling lies and just being a weird bitch.
To Ukraine to try to force Zelensky to basically surrender. And this morning, Diane Abbott has tweeted that the Ukrainians don't want to fight to the last Ukrainian. And too right, Diane, they do not, because if they are forced into defeat and the Russian army plows over eastern Ukraine, raping, torturing, stealing children, as it did in 2022, there'll be tens of millions of refugees leaving Ukraine for Europe, and we'll have the worst refugee crisis ever.
I don't think that's the major concern for the Ukrainians in that situation, because the only Ukrainians who'll be left in that situation will be the ones who are still alive. That's like, how Western centric do you want to be on that? The worst thing about Russia slaughtering all the Ukrainians is the refugees we'll have to deal with.
Well, the thing as well
what
is
what a socialist you are, mate. Honestly, I can feel the solidarity bleeding from you.
The thing is, as well, as he brings up this idea that, well, the Ukrainians don't want to fight to the last person that Jan Abbott tweeted, and he said, well, she's correct. I'm just like, okay, yes. And the broad polling from Ukraine is that they want to have a peace deal. They want to have a ceasefire, right? Again, this is a new thing. This is only from August last year or so. It's only in the last 6 months, really, that we've seen a change in opinion broadly across Ukraine to pursue a ceasefire deal rather than to continue fighting, which, again, you've got to let these people decide their own fate. But that means that the position that's been put forward by the left from people like Corbyn and Abbott is the one that now agrees with the Ukrainian people that they do want to enter the conflict.
Indeed so, yes, indeed so. Also, having mentioned they're allowing people to have their own decision, and I think we can all agree, I think one of the underpinning concepts within democracy is self-determination, right? And having the government that you elect decide what the policies are going to be, right? Except, of course, that we don't have that here in the UK. Because we have now, the UK government has now, because we're the bitches of the United States of America, not only have the American government stopped sharing military intelligence with Ukraine, they've banned us from doing so too.
And Davey looking more and more correct every single day. Like,
I'm sorry, I didn't realise we literally had to ask them permission to use intelligence that we have with our allies.
Yeah, well, turns out we don't have an independent foreign policy. This is what the Atlanticists want. They want everything.
Are we actually a sovereign nation in any way at all? Or not?
Brexit bringing us all this sovereignty, isn't that right, Nigel? And you got to remember, right? You got to remember, all of the interviews with regards to how we look at America, Nigel Farage is desperate for more integration with America, more integration with American capitalism, more integration with American corporations and American politicians, right? And he was the one, it was him and his Brexit chums in 2016 who pushed the lie that we would be a much more sovereign country. We would be a much more sovereign country if we left the European Union. Now, let's be clear. We had no sovereignty of our foreign policy before or after Brexit.
Yeah.
Our links to the European Union was totally irrelevant as to our overall sovereignty when it comes to foreign policy, because we were cucked out to the Americans then when we went to war in Iraq because George Bush told us to jump and Tony Blair said how high, and we are still cucked out to the United States right now when they're banning us from sharing intelligence with the Ukrainian military. All of these things are zero sovereignty. The only way we gain sovereignty is by disattaching ourselves from the American empire and the corporate backers, the oligarchs that control it. It's as simple as that.
Indeed so. I still honestly think we should have declared war on America when, at one of these G8 meetings, the then President of the United States, George W. Bush, wanker, instead of saying hello there Mr. Prime Minister or hello there Tony, said yo Blair. Introduced himself with yo Blair. I'm sorry, at that point, lads, the gloves are off. We're going to party like it's 1812, motherfuckers. Unbelievable. That's how cooked we are. We allow ourselves to be just fucking embarrassed. Why not let him lead you around with a fucking leash, and not in like a cool sex way or something, but like in an embarrassing bad way?
What about genital clamps?
Yeah, very genital clamps. Honestly, when I do that, but I just remind myself of I think it's the very first episode of Peep Show, isn't it? Where Jeremy says, "I feel like someone's inflating a balloon of urine inside me, and not in a good way." I honestly, when I heard that line the first time, I was like, "Okay, I'm watching this show forever." Obviously. Genius.
Now, I think this mind-bending event in world history that we are living through, which changes every day.
It's not okay, right. I know there's like recency bias and sort of main character syndrome, especially with this fucking melt. But like, it's not that mind-bending at all. It's actually a pretty well-worn, well-trodden thing. America will back any regime that it feels will geopolitically strengthen its position. In this case, it's Ukraine bleeding Russia dry. And now that that has effectively come to its end, the US has now gone, oh, well, we can now sell them out because they're not useful to us anymore. This isn't mind-bending. It's not. It is historic, for sure. People will be talking about this in 50 years, 100 years. Okay, fine. But it's not actually that, like, crazy new or different to a number of other situations. This is just this is the great game 21st century style.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's Afghanistan all over again.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, and they've done this. I mean, name your South American country. They've done that too. Saddam Hussein. So they propped up Saddam Hussein because he weakened Iran, and then he wasn't useful anymore. So they did 2 wars against him. You know?
Yep.
Gaddafi was useful to them, and then he wasn't. So they allowed the people to kill him and drag his corpse through the street. Like it's...
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? That's why Kim Jong-un went, I tell you what we need. Or Kim Jong-il, I suppose, because he was the first one. Said, if we get nuclear weapons, they might not drag our corpse through the street.
Exactly. I mean, with the Gaddafi one, it was as simple as we would like an African reserve currency, please. Let us stop the reserve nature of the US dollar, creating a situation of complete penury for African nations, servicing huge amounts of debt to the US empire continually because of the imposition of harsh measures by IMF loans throughout the 1900s, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It was both Saddam and Gaddafi were happy to continue selling them oil, but they thought, well, we can still get the oil from whoever takes over this. Yeah, it's fine. Like we still win, so there's literally no point keeping you around. See you later. Yeah,
there'll be a time. There'll be a time when when America realizes it doesn't want oil from Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and it will sell them out to.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Mohammed bin Salman will end up in one of the boxes that he's been putting his journalists in eventually.
Exactly. He'll be in the same toxic sludge pile that Jamal Khashoggi was in. Yep. Assuming it happens within his lifetime, which it may or may not do. We'll wait and see how much reserves they actually have. Or whether they start watering it down toward the end, just to try and string it out. Who knows?
Has to be understood. It's not just that the Americans want to walk away from the defence of Europe. That's a given. It's that they're doing it in such a way that is designed to disrupt both Europe and European democracy, and to weaken us in a way that leaves our democracies and our security open to threats from Russia. That's why Western capitals are so dismayed at what Donald Trump is doing. And amidst all this important high-level geopolitical stuff, I do want to just comment on the record of the British far left in this war.
Brilliant. Yeah, that's definitely... So we've had right-wing government after right-wing government instituting more and more right-wing policy in aid of a neoliberal government in Ukraine, and yet it's the far left's fault.
I mean, you can say that there's just like a sect of people who are so brain poisoned by anti-Americanism as a heuristic that they've just gone, well, Russia must be the good guys in this. But I feel like a lot of these people are just terminally online. I feel like Paul Mason just has peak Twitter brain at this point. He's just moving spreadsheets around of people who he believes has Russian influence. When if you speak to most leftists, even leftists that like I disagree with, you know, both us, we both agree on military aid to Ukraine. There are plenty of leftists who don't agree with that. But a lot of them, their view on this is that it's an inter-empire conflict. That's their perception of it, is that they don't want to get involved in service of either empire because they see each other being just as bad. Now, we have a different view on that, but that's not the same thing as saying, well, Putin is actually the good guys and it really is a project of denazification in Ukraine, right? You can call those people out, but trying to paint it as though these people are somehow this gigantic majority rather than just some people he's seen in his Twitter replies is really stupid.
It really is, because like in this video so far, he's mentioned that Trump has done this thing, and obviously we're meant to believe that, or meant to understand that he's against that, and he's, you know, he condemns that. He condemns the Hamas in this situation. But he hasn't really said much about that at all. But he has led off with Jeremy Corbyn's a cunt, was literally his first fucking sentence. And now the far left are, let's analyse their record on this, as if the far left have any say in any of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, it's just, I'm sorry, mate, you give the game away here. You tell us what your real agenda is here, which is just weird sectarianism. You are just,
like,
you are the male Brianna Wu of the British, I don't even want to say left, like weirdo centrist fucking liberal media quack house. Yeah.
Exactly. It's just like, yeah, have you really? What's really important here is we need to understand. I vehemently disagree with some people who are card-carrying members of CPGB ML. The important demographic. These people have let their guard down for too long.
Yeah. Oh, there are 20 people who've got fucking 30 flags in their fucking Twitter bio of countries you've never even fucking heard of, some of them, right? And they're called something like fucking Leon Thotsky. And they say dumb shit online all day, and that's it. And I disagree with those people, so that's worth making a fucking video about. A video where I don't even say, technically he hasn't even said, what Donald Trump is doing is bad. Now, obviously, we both understand that is the thing he believes, but he hasn't even said that. He's only criticised the left so far. Brilliant. I mean, honestly, you are one of the greatest journalists ever. Really. Spectacular work. Thank you, Andreas, who says, so are you guys the United Random Kingdom now? The United Random Kingdom?
What?
I don't know what the fuck that means, Andrea. By all means. But by all means, tell me that. But because I don't know what the fuck you're on about.
Have been exemplary, and they've supported Ukraine, they've raised money. There are people right now from the far left, including the unions, in Kiev, in the Donbass, delivering stuff raised by the British Labour Movement. What a fantastic thing that is. But let's face it, there's been a section of the left that from the get-go has supported Putin, either in words or by mealy-mouthed platitudes that cover up for their inaction over what's happening. Andrew Murray,
What do you want him to have done? What do you want... let's be honest, he's talking about Jeremy Corbyn. What do you want Corbyn to have said or done? Like, genuinely, What could he have done that you would be okay with? Does he have to go and wank off Zelensky for you? Like, what does he have to do? He's a fucking opposition MP. He's had demonstrably no power during any point of this conflict. It's been embarrassing. Like that fucking the Labour MP, who specifically after Trump had this blow up, said, "Well, what's Jeremy Corbyn's position on this? What difference does it fucking make? Why do you care what his position is?" I know,
exactly.
Technically, he's a member of parliament, so, like, okay, you should get to know his opinion, but why do you specifically give a fuck about his opinion?
And, like, there's a reason. I think there's a reason why Jeremy Corbyn hasn't brought up Ukraine in the chamber at all. At no point has it been brought up in the chamber by Corbyn or anybody from the independent group or whatever it is, because there is no point, because there is complete unanimity amongst the chamber about what the policy should be. No one quibbles on this, so no one brings it up. If they ever do bring it up, it's entirely, I mean, I hate to use the phrase, but it's entirely virtue signaling. It's just Keir Starmer going, we support Ukraine, we support Zelensky, we support this, and Kemi Badenoch, or previously the other way around, it was Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer going, we also support it, and everyone clapping, going, oh yeah, we all agree with each other, and that's fine. Like, whatever, that's all absolutely fine, right? There's a reason why Corbyn has been pushing Gaza so heavily, is because the political establishment are happy to arm genocide.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not a thing he needs to intervene on, because A, he couldn't change it if he wanted to, and B, like, there's already a set position no matter who's going to be in government.
Yep.
We send arms to Ukraine. We're doing the coalition of the willies. That's it, right? Yeah. So there's no point in him even fucking mentioning it, really. Yeah, it's so annoying. Anyway, sorry. So Andrea said it's a reference to J.D. Vance saying that we were one of the random countries that hadn't been to war in 30 years. Yeah, I wonder what those 600 dead British soldiers from Iraq think. Oh, that's right. They don't think, because they were killed in a war that you forgot happened. Even though you, J.D. Vance, were there for 6 months in a non-combat role, you pussy. Moving on.
Our writer of the Morning Star, former Corbyn aide, wrote a book in 2014 basically saying that Putin's claim on Ukraine...
I do like the way he pronounces book. Book. Honestly, he's obviously from the northwest, but I love the way Scousers do it. Buch. Right. But I especially love, because there's... and each Scouser has their own particular way of doing it, the way they say cookbook. Because you'll have some who will say cookbook, some will say cookbook, and I've heard cookbook. No, you choose one. You can't mix and match. The first two are consistent. The third one is ridiculous.
My favourite one, I used to work with a girl from Stalybridge, and whenever there was
Where the fuck is Stalybridge?
It's just to the east of Manchester.
Oh, okay, right.
And my favourite one of her pronunciations was that she would pronounce air and the same way. She would say right?
Yeah.
So where were you and what were you wearing becomes where were you and what were you wearing? like you were rollerblades.
What were you wearing? Love it.
Yeah, which is great. Honestly, she was great to work with. A bit dim, but nice but dim.
Yeah, well, those are some of the best people.
Yeah.
Because they're innocent. The problem with people who are clever is that they're capable of deviousness. Whereas, an idiot isn't going to be... An idiot, at best, can accidentally fuck you over. You know?
I mean, I hate to contradict you, but I would like to present to you Donald Trump.
Well, that's what I mean. Dumb and nice. That's what I mean.
True. Yeah, because he's dumb and also a massive nasty wanker.
He is also that, yeah. England has such attractive place names. Well, in some cases, yes. In some cases, not so much.
I mean, I'm definitely down for a trip to Gaydon. Let's go.
I did my work experience at the Gaydon Land Rover factory. Little fact for you. I literally did, yeah. I watched... This is how fucking old I am. I watched the quarterfinal of the World Cup in 2002, England versus Brazil, behind the spray paint shop at that factory. I am exceptionally old. You're very welcome, chap. Anyway, are we still listening to this fucking melt?
Is justified. We've got the communist, used to be the militant and socialist appeal, basically saying Trump's a better president than Biden. We need to call this what it is. It's Stalinism. And many of
I mean, some of them probably would just admit that they're Stalinists, yes. Yeah, like, that's not that surprising.
But if your position is that Stalinism is bad, I mean, well, most people agree with you. The idea that you need to make a whole ass 8-minute video about an incredibly tiny section of the left, which again has literally zero power, it's just it defies reason, other than the fact that he's a crank who hasn't got anything real to talk about.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, there are 20 Stalinists, and they say bad things about Trump. I don't care. I couldn't give a fuck. No one cares. Even the Stalinists don't agree with each other. Anyway, yeah.
Others in the Labour movement have worked alongside people who are distastefully believe this bullshit, but not anymore. Sorry. I don't think it's right. I don't want, for example, any more emails from left-wing members of or so-called left-wing members of Labour NEC telling me, if we can spend money on arms, why can't we spend money on aid? Of course, we should be spending more money on aid.
Hang on, literally, what's wrong with them telling you that? But can anyone point out what was wrong with the email that he supposedly received there?
Because again, the reason why he is getting these emails specifically, I think he seems to think that he is being unfairly maligned as somebody who thinks that aid cuts are good when he doesn't believe that. I'm like, bitch, you supported this.
Yeah.
You didn't just campaign for the Labour Party. You didn't just campaign for Keir Starmer. You wanted to be an MP. You ran for multiple constituencies to be an MP for Keir Starmer's Labour Party, the same ones who are now cutting aid, who are cutting the welfare budget, right? And you can't say that you didn't know that they would do this. They were clear that the fiscal rules are paramount. They were clear that Rachel Reeves said they wanted to be more harsh on welfare cuts than fucking George Osborne even was. You can't just pretend you didn't know this. Like, they're emailing you because you were implicated, because you supported this uncritically, totally uncritically.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, if we can find money for arms, we can find money for aid and for heating old people's houses and not having schools fall down. These are all things we can afford, actually.
And that's the thing, right? Is that, maybe there is an argument for this, like a small amount of increase in military spending, right? I'm happy to kind of acquiesce that argument. I'm happy to see that argument to people, like mostly on like cybersecurity. I think it's something that does need beefing up and probably does need extra funding in the modern era is cybersecurity, right? But at the very least, if we're going to do this increased investment in defense, whatever, at least get the rich people whose assets this is meant to protect, right? Because let's not try and pretend that military defense capabilities are there to protect common people. No, it's there to protect capital, just like all state policy is under capitalism. At least get the rich fuckers to pay some tax to pay for it, okay? At least get the people who this is meant to defend to fucking fund that shit, especially when the people who are then going to do the defense if we did get attacked are going to be the poor people who are forced into being able to engage in military conflict because they can't get jobs elsewhere. Maybe get the rich people to pay for it. But this guy supported a government that doesn't want to tax the rich. He supported a government that does want to slash welfare and does want to slash international development, and he's completely unapologetic for it.
Yeah. But, I mean, I do have to just push back slightly, I think. Clearly, cybersecurity is much more about protecting the real wealth creators in this nation, the grafters, the salt of the earth, internet streamers.
True, the most oppressed minority. Literally.
Which is, and if you want to fund us in our endeavours to keep this country afloat, frankly, we're the only industry that's thriving. Anyway, that and fucking BAE systems in a bit, I guess. You can do so in the form of bits and subscriptions, and you can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can be a member for 99p, which is cheaper than a Freddo in that one supermarket, probably in the middle of fucking London that no one ever uses. So you can do a super chat as well, which I will read out, especially if it's very offensive.
Also, speaking of super chats, thank you, Graham, for the $9.99. Good evening, Helena in chat. We were excellent tonight, Navarre. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. And thank you, Monkey Sputum, for the bits. If you can't handle me at my worst, fair enough. I'm pretty ridiculous. True, you are. You're always ridiculous. Can't believe it.
A little bit. I can't tell, but feel that this is very personal. They said hello, Helena, and chat. Not me, because I'm not in your chat. So this
this super chat was before you guys jumped on the call. It's quite an old super chat.
They should have had a precognition that I would be on stream.
I mean, it is Thursday after all. It's not exactly difficult to surmise.
True. Although last week you'd have been fucked. Although not as fucked as I was. So
true. Yeah.
So again, give me money. I need a car.
Yes, please do contribute. He needs it more than I do.
I know we both need it. Hopefully the insurance will at least partly fucking cover it, but I mean
that's what the insurance is fucking for.
Yeah, it's insurance. That's why it's so mental. Like literally, trying to explain to Americans, not a even the most conservative person, unless they're very very rich, I suppose, in Britain wants your system. Because we interact with insurance companies, and they're the fucking scummiest shitbags who will do anything to not pay you out. Which is bad when it's a car. It's a lot worse when it's your fucking kidney.
True.
Do you know what I mean? Like, oh no, the insurance says you can't have that, so you're just gonna fucking die. Brilliant. Yeah, no one wants that. Fuck's sake. Go back to fucking a shaman or something instead of that.
Against that cut to aid. But this is merely both rubbish, comrades. It is cover-up for the fact that you have done nothing and are doing nothing to support Ukraine in the anti-fascist war, and you are now actively in danger of undermining the...
No, I will agree with him that I think they are engaged largely in an anti-fascist endeavour, but you can't ignore the fact that there are fascists on that side of things as well. Like the Azov people did exist. To some extent, they still do exist. There was literally the Labour MP meeting with the wife of one of them a couple of days ago.
And not like just any old Azov fighter, right? The actual brigade itself has been very largely expanded with a bunch of kind of normal troops, right? A lot of the Azov battalion OGs, a lot of the actual like real committed neo-Nazis, a lot of them just fucking died in the defense of Azov-style steelworks. You know, at least there are some upsides to this war. A bunch of Nazis dead. But they've actually expanded it broadly, mostly just kind of regular troops now. What's interesting is that a lot of this is just stuff that's propagated on Twitter rather than people doing actual research. Once lots of the Azov people got eliminated, there were still Nazi detachments, right? The 67th Militarized Brigade was formed almost entirely out of people from Right Sector, which is the explicit neo-Nazi political party, or at least was the explicit neo-Nazi political party in Ukraine at the time. But people aren't reading up and trying to do research. They just are propagating stuff that they have heard on the internet about why Ukraine is bad, probably from propaganda outlets, right? When there is legitimate concerns, right? You and I both know there are huge legitimate concerns about neo-Nazi elements in Ukraine, broadly across, especially the East, and of course the people who've been absorbed into the military, right?
Yes.
But again, the point I made, the comparison that I made was like, look, you may not like people who are fighting in the Ukrainian military, you may not like Zelensky. I also don't like people who are in the Palestinian militant groups. I don't like people in Hamas. Does that mean that Palestinians don't have a right to defend themselves in the same way that Ukraine has a right to defend itself? Well, exactly. It's like you don't have to like the people who are involved to understand the fight back against imperial invasion is a good thing.
Yeah, indeed so. Yes, apologies, I was somewhat distracted there. Thank you to Leopold with 50 gifted memberships. That's A, very, very generous, and B, meant that a lot of what you just said was occasionally being interjected upon with oiled like a baby otter. I have now turned that noise alert off, though, for the time being, until those 50 go through. Because, I'm not playing that fucking noise alert 50 times. But thank you. Also, much love.
Also, Wes, it's worth pointing out, Wes makes a good point. We can't just point out Ukrainian right-wingers. This true. Like, there were lots of neo-Nazi elements in the Russian invading army as well. Like, well, I literally Prigozhin's irregulars, right?
Yeah, I literally did say I largely agree with him. They are engaged in an anti-fascist defence of themselves. Yes, absolutely. But then, look, it's more nuanced. I don't think you can say it's like the Spanish Civil War or something. It's not like socialists and democratic forces against purely fascist militia or something, because that's not true.
And even then, like the Russian invasion isn't fascist in nature. I don't think it is. I don't think it's fascist in nature. It's imperialist in nature. It is about.
It's very difficult to really say because it hasn't established governance. It's authoritarian and it is certainly right wing. So the idea, I think you don't have to stretch the definitions that far for it to basically fit. But like, I can't tell you what their economic policy would be there because they haven't formalised any kind of governance.
It's true. But the thing is that the basis of the invasion is the economic desire for the resource-rich territory in eastern Ukraine, and the second one is the greater Russian chauvinism of Putin's desire that harks back to imperial Russia. Remember when at the start of the conflict he did this fucking speech to camera talking about how Lenin sold out Russia by giving Ukraine sovereignty and autonomy during the formation of the Soviet Union and the creation of the Soviet republics, right? And he said Lenin betrayed Russia by doing so. This was something that Lenin himself coined, the term greater Russian chauvinism, which is this idea that all those lands, that belong to the Ukrainians and the Belarusians and people like that should be part of imperial Russia because that is the greater Russia hegemon, right? And that's what he's trying to reclaim,
Ironically, in the Soviet Union, the biggest Russian chauvinist was a Georgian.
It's true.
Brilliant.
It's true.
Well done, Stalin. I mean, you really are an absolute turd. Sorry, were. Can we get some lols in chat? Anyway, right. Let's try and get through this fucking knob. Because we've been going nearly an hour and we've got through 3 fucking minutes.
And also, before we restart, I have to say thank you, SK the Crusader, for the raiding party event. Welcome to the stream. Please refresh your screens. Everyone go and follow SK the Crusader on YouTube for excellent video essays and Twitch for fun reaction content as well. And also, raiders who have just joined, please go and follow KF Logo1875 over on Twitch, who I'm streaming with right now.
Oi, oi.
Hello.
Of a Labour government to rearm, retool the UK military in such a way that allows us to push back any further threats from Russia. Those of you who know your history will know we've been here before. German Communist Party in its ultra-left period said Social Democrats are the main enemy, they're worse than the fascists, and that's why they felt inclined to launch a joint referendum campaign with the Nazis to overthrow a social democratic government. In Germany, there is nothing to say that Stalinism as a historic...
Would that be the social democratic government that literally killed the communists with the help of the Nazis? Or with the help of the Freikorps?
I mean, I think, like, at the end of the day, I think any amount of pointing to that period in German history, everyone tries to always believe that their side was the right one. When let's believe, no one was actually doing the interest of the broader interest of like the broad front that had been created. The communists were attacking the Dems were attacking the communists. It was all a mess. Like no one actually put their foot down and said, let's unite against the fucking Nazis, right?
Yeah. They didn't handle it very well. Let's leave it there. But yeah, the idea that it was the communists were just in line with the Nazis. Well, I mean, it was a fucking a conservative centrist who teamed up with Hitler and became his vice chancellor. Did they get a fucking shout out anywhere? Like the Catholic Centre Party didn't even oppose the fucking Enabling Act, which allowed for one-party dictatorship. I don't think it's the communists just to blame. And like I say, you did kill Rosa Luxemburg. And that's not just a meme. That did actually happen. I can understand them maybe being a bit salty towards you.
Like, and if any group can lay claim to having an actual moral basis for the things that they did, it's definitely the Spartacists, right? Yes. They're the actual people who were the good guys throughout all of this.
They were, yes. Not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. A bit close to the Bolsheviks, if you will. But yeah, they I think they had the right intent. And like I say, the fucking SPD government literally used far-right paramilitary militia to murder them. Yeah, I mean, get wrecked then, I guess. Live by the sword, die by the sword, lads. Unfortunately, the Nazis wielded the sword and everyone fucking died.
Also, thank you, Ardeka, for the Prime sub. Thank you, Leopard, for the 20 gifted. That's both very generous of you.
Yeah. Question time is... Oh! Perfectly timed. There we go. We are starting. In about 3 hours, when we get through this video, we will do question time.
Political phenomenon, horrible though it is, can't evolve even further. There is nothing that says it can't become fascist. And if you look at what some people on...
Okay, but even if that's true, it's 20 people online, my dude. I don't... Like, I'd prefer them not become fascist, obviously. And I'd prefer them to stop being dickheads in general. But ultimately, I sort of don't care as well, because it's not big enough for it to be an issue.
Yeah,
it's quite literally not an issue.
Because I think both of that group of people and Paul Mason overinflate the size of that group of people, right?
Yeah.
Like, I saw a bunch of people getting mad in the Greens replies when they were saying solidarity with Ukraine, for example. I can't believe that the Greens would sell us out. And I'm just like, they're just taking like the prevailing viewpoint of their entire voter base at this point. Like, this was the Corbyn supporters were not the Trotskyists. They were just young people who thought that austerity was bad and who liked the idea of internationalism broadly. You know, like this wasn't some kind of new Trotskyist uprising, which seems to be that the centrist media, Paul Mason, and a bunch of these like left-wing people who are a little bit more cranky, like they all seem to believe that there was this kind of uproaring of this kind of true, incredibly like left-wing. Well, I mean, it was left-wing, you know what I mean? But it's far more simple than that. And most progressive people in this country, even socialist people in this country, they're not anti-Ukraine in the way that the people that Paul Mason is talking about here are.
And it's such a small group of people anyway. Even Stormzy's not a part of it anymore. He's gone over to the fucking McDonald's dark side. Honestly, R.I.P.
On the American left, on the so-called Confucianist left, very aligned to politicians like Tulsi Gabbard, very aligned to...
Who the fuck on the left is aligned with Tulsi Gabbard?
I think he's talking specifically about Jimmy Dore.
Just Jimmy Dore, who's just a Nazi, basically, at this point.
He's just a right winger now.
Yeah.
Like, and like Jackson Hinkle and Has and
like I've seen him do like white replacement stuff. Like, he's not on the left, my dude, Areno. I don't know if you stopped watching 8 years ago or something, because like it hasn't been that way for a long time. And he was always fucking iffy, even at his best, to be honest. But like, you know,
Putin, what they've done is they've become Trump cheerleaders, and don't be shocked if that's what happens to parts of the British left. For the rest of us, there is a big mental leap to be made, I'm afraid. We are going into a period where the only thing...
You don't get to talk about mental leaps when you've just made the most mental leap of them all. There's going to be people on the left who are going to start sucking Trump's dick. Who? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, it's so dumb, isn't it?
Ho 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 Chi Minh on fucking Twitter. What are you talking about?
Stop Putin from aggressing Finland, Estonia, Moldova, and beyond, to be honest.
He's not going to fucking aggress Finland. It's in NATO now. That's the obvious line he's not going to cross, because he'd get glassed.
Aren't Estonia in NATO as well, right?
Yeah, then all of I believe I'm right in saying all three of them are all the NATO
I don't think
nations.
Moldova is. I think that's why there's been so much infiltration to Austria, right?
Sorry, no, I meant the three Baltic nations.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. The Baltic states are, yeah.
Yeah. But no, I don't think Moldova are. Although they are wedged in between Ukraine, which is, I mean, not de facto, because there are certain things they don't have, but like they're being protected by NATO right now, and Romania, which is NATO, so like Russia couldn't even get to Moldova. Even though, of course, at the very start, people forget this, at the very start of the war, Lukashenko, the Belarusian dictatoid, had that map that literally showed the troops going from Belarus through Ukraine into Moldova. I mean, there's giving away your battle plans, and then there's like literally advertising it, lads. You don't need to put it on a fucking neon billboard for everyone, you know.
Like again, I said this on Navarra, and I'll say it again right now.
Are you in Navarra?
I was, yeah.
Okay.
But like, but like, we constantly keep hearing, once Putin's finished with Ukraine, he's going to come for the rest of Europe. Bitch, with what army? He couldn't even roll military columns into Kyiv, right? Couldn't even do his shock and awe 2-week-long denazification mission and seize the territory. It's been 3 fucking years, over 3 years, and what is he, halfway through the Donbass? I
don't think he's even halfway through the Donbass anyway. It's a pretty weird little wedge he's got. Yeah, it's fucking awful. Yeah, their tanks have been running out of petrol. Like, gas is the only thing they have. How the fuck are they running out of petrol? Literally, how? It's the only commodity you possess.
And like a lot about their military technology, especially in terms of tanks, it's just old like Soviet shit.
I've got a running joke. I genuinely think we could test them out on the nuclear thing because I don't think their shit works anymore. They haven't. There's no like they might have been trying to spend money on the upkeep for those weapons, but it's blatantly been pilfered. It was used to buy several Western European football clubs instead, and I reckon if they pressed the nuclear button, it'd just go, whew, and just wouldn't launch. It would just fart, dust, and that would be it.
Wait, 8DX man, like I understand why you'd be scared given the belligerence that Putin has shown. I understand why you'd feel that way, but given how much of a humiliation this war, it's real. It has been a humiliation for Russia that they haven't been as successful as they wanted to be in Ukraine, and how damaging it's been for their economy. Their interest rate is 20%. Like they seem to weather the sanctions pretty well with the war economy, but now that it's lasted so long, there's a real inflationary problem that's really kind of tearing apart the internal economy. Plus the fact that a bunch of young men who should be the backbone of their workforce have just died for no fucking reason in his imperialist plans. Like this is going to have real long-term consequences for the Russian economy more broadly.
And it's not just those that have died as well. In terms of their demographic, loads have left and they're not coming back.
No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, this is really long-term damaging for how Russia is going to cope moving forward. And so, like, even if you are scared, and I understand why you are, like, there is no way. Vladimir Putin would be a fucking lunatic to test out Article 5. A lunatic.
There's no way he will. There's no way he will.
Failed.
Look, yeah. He'll happily do some weird, like he'll accidentally send a plane or a ship into bits that it shouldn't be. But there's no way he ever does anything to actually start a war. Because there's no way he can win that. He knows that.
Well,
literally, by giving least worthwhile, like a hand-me-down planes and tanks to Ukraine, they've been able to keep them at bay. Imagine if we pull out our actual shit that works, our modern stuff. The Russians wouldn't have a fucking chance. Jesus Christ, there's no way they could win that. He's not insane. He's an evil bastard, but he's not actually like gone in the fucking head.
I mean,
anyway.
This is why he picked on Ukraine specifically, because it's literally the only thing left in his vicinity of potential influence that wasn't a member of NATO, because he can't trigger Article 5.
Yeah. And like I say, just handing down our old weapons and shit, like stuff we don't want anymore. Basically, we've been doing a fucking a spring cleaning of our stockpiles of old shite, giving them. Yeah, you have that. You have some old fucking 1980s tanks. You know what I mean? Like they've got no fucking chance. They've been having ships being sunk by a country that doesn't have a navy. Russia are fucked. They're the biggest paper tiger wankers ever. Anyway, yeah, but anyway, the point being, I did have a point, and I've forgotten what it was going to be. Doesn't matter. Yeah,
is a very strong united response from
that was the point. Sorry, that was the point. Yes, this coalition of the willing nonsense that they've been doing. There's no way like Russia sign up to that at all. And by the way, I know you're saying, like, well, what, Russia doesn't have to sign it. Yes, it does. In theory, it's a peacekeeping force. So it would be based upon a peace agreement. So Russia would have to be okay with NATO country troops being in Ukraine, which is literally the whole reason that they did this to begin with. So why the fuck would they sign a piece of paper with that as a condition? It's not going to happen. It's bollocks. So, like, I don't even know why countries are sucking up to Britain and France and pretending like this is a viable option and it is going to happen. Because it isn't.
And this morning, Europe has unleashed something like $500 billion in potential defence spending over the next 10 years.
And we've only had to kill, like, half of our pensioners to do it. So
well, that's the thing, right? Is that Basically where all of this spending has come from in European countries is just by taking the European Union's excessive deficit protocol rules and like the German debt break, taking those rules and putting them in the fucking bin.
Yeah.
And yet here we are outside of the European Union. We don't have an excessive deficit protocol that we have to adhere to because we're no longer bound by the European Union's economic rules, and we're self-imposing stupid fiscal rules that not just stop us doing this for military reasons, for doing it for any fucking reason.
And I suppose
the poor.
The fact that they've now gotten rid of this excessive deficit stuff. Greece must be absolutely fuming.
I know,
You fucking you troikered us right up the shitter, and now we're just getting back on our feet. Oh, now we can fucking splurge, can we? Pricks! Fuck's sake. You'd be furious. You really would. Anyway. Hello there, Zakap. Yes, everyone go and follow Zakap immediately. Honestly, I reckon Australia could take Russia.
Well, I would say, given their AUKUS deal, but I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
Just like
no one
of the United
does.
States.
No one does. No one does. If the guy who has access to the best military and foreign policy minds at his very fingertips, he can call them night and day and they'll talk to him. If he doesn't know what it is, how could anyone else possibly know? What are you gonna think?
Which, by the way, will revive European manufacturing, and it will sure as heck boost the European economy, which is stagnating. And we're going to have to do the same. And so, even if you call yourself a pacifist, even if you call yourself an internationalist, even if you don't like America, if you don't like the idea of war, all of these things are very deeply rooted in the British tradition, aren't they? The British left tradition. Like our grandparents' generation, we're going to have to overcome pacifism. We're going to have to overcome indifference to warfare and alienation from all that kind of military elite stuff that turns many of us off. We're going to have to overcome that because that's the only way we can defend ourselves in future. We're going to need to unite with the Europeans. We're going to need Keir Starmer to carry on what he's doing, which is showing leadership on a world...
Leader of the free world. Paul Mason already told us this. And I believe
and again,
him, 100%.
His leadership is, oh, well, Donald Trump has said don't share intelligence with Ukraine, so I guess we're not doing that. His leadership was, hello, Donald, here's a letter from the king.
Yeah, that literally it. Pathetic. So not only are we cocked like fuck to America, but because we're cocked like fuck to America, we're now the enemy. We're literally actively hampering the Ukrainian war effort. Brilliant. Honestly, we've gone from leaders of the free world to part of the axis of evil, I think now. I don't know. Anyway.
Stage. You should be proud of that Starmer is doing, even if you don't like some of the other stuff he's done. What you cannot do is go on pretending that a pro-Russian, effectively pro-fascist part of the left has any place in the Labour movement. And you can't go on saying, well, we agree on...
It doesn't. And no one's... And we know... And it isn't. So, look, it's... Again, you're tilting at windmills here, my man. There is no part of the left that exists that is this. It's some pricks on Twitter. Get off Twitter, touch some grass, read a book, and chill the fuck out. It's fine.
Better pay and conditions. We agree on stopping the cuts or raising the two-child benefit so we can be in a joint campaign. No.
Yeah, I was about to say, no, you don't. You've actively derided people as dreamers, crazy dreamers, for wanting to get rid of the two-child benefit cap.
And you actively campaigned for the party that wants to keep it and also is doing the cuts.
True, although did you see they've got plans to potentially get rid of the two-child benefit cap for the under fives, which is an interesting one because that suggests that they think that after the age of 5 they don't need to eat anymore.
I hate this government so much.
Like literally, like you can't half-arse it, lads. You either stick to the we don't know. It could be increasing child poverty. We don't know. Like you could do that, or you can go, let's get rid of it. It's obviously bad. You can't go, well, they definitely do need to eat before the age of 5. But after that, give them a spear and get out fucking hunting, you lazy pricks. Like, come on, lads. That's ridiculous.
Not anymore for me. I think we need a new left. I think we need a left that is patriotic.
Literally gargle my fucking dick and balls. I knew he was going to say that. We need a new Labour. New Labour, New Britain, new PFI. Shut the fuck up, mate. Honest to God, you Blairite scum. Fuck off.
That stands behind this Labour government and pushes it further.
No, because they're not part of the fucking left. There's a reason the left doesn't support this government. It's because it's not a left-wing government. Sorry, mate. If they ever do produce any left-wing policies, do let us know.
And that's the thing he said, we need to push them. Like, you cannot push a party which is entirely policy, whose entire policy platform is subsumed by 3 fucking people with no democratic accountability, right? Again, it's like trying to knock down a wall. You can try with your hands, right? You can try punching a wall to knock it down. You won't be very fucking successful.
Yeah, honestly. Like, how about you start fucking whinging at Morgan McSweeney, you prick? At least that might actually be effective. Whining about some dickhead you saw online who's a fucking Maoist or something. Like, I don't care.
That are more radically towards net zero, towards greater social justice, towards taking on the things that really blight the lives of working class people, like organised crime. And we're going to have to support our armed forces. Coming up is the 80th anniversary of VE Day. And there'll be no doubt parades. King Charles will ride a horse or something.
Was that when we joined forces with... Let me just check this, hang on. Joseph Vissarionovich Dugashvili, otherwise known as Stalin. Oh! Outrageous! The Stalinist... The Stalinist filth of the Churchill government. Outrageous. Fuck off, Mason.
Great. But the real victors of World War II were the British people. Not just people in the armed forces. It was fire.
I mean, okay, apart from the ones that died and had their houses destroyed and shit. Like, don't get me wrong, that's not, like, Churchill's fault. I'm just saying, like, let's not pretend this was, like... when we say it's our finest hour, we don't mean it's our happiest hour. We don't mean it's the highest quality of life hour. It means we faced down a great evil. But we did have to live through that evil.
Fighters. It was police. It was women who worked on farms. It was women like my grandma who worked in arms factories. It was merchant seamen like my uncle who was sunk and survived in the North Atlantic.
How did he sink? Because usually seaman floats to the top.
Here all week.
You can, but shouldn't give me money. That's all I'll say.
VE Day, we'll celebrate all of them. And we'll celebrate the fact that as a people, we stuck together. Despite the class struggle, despite the differences, we're going to have to stick together again. And the left needs to play its role in that. It is decision time for every one of us. What are we going to do? Which side are we on? Same question that every picket line poses. Well, Vladimir Putin and Donald Trump have posed that question once again. Which side are we on? I'm on the side of democracy, freedom, the rule of law, anti-fascism. And in the anti-fascist struggle that is coming, let's hope that every person who calls them left-wing, themselves left-wing.
What's his position on Israel? Do we know?
I think he is strategically avoiding it because it might cost him his safe seat.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So you're not... So you are anti-fascist, but, you know, terms and conditions apply.
Will stand up and be counted alongside everybody else in this society. Because if you don't, in the 30s, what the left did in the 30s, starting with the Battle of Cable Street and then the Battle of Harama, helped us shape the peace. There will be a peace. There will be order. Putin will go. Hopefully.
He actually, I mean, I'm going to be the one attacking the left now from an anti-pacifist position because he's rewriting history. There was a very significant chunk of the Labour Party and the Labour movement more broadly in the UK that was very anti-war. They despised Hitler, but they knew that there was going to be carnage. They'd lived through the First World War, and they knew there was more powerful weapons now, so millions of people were going to fucking die. So there's perfectly understandable reasons why they were pacifist, and that's why, for instance, Nev did his whole, appeasement thing, because on all sides of the political divide, there were people who didn't want any more fucking war, because there were literally in every town and city, every village and hamlet, there were men walking around with one leg, or with a fucking eye patch, or half of their face fucking burned off, as a very visual reminder that war is not something you just casually saunter into.
And I think a lot of that position was kind of fermented by the fact that the World War One was completely fucking unnecessary. Totally,
yeah, exactly. Absolutely.
Totally unnecessary.
That wasn't war, it was murder. Yes.
Yeah, whereas World War Two was necessary. It was necessary to stop Hitler. But, when you look at the kind of things that caused World War One, their instant reaction is just, why the fuck am I getting involved with other people? Why am I getting involved in Serbia's conflict?
Yeah, exactly. Right? Yeah, exactly. Imagine going to some guy in Leeds and going, okay, you're going to have to walk slowly into a machine gun fire because the heir to the throne of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was shot. I don't fucking care. What do you mean? Because the fucking so some dickhead got shot in Serbia, so I have to get shot in fucking Ypres? Fuck off.
Yeah, so much of the again, you know me, I'm not like a history buff, but when I was reading up on it when I was like a teenager, it was just insane to me how so much of it was just like, well, we all had mutual defense pacts, we all just piled in for no reason, and that's just like half the conflict.
Yeah. Well, literally, I mean, it's a comedy, so take it with a pinch of salt. But the explanation that Blackadder gives about the balance of power and blah, 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 it turns out it was all bollocks. Yeah, that's basically true, yeah. Ridiculous, but it's true. The comedy programme 100 years later, or 80 years later, whatever, sorted it out, yeah. It was rubbish. But, glad we learned the lesson and never did that again.
Xi Jinping will one day fall and the world will be more democratic. And at that point, Russian and Chinese workers will say, well, what did you do to help this? What did you do to help us overthrow the people who were trying to put trade unionists in jail? And
I love the idea that he thinks that it's the Chinese system that's going to fall to us and not the other way around. That's very optimistic of you, Paul, I'm going to say.
Jail gay people. What did you do? Well, look at the Morning Star and they'll say, you went to China and you said it was a socialist country. We need a better left than that. Please help me, join me in trying to create a left that will stand up to the global
You aren't on the left!
That now faces us.
I'm sorry, if you think Keir Starmer is like a proletarian hero and leader of the free world, both things he has said, okay, that's how good a journalist this man is, you're not on the left. So when you say, help me make a better left, you can't, because you're not on the left. That's not how that works.
Well, clearly, Kevin, if you don't think that electing Keir Starmer will advance the class struggle, then you don't understand social democracy from a Marxist perspective.
Clearly and obviously. I need to read so much more theory.
Right, fuck that, Cypher. Let's do questions.
Yeah, fuck me. Apologies to Ash Sarkar, who probably made some very good points, although Kate Andrews is there, so it would have been annoying regardless. But yes, we're going to get on to that. Oh, and thank you to, I think it was Moronaka. I've now got a totally legal, honest, free copy of her book. So I'm going to read that and I will report back to everybody.
Yeah, because I feel like she's been a lot of the people on there have kind of unfairly maligned her because a lot of the media round that she's been doing has just been going, you think the woke is bad, don't you, Ash? Tell everyone at home how bad you think the wokes are. And she goes, well, these situations that I've remembered that were a little that didn't really have they weren't good for the left. They were a certain level of maximalism I think was bad. And say, see, Ash Sarkar says the woke is bad when the book is about far more than just whether or not one person
I
one
don't
time
think
said
she's...
that Anne Frank was had white privilege or something.
Well, this is the thing, right? I don't think she's helped herself because she's not necessarily happily played into that, but she has played into it. Probably because it's good for ratings and she'll sell more books and it's part of the clout economy. I'm not like digging into her for that. But it's like she's gone on these shows and rather than trying to sort of fight back against the framing of that, she's just sort of gone with it. Like, again, it's similar to the critique I would have of Paul Mason's thing there of like, if it's just one dickhead online who said Anne Frank had white privilege, a position that no sensible person holds, and you wouldn't say it, it's grotesque in so many ways, why bring it up then? They're not relevant to anything.
Yeah, no, I think Tom Nicholas did a really good response, saying, "Well, if there are these individual things happening, let's not over-egg the pudding at the extent to which it is happening, and focus broadly on the good points, which is that that class doesn't have enough of an explanation because the people who talk about the left in our stead are posh media people who don't care about class at all, and that there are liberals who've bought into the non-class base of identity politics who haven't bought into the class-based elements of intersectionality because they're a bunch of people who learnt about social justice from university courses rather than from learning it through osmosis through radical movements that are on the ground." These are reasonable criticisms, right? But you shouldn't be front-loading everything with, well, these people said these things one time that aren't good. And I'm just like, well, is this broadly representative? No.
Yeah. I will just push back slightly when you said that members of the media don't care about class. They do, just not in a way that they're consciously aware of. They just
they care about the upper
warriors.
Classes.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are absolutely. They are the
people forget
manufacturing consent for the ruling class.
When people say someone's like a class warrior or something like that, it's always like some sneer towards a working class person. I can't think of a more horrific upper class warrior than Boris Johnson or Rees-Mogg or something like that. These people are class warriors. 100%. They're in the class war, and they know they're in the class war. And unfortunately, they know they're winning.
Well, exactly. Right. To quote the new General Secretary elected today.
Yes, good lad.
Of the RMT. Not his fucking name. Eddie Dempsey. There we go.
Yeah, Eddie Dempsey. Yeah.
To quote Eddie Dempsey, the question is, who is more organised? That is the most important question when it comes to the class war of 2025 is who is more organised? Because at the moment, the rich people know their class interests, right? So when people say, "Oh, well, I'm not into politics," well, your landlord is into politics, your boss is into politics, the shareholders that rip you off from the company that you work for, they're all into politics, and that's why you're poor and they're not. Because they engage and you don't.
Yep, 100%.
Also, before we start question time, YouTube viewers, please click the Twitch link in the YouTube chat. Come and watch us on Twitch for question time so I don't get copyright cucked. I would very much appreciate if you did. The link is in the chat on YouTube. Please go and click that and join us over on the Twitch arenas. If you want to watch Kevin continue to broadcast this on YouTube, just in case I don't like to risk the copyright, then I will raid you over on YouTube into Kev's stream, so you'll still hear me. Either way, please, whichever one you do, you're welcome to come in. I will be stopping the YouTube stream in 10 seconds.
Fair enough. Thank you to Phil Decker and Dingus Van Sant for bitty bits on the Twitch. Much love. Are we done yet?
We're good.
What's the haps? Oh, thank you for raiding in. Hello, everyone on the YouTubes. Hit the subscribe button. It's free on YouTube. You can do that. It's free. It's free and will make you sexier. Again, terms and conditions apply.
For tonight's question time, we've come to the beautiful market town of Skipton. Our audience might be from North Yorkshire, but they represent, as always, the electoral picture across the country. Welcome to Question Time on BBC iPlayer and Sounds.
Again, Skipton does not speak well to your theory of the having nice place names.
True.
Skipton is an ugly name. Just makes you think of like a skip.
panel from the government is Bridget Phillips, and she's the Secretary of State for Education as well as Women and Equalities Minister, and has been MP.
Oh, for fuck's sake, why is my mouse being shite now? Anyway, and according to all local and indeed national surveying, is bound to lose her seat to Reform in any general election. She's gone.
My favourite Bridget Phillipson moment was when she was on Question Time last time she was on, and someone in the audience was having a legitimate go at her for shit policy, and she was just sitting there with that weird smile that you're seeing there right now. It was very funny.
It is a bit Stepford Wife. It's a bit like it's a veneer.
Well, this is why she's on my mind as the person that they've got. They want to replace Keir Starmer with when he becomes too toxic to stand as the party leader, because they want her to be able to keep the Northeast on side. She's a woman, so she ticks that box that people. But she's going to lose. She's going to lose her
fucking seat. There's no point in having her as leader if she's going to lose.
I mean, she'll be less likely to lose her seat if she's leader. Like, leaders just tend to win their seats quite frequently. But she's got a Northeast accent. She's a woman. So that ticks a bunch of the minority boxes they want to tick, to not have the "you've never had a woman leader" accusation jibed at them. And she is somebody who's in a current role for government where they don't need to stay there. I don't give a shit about the education minister. And people keep saying, "Oh, Wes Streeting is like the heir apparent to Keir Starmer," and maybe that's true. But I don't think they would give him the DHSC brief if they didn't intend him to be there for the whole 5 years, given his links
and
to
he's definitely
the important
losing.
people.
You could make him leader of Earth, and he's still going to lose that fucking seat. So it doesn't matter. He's done. Yes. Thank you to who the fuck was that? Someone. James Holmes for gifting 10 memberships on the YouTubes. Much love. Thank you. I will spend that money very unwisely.
For Horton and Sunderland South since 2010. From the Conservatives is Shadow Business Minister Harriet Baldwin. She's been the MP for West Worcestershire also since 2010, and previously worked as...
Who the fuck is this creature?
She used to be the chair of the Treasury Select Committee, and she was mad at Andrew Bailey, the governor of the Bank of England, for not making people poorer quicker by raising interest rates in a supply shock. And I'm just like, fuck you, Harriet.
Lovely. And she's wearing pink, so she's anti-Trump. That's all you need. Thank you, Democrats. That's all you need to do. Just wear pink and you will defeat the fascism.
Somebody tweeted out earlier today. It's just like, well, given how much that the Democrats have positioned Donald Trump as being like Hitler, and to be fair, he is pretty fashy, right? Imagine if you just gone, and then also the SDP showed their resistance to Hitler in the Bundestag by wearing pink hats. You'd think, maybe this is an unserious political party.
True.
A minister at the Treasury and the MOD. Richard Tice is Reform UK's deputy leader, having previously been in business and then a Brexit Party MEP.
And an actual lizard. Look at him. That's not a human. That's like an amphibian creature.
Far be it from me to go all David Icke, but in some cases maybe he was right.
Yeah, I think so.
His party won over 14% of the vote at last year's election, and he's one of Reform's 5 MPs. And Adrian Ramsey is the co-leader of the Green Party. He returned 4 MPs at that last election. He's the MP for Waveney Valley in Suffolk.
We'll see how he does. I'll be honest with you, he's no tiny queen.
He isn't the tiny queen. No, he's not Early Chance. He's definitely the worst communicators out of the 4 elected Green MPs. Let's be real.
Yeah. It was a weird smile he did then as well.
Yeah, it was a very weird smile. Also, sweepstakes on how long we expect it to take for him to mention pylons.
Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, it's not going to be like an absolute belter, I don't think, this one. Just saying. For a start off, neither of the government or the opposition are particular heavyweights. Richard Tice is he's just a lizard. And then the worst Green MP. It's not the A-team, is it?
Good evening. Welcome to our panellists, welcome to our audience here in Skipton, and welcome to you at home, of course. There's always a conversation on social media. Feel free to join in or just sit back and watch the programme. Let's get started with our first question, which is from Simon Duvner.
Hi. Despite President Trump and Vice President Vance's apparently bullying performance, should we accept that they've at least turned the conversation towards peace?
And of course, Simon, you're referring to the...
No. No. Again, Starmer tried to do this. Tried to spin it as a positive. Like, oh, since you've come into office, you've created the space for a peace process. No, you forced capitulation or taking a terrible deal. That's not the same thing, is it, Keir? You bootlicking garbage bag.
Exactly, you know, like either side of the election, the American interest has been economic in Ukraine, whether it is having ties to the businesses themselves in Ukraine through having them being part of the American sphere of influence. And then it becomes, well, we just want you to sell you out so we have access to your minerals money, as has been pointed out in chat. None of this is justice for the actual people, the people in Ukraine who are the ones who are mostly affected by this. It is, as you say, great power politics on either side of this discussion. You know, I said again, it's fine to want peace, but as has been pointed out many times when it comes to, for example, Palestine, peace without justice is not a real peace, is it? No. All it is you wanting things to be quieter rather than an actual justice, right? So if somebody said, well, how much territory should Palestine give up to Israel? You say, no, they should never give up territory. Never give up territory. That would be appeasement. That would be a capitulation to the imperialism of Fiscal. And you'd be right.
Especially as they've already had to give up fuck tons of territory as it is.
Mm-hmm.
To the point now where they've got comically small amounts of territory. To the point where, realistically, they couldn't have a contiguous state. And therefore, a two-state solution is literally impossible.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. 100%. Absolutely. That's exactly where we are right now. And again, because no one can pushes back against Israel. You know, everyone keeps saying, "Oh well, unless you give Ukraine some kind of security guarantee, Russia will just keep coming back for more." And I'm just like, yeah. Why aren't you applying the same criticism for Israel, who come back for more of Palestine, decade after decade after decade after decade? It's never enough.
Well,
because
there's a slight difference, I think, in that there's obviously a religious imperialist endeavor in Israel-Palestine, whereas in the case of Russia, it's imperialism, obviously, but it's not religiously based. So, like, you could have, in theory, a deal. Like, it doesn't matter, even if Netanyahu disappears, the person that follows him is going to do the same fucking thing, basically. Whereas in Russia, if Putin fell out of a window or drunk some glowing tea, for instance, the next leader could do something completely different, because it's not intrinsic about Russia that they have to do this. You know.
That's true. That's true. The religious chauvinism of Israeli expansionism is far more dangerous. It's far more long-standing.
And the religious extremism of the evangelical Christians in America, who are the reason that America props that shit up to begin with. Yeah. True. I don't just want this to be about Jewish religious extremism, because most Zionists, again, are actually Christian.
Very true.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jack, for the 5 gifted. That's very generous of you. Thank you.
Yes. Anyhow, yes. Let us continue.
The press conference with President Zelensky.
Like, okay, another sweepstake on this one. How far do you reckon Richard Tice is going to stick his tongue up Trump's arse?
Oh, super far, super far.
Oh, you're going full, like, cow lick? Okay, good.
Zelensky on Friday. Yeah. Should we accept they've at last turned the conversation towards peace? Bridget?
Peace, a lasting peace in Ukraine is, I think, what all of us desperately want to see. That has to involve Ukraine being a central part of any negotiations that follow. There can be no peace without Ukraine being a part of that. And, you know, we obviously have, as a country, really pushed forward with that. I am really proud of the leadership that our Prime Minister Keir Starmer has shown in wanting to bring together our European allies, in increasing defence spending, which is critical at this time, but also making sure that we do get all of those parties to the negotiating table. But we have to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position going into that. It's why we continue to back the brave Ukrainian people, why we back President Zelensky, who I think is a remarkable man, who has shown enormous courage in the face of Russian aggression.
So what did you think when you saw, I mean, Simon's referring to that press conference last week. What was your feeling when you watched it?
Between President Zelensky and President Trump? It was really hard to watch. Really hard. I think
No
it
one
makes
wants to
for
see that.
deeply uncomfortable
No one
viewing.
wants to see that.
I
yeah.
don't think it's what any of us want to see. But actually, I think what matters coming out
She
of that
did
is
technically word it slightly differently. Technically slightly differently.
Oh, no pre-watch. No pre-watch.
Yeah. Also, good to see Mick there on the right of the screen taking his retirement very seriously. I appreciate that. Cheeky little Mick Lynch joke for everybody.
And again,
what happens in terms
Go
of
on,
action.
Go on.
what's important about the framing? We touched on it before. We'll touch on it again. What's important about the framing of them saying, "Well, no one wants to see that," is that it's a phrase used essentially to imply that it just happened out from nowhere. The ether just magicked the situation. Well, no one wants to see that. No one wants to see that. Or like, the people were being dickheads, and you will not say who the dickheads were because you want to be in the dickheads' good books.
Yeah.
And that's why Keir Starmer was straight on the phone to both President Trump and President Zelensky, why he convened European leaders from across the continent in London to work together to drive this forward. Look, we're going to have to step up. Europe is going to have to step up. That's why we do need to invest more in defence. Alongside that, using that opportunity to create well-paid, highly skilled jobs and apprenticeships here in Britain. But we will need the US to provide that security backstop if we are to secure that lasting peace.
Which they have already said they are not going to do. You can't like on Monday when we watched this on the stream, the statement and all of that in Parliament, right? But we watched it the day after because I didn't stream Monday, and so I was like, it was a difficult position because Keir Starmer was saying we need the backstop, and by the time I streamed it, it had already been the US came out and said it's not going to fucking happen. There's not going to be a backstop. It's nonsense. So his entire 4-point pablum plan all instantly fell down. And this,
thing, right?
but they're still pushing it. She's still doing the fucking thing.
I'm like, this was so far gone with this. Like, this is so far. I mean, I know it was only last week, but this is way in the rearview mirror. Now that we're at not just America stopped sharing intelligence data with Ukraine, but they forced us to do so as well. I'm like, the security backstop is like, that's such old news. Like, why the hell is this even being discussed anymore?
It's pathetic, really.
Likely is that security backstop going? I mean, it's hard to keep up because things change every day, it appears. But Donald Trump has suspended intelligence sharing between the US and Ukraine. What do you think of that decision?
Look, these are
nobody wants to see it.
Negotiations and discussions that are underway.
Do you not want to make a public comment?
No, I think we have to tread with care. And as a politician, as a member of the cabinet, I do have to tread with care. And I would want to do
Okay, rephrase it. What about them telling us that we can't share information? Because, like, if we don't have if we can't have independent use of that information, why do we have these US listening stations here at all? Because we know they do it just to spy on Europeans, including us. So we should kick them the fuck out then. Because even the information we do get from them, we can't use independently. Pointless then. Literally pointless. We're just a fucking vassal state.
Exactly. Again, but all that sovereignty, all that Brexit sovereignty, I'm just bathing. I'm bathing in the Brexit sovereignty that we have gained.
Well, if anything, we've got too much sovereignty. Really, when you think about it. Yeah, no, it's honestly, we might as well become the 51st state. Get in there ahead of Canada.
True. And maybe Trump will stop attacking Canada if we just give it up ourselves.
Yeah. Maybe we could stop Greenland from having to fucking take that bullet. Yeah. Just pretend we've got rare earth minerals. He doesn't know what the fuck they are anyway. Send him some of those fucking... Send him some...
Whoa. Don't you mean raw earth minerals?
So raw earth minerals and from the Orcos mountain range. Let's... fuck it, why not? Also, my favourite one, did you see the transgeneric thing?
Oh, God.
Amazing.
Transgeneric? God, no, please, no.
Not Robert Jenrick. No.
No, don't inflict that upon my community.
No one needs to do a face image fucking meld of that at all. Bobby J does not to become Bobby J with an IE. It doesn't need to be that way. Transgeneric, or transgeneric, or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know. I'm not a scientist.
Oh, transgenic.
Yeah, he said that they were spending money to turn mice transgender. When actually it's about transgenic is about cancer cells and stuff.
So you put human cells into mice,
Yeah.
so they react to pathogens and stimuli more like human cells would, to be able to study actual human effect, but using mice as a substrate for it, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what they were doing, and they did incredible work with their very meager $8 million worth of funding to be able to find really important things out, but that would cut by Doge because they can't read.
Yeah, so you literally, scientists, right? I think, because they're not, scientists think that you have to name things truthfully because they're scientists, right? So, but I'm going to have to do PR for them. From now on, don't use the word trans for anything. Don't use words like, I don't know, woke or awake or don't use the letters DEI in any word at all, right? You're going to have to call it like, don't call it transgenic, call it, super doge meme coin cells or something. Do you know what I mean? Call it something like that, because then he'll go, oh, that's hilarious, oh, that's wicked memes, and move on to the next thing.
Did you see the clip of him with Joe Rogan on a podcast laughing at Grok saying rude things like a fucking 12-year-old?
Well, because that's in a nutshell, that's what conservatism / fascism is. It's stunted emotional development. They get to the age of about 10, 12, 14, something like that, think they've worked out the entirety of existence and become the least curious creatures on Earth. They have no interest in learning or developing or becoming anything more. They think they know it all, and so they just go from there. So, yeah, of course it's transgender mice. Fuck it, it doesn't matter.
Literally,
the words don't mean anything.
Yeah, someone was on TikTok pointing this out. I think it might have been Ryan Grimm, about how dumb Doge is, in that they were just kind of keyword searching throughout scientific papers for words they thought were woke. So, like, they used to search for victim or whatever. And so, like, a bunch of, like, criminology papers got deleted because they were, like, victims of crime that they were talking about.
Amazing. Yeah. Again, you're just going to have to get rid of the word trans from everything. Oh, the transatlantic. Have you heard? They've them oceans now. Oh, it's crazy. Like, it's just fucking...
Look, honestly,
we live in the dumbest timeline that has ever existed. Fascism wasn't this dumb first time round, was it? Like, it was evil and bad, but I don't think Hitler was going about transgender fucking mice.
Nice. I mean, there was a certain level of stupidity, but not the level that we have right now. Honestly, I'm embracing the dark woke era. Like, Trumpists are fucking idiots. They are. They have like fucking vegetable IQ.
Yeah.
They are just walking around like Neanderthals. Blah, 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 blah. Like, that's it, right? I'm sorry, I'm not being nice to these people anymore. Like, if you are not willing to question what's happening here, you're just a moron. Yeah, you're just dumb.
I watched the thing with Christy yesterday. It's from the most pro-Trump county in Georgia, not Georgia in the Caucasus, Georgia in like Atlanta, that sort of, in America. And there was this. I mean, he was like the stereotypical hick. Like, I don't want to do that because it's a bit classist, but like, he was like a fucking character that would crop up once or twice on King of the Hill. Like, he sounded like he was related to Boomhauer. It was ridiculous. And he was going about the woman who was interviewing these people at this like diner was saying that Elon Musk had used drugs, and this guy was like, show me the evidence. Where's the evidence that Elon Musk has ever said he did drugs? And she was like, he literally smoked pot on camera on Joe Rogan's show. And he got so angry he just got up and walked out. Like, that's it. You can't. I mean, how do you deal with that? Like, I don't want to be like too Stalinist, but outside of a re-education camp, how the fuck do you deal with those people?
I mean, this is why the Republicans want to gut public education, because it would literally, it would teach these people, basic critical thinking skills. And that's the thing, you say, oh, it's classist, so this person was a hick or whatever, and I'm just like, well, this isn't like a problem that is endemic to hicks as a group, right? The South of America has a rich culture. It's continually had a rich culture, and just because someone is from this group doesn't make
mostly the black people, though. Let's be honest.
I mean, that is also true. But like, they've been loads of things have come out. Loads of important things have come out of the American South, and even then, look, the American South is like 60% Republicans, so like 40% Democrat, and loads of independents there as well who vote. However, and maybe they have intention to politics, right? But there is a very specific demographic of people in this area who are like that and who are stupid, and they vote for Donald Trump. Like, and I'm sorry, just because I'm calling you stupid doesn't mean I'm calling everybody who shares your characteristics stupid, because they're not. They just aren't all stupid.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Are the Catholics going to have to rebrand transubstantiation? Yeah, they are. They are. The Catholic Church wouldn't want to go woke. Especially because Jesus, with the stigmata, he had 2 bonus holes. Fuck yes. I defy you to come up with a better trans/Jesus joke. Go for it. I defy you.
Oh dear Lord. Oh my God.
Nothing that would make that
Thank you.
Perfect.
situation harder, and that is definitely and certainly the position of Keir Starmer, and it is a long-standing position of governments to not comment on intelligence matters. But I think, you know, the last Conservative government backed the Ukrainian people and President Zelensky, and we stood together on this. We stand together now, and we stand together as a country. And as a country, we've, you know, showed, I think, remarkable commitment to the Ukrainian people, welcoming Ukrainian refugees here to our country.
Oh, that's another thing
providing
that Trump's doing, the fucking wanker. You know, he's sped up specifically flights for Ukrainians out of the country. He's specifically trying to get rid of Ukrainian refugees. Well, not refugees, but like, you know, temporary refugees, I guess, yeah. I mean, because it's too expensive to fly them to, like, Guatemala or whatever. So they've stopped all that. They're literally getting rid of way fewer people than fucking Biden was. Which, again, just goes to show you, you're never going to win that game. They're going to say it was an open border, regardless. So just do a humane, decent fucking immigration policy instead, you pricks. Yeah, and specifically targeting Ukrainians and sending them back to an active war zone.
And that's the thing, is that Marco Rubio was saying, "Oh, this is a proxy war. America's been fighting a proxy war here." There's been elements of there being a proxy war, of course, because of American economic and geopolitical interests in Ukraine since, you know, before 2014. But to say, well, it's a proxy war, and also we are not helping any of these people, like, you've just admitted that at least partially what's going on here is because of American involvement. And then you're saying, well, it's partly our fault because it's a proxy war, but fuck off. I'm not going to help you anymore. Not even helping the desperate refugees fleeing for their lives from Ukraine. Like just total inconsistency here. Because again, their only position is just whatever's good for us, whatever makes our rabid voter base happy.
And not just that, but I would say to Marco Rubio, if this was just a proxy war and an evil bad thing, why were you defending it and supporting it for the last fucking 3 years? And why have you now, because Donald Trump's in charge and you sold your fucking soul to become Donald Trump's little fucking lackey around the world, why are you now saying this? Did you only just realise this? And if that's true, you are too incompetent to either be an elected official or indeed a member of the fucking cabinet. You're that dumb. Like, it's fucking awful.
Let alone Secretary of fucking State.
Exactly, yeah. Like, you're not capable of doing that job. I'm surprised you're capable of doing your fucking shoelaces.
Homes, schools and a safe environment, and long may that continue.
Harriet, apparently bullying performance, but should we accept they've at last turned the conversation to peace?
I actually agree with everything that Bridget Phillipson has said on this, but also I think
they're
it's
both
worth
wearing
emphasising
pink.
that peace...
Oh, God. I mean, that could be a coincidence, and of course it's like a girl colour and all that bollocks. But are they doing that on purpose? Do you think they got together and went, I'll tell you what would be a ripping wheeze? You know, they're wearing pink to defy Donald Trump. What would send a stronger message than if we both wore pink?
No, they're just wearing girl boss power suits.
True, but they don't often wear girl boss pink. It's usually like a lighter pastel. Like, if you at least, not Liz Truss, Theresa May would never be caught wearing a bright, garish pink. It would be
shocking pink, fuchsia.
A chalky blue, you know?
Yeah, it's really, female politicians do really get kind of pigeonholed into going full pastel just because they try and make themselves seem like non-threatening.
Well, exactly, yeah. You can't wear, like, anything bright, but also nothing too dark because you don't want to be dowdy.
I saw somebody in the comments on TikTok praising Hillary Clinton's girl boss suit, and I was just like, okay, right, but attire notwithstanding, do you want to go and Google what she did to Libya?
Also, can you Pokemon Go put yourself into a fucking paper shredder? In Minecraft.
In Minecraft.
is something that needs to be sustainable. And I think the issue that we are hearing so much in our country is, and across Europe, is that if we just surrender to Putin's terms, which it feels like President Zelensky was being given that offer, then the peace will not be sustainable. Peace will not be sustainable unless we can show clearly that when you invade your neighbour, you will not be rewarded for it.
And how do we do that?
I love that. We're literally occupying the north of our neighbour.
True.
And then we're like, you can't invade other people's land and just take it forever. That's outrageous. Anyway.
And again, at any point, will anyone apply this exact same logic to fucking Israel?
No.
Every time.
No, because again, fascism bad, and there's always an asterisk.
Except Israel.
Don't read the small print, because it's often in Hebrew, and if you translate it, it's very, very racist.
Yeah, like who would win? How many, like 120 members of the Knesset or one translatey boy?
Exactly.
It doesn't particularly look like President Trump is listening to anybody, certainly not to us.
We have to do that by showing that we can step up. I think one of the things that President Trump is forcing our NATO allies here in Europe to do is to match what we've announced in terms of an increase in defence spending. That is clearly one of the things that he called for in his first term as president, and it's one of the things that he's reiterating.
America's defence spending, anything like that in the short term?
Well, they spend 3.4% of GDP on defence.
Well, they spend billions more than...
Obviously, they have a bigger economy. And I'm sure we may get a question on the economy later. Obviously, we all want to see our economy grow, because then 2.5% is a percentage of a bigger number. So I think the concern is that we've got to step up to make sure that this is a sustainable peace and not one that is exclusively on Putin's terms.
The man there in the blue sweater.
Just going back to the original question, peace at what cost? When Russia has taken Ukraine and then decides, hang on, why don't we move on? I personally feel that this country is in the moment now where it has to take a stand and say enough is enough and show our support. I know we are doing that. And
so what is there more you think we should be doing?
I think we should be standing up to America. I think we should be calling out Vice President Vance.
Yeah, they're not like fucking. I know he has to say it, but Macron today, he's going about. It seems our ally has decided it. Well, I'm sorry, no. America isn't our ally. No. They've shown very, very conclusively and passionately they are not our fucking ally. So we need to stop pretending like the world of the Cold War still exists.
And that's the thing. It thinks even the fucking Tory, even Harriet Baldwin, in her answer to this, at the very least called out Trump and the American administration for, even though they are pursuing peace, they are pursuing it by essentially capitulating.
Yeah.
But she at least said, well, the peace has got to be, can't be done beyond Putin's terms. And I'm like, that is way more than the response you got from Bridget Phillipson. It was just like, well, no one wants to see that. It was bad. No one wants to see that. I'm just like, well, no, the whole problem here, because we all want peace, we just don't want capitulation, is the issue.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Peace at what cost?
Mm-hmm.
There are some things that you can't lay down arms for. Like, unless you are an absolute pacifist, there are some things that aren't negotiable, like your right to exist, for instance.
On his comments this week about our veterans.
That's the biggest round of applause for anything ever. Can we stand up to the Americans, just for once? Can we show even the slightest hint of sack on this one? Please.
About some country that's not fought a war in 40 years, when, if you come to Skipton where we're hosting here today, you'll see many veterans.
No, cunt, you don't get to nod along. No, Richard Tice. There's literally a tweet from you saying that in J.D. Vance, America has a hero. And he just took a big piss on our war dead.
Again, the people who went to war to fight America's fucking imperialism for them.
Yep.
People who died, British service people who died, you know, which, to be fair, is a very much smaller number than the fucking Iraqis who died, the million people in Iraq that died
Yep.
because we wanted to overthrow Saddam Hussein for American economic interests, right? You know, all of these deaths are just as bad as each other, and Richard Tice is out here belittling the fact that these people died for the interests of the people that Vance represents.
Yep. So you don't get to nod along, Richard Tice. You're not on the good side here. You don't get to play that game. You've set out your stall very clearly. And you can go fuck yourself.
Last 40 years in many wars. I just think we need to start, the government needs to get a backbone and stand strong for the morals that this country is built on.
Okay. Woman there.
Sure.
See, I mean,
peace is it ever...
okay, on the principles that this country pretends to be built on.
Oh yeah,
would be
that's
more
true,
accurate. But
Yeah,
I know what he's trying to say. Yes, let's live up for once. Let's live up to our, pretended credo.
Going to be Trump just wants to take everything he can from Ukraine and just hang them out to dry. He doesn't care.
It's extortion. It's absolutely extortion what's taking place. Give us 50% of your minerals, otherwise we let Vlad come and fuck you all.
And that's the thing, right? Is that a lot of people are trying to say that Trump himself's in the pocket of Putin. I don't think that's true. I think that Trump is just a fucking idiot. I think that he's looking at what was the famous phrase from the financial crisis? Well, don't let a good crisis go to waste.
Yeah.
And he's looking at this entirely through economic leverage. He's looking at this and just going, this is a business deal.
Yeah.
I'm in the boardroom.
It's a disaster-tunity. Yes. Yeah. But what I will say is that, I don't think he's like, he's not, was it Asian Krasnov or whatever this fucking liberal thing they're all fucking obsessed about. So no, I don't think he's like a Russian agent or anything. But my question would be, like, if he were a Russian agent, what would he be doing differently? Like, fundamentally, it doesn't matter whether he's actually in the pocket of the Kremlin or not. He's doing their bidding.
I mean, I think that there are people in the Trump administration who are. I think because again, I'll go back to what we was talking about before, in the liberals kind of over-egged the pudding on the Russiagate stuff. But fundamentally, they did find collusion, and it was Manafort, and he was in the Trump campaign, and Trump pardoned him.
And we know, that they've been paying their, in the human centipede of conservative quote-unquote thought. We know that the Russians have been paying the likes of Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, and that's the ones we know about. God knows what else money is sloshing around in fucking dark pack money and all kinds of crazy shit. Yeah.
He only cares about himself.
I mean, it's worth noting that President Putin was talking today and saying, we want to keep what is ours. What that means, we can only speculate. And the Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, was...
It means the things that we have, we would like to continue having. It's actually not that complicated.
Saying it is unacceptable to Russia to have any kind of peacekeeping troops.
Yeah, exactly.
Ukraine, that would be regarded
again, I don't know why he thought that was going to be a possible workable solution. The Russians are never signing a deal where they have a single British, French, Spanish, American, Canadian boot anywhere fucking near them.
And that's the thing is that I remember El Folan from Stats for Lefties pointing this out, and whilst I think that El Folan, there's some things I disagree on, but they were 100% correct from one thing, which was just the position broadly from the left throughout the conflict, outside of the people Paul Mason hates. The broad one was like, it's fine, we're happy there to be military aid to Ukraine so that they can defend themselves, but we want to stop short of Western troops on the ground in Ukraine, because that could escalate the conflict towards an actual new world war, right? New regional now great power conflict due to Russia, essentially feeling like the bear has been poked. And so the line was troops on the ground from the West in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And that was the position that most of the liberals held as well at that point, who were happy to continue with military aid to Ukraine. And now this idea of the backstop and the troops on the ground stuff is being floated by the liberal media and by liberal politicians. Liberals have just completely changed tack and have said, yeah, well, we do want to have troops on the ground now. And I'm just like, well, you said you didn't before. And it's like, we still have that position. Well, you love Putin then, don't you? What?
Yeah, it is infuriating. What was I going to do? Oh, hello, Mouselander. Everyone go and follow Mouselander, who is cool.
To war. Adrian.
Well, what's been reinforced in the last week is that Trump's politics are driven by his petulance, not by principles. And we need to absolutely focus on making sure that the people of Ukraine and the peace that we need to see in Ukraine, a lasting peace, must be front and centre of any peace deal. It's got to be sustained and it's got to be negotiated. And my real worry about the direction that Trump has gone in, backed by far-right backers like Farage, is that they are supporting...
Yes! Yes! Yeah, call them out. I'm sick of playing nicey-nicey with these cunts. You are fucking far-right. And you can whinge and moan all you fucking like, Tice. You are. That is what you are. Fuck you.
Yeah, you were literally allied with the AfD in the European Parliament.
Yeah.
Even when the AfD was even more Nazi than it is now.
Yeah.
Like, AfD have gone through this kind of moderation period. Not particularly strongly, but they have done some moderation from what they used to be, just in the same way that Le Rassemblement National has done that in France, where they've tried to make, at least outwardly moderate themselves, even if internally they believe the same things, to make themselves more palatable. And Nigel Farage was in a grouping within the European Parliament when he was an MEP that involves like the actual fucking far right, the real, like true believers from the AfD at the time when he was an MEP. Right? You cannot avoid this. You cannot get away from the fact that you're allied not just with the far right in Europe, but the far right in America, because these people are also allied with Donald Trump too. He's in the fucking inauguration. He's got pictures with him in the fucking golden elevator.
Yep. Indeed so. Indeed so. Just a quick one to Maria, who says it's a transnational crime syndicate. Don't call it transnational. They're going to start saying nations are woke. You have to call it like, I don't know, extra national or something. You know what I mean? Like call it
multinational.
Multinational, yeah. That's the no word.
Supporting the dictator of Putin, they're not supporting the rights of people in Ukraine and the security of Europe. We need to make sure that Ukraine is not sold down the river here. And as we just heard from the audience, Trump is approaching this like it's a business deal. What can he get out of it? We need to stand up to that. And we have got chips, actually, that we can be putting here, because if Trump's so excited about the idea of a state visit, maybe the Prime Minister should be saying, OK, well, maybe you can do that, but it needs to be a joint visit with the war hero, President Zelensky, and then we'll show we're really on the side of Ukraine.
Another very loud.
That's a good round of applause. Do we know, what kind of area is... Well, I suppose it doesn't really matter, because they don't fucking... There's no local flavour to it. It's just, 31% Labour and 28% Tory, because that's what they fucking voted or whatever. Ridiculous.
Well, I think the problem with that statement there, though, is that just cancel the fucking state visit. Tell him he's not welcome. Tell him to go and fuck himself, is what I would be doing. Yeah. Again, like, the Green Party's platform is being pro-EU at this point. The Green Party wants to rejoin the European Union. If you want to put that towards people, you have to say, well, you have to move away from America. You can't just say, he really wants a state visit. So you can only do it, but only if Zelensky turns up. I don't think Trump's going to fucking care. Like, we can't play mediator anymore. No. You have to tell America to go and fucking swivel on that. And that's exactly how I feel that we should oppose the state visit. We absolutely should oppose the state visit.
Yeah, it should never have been made. Like, it's such a bootlicking thing to have done anyway. You didn't need to do that. Oh, I've got a letter from the king. You know he can't read. That's just going to aggravate him. Like, you're poking the bear there. And it's a very, very stupid and irrational bear.
In government, do you think you could say that kind of thing if you were in government right now?
Well, of course, I understand that...
And by the way, you can tell how fucking cucked we are, because Trump isn't even bothering to put tariffs on us. We don't even get tariffs for like a couple of days, and then he cancels them for a month because they had a nice phone call. They don't even bother.
Well,
We're so cucked, there's no point.
Well, they have a trade surplus with us, and that's what Trump believes is the metric for whether you tariff somebody. It's about the trade deficit or surplus, which I think is quite a very funny metric. He doesn't understand what he's doing. He doesn't understand the policy he's putting forward here. I'm frustrated with this question, though, that Fiona Bruce is saying, well, if you were in government, you wouldn't be able to say this, would you? But yeah, I would. Yeah, I would. I would say if I was in government. Again, I would be taking a position of being pro-EU, and I would be not taking it as pro-America. I would be detaching ourselves. The special relationship is fucking bullshit. It's a load of bullshit.
Exactly. Because, again, it bears repeating. There is one acceptable opinion. On every topic, There is one opinion that is acceptable, and anything else is extremism. And that one opinion is always set by some rich cunts at a dinner party in like fucking I don't know, Surrey or something. You know what I mean? Like in the
Trilateral Commission.
it's these people. It's the fucking the liberal fucking conservatory dinner party set. These people decide what the opinion is, and everyone else is outside of that. And it's been decided that the transatlantic thing stays, even though that world doesn't exist anymore. We're going to pretend it does, and hope that it comes back or something. That's literally it. That's the British establishment are just committed whole hog to being, you know, America's little bitch.
Foreign Secretary and others in the government have to be careful about what they say publicly as well as what they say privately.
But actually, Adrian, we all do. We've all got a responsibility. We're all standing up as a nation and as a parliament. We're all standing up for Ukraine. We've given huge support, quite rightly.
Yeah, apart from you wankers, yeah. Like, literally, the only people who spoke out differently were, I mean, Ed Davies said something vaguely cool about, like, maybe we need to be more independent from America. And the SNP were a bit like, you know, maybe we shouldn't be cutting international aid to do it. And then these dickheads were like, oh, Donald Trump's fucking awesome! Woo! Pricks.
When I drove a pickup truck full of medical supplies to Ukraine, handed it over to frontline brave soldiers, spoke to the people making...
Hang on, you put medical vaccines? So you were trying to give them cancer?
Make them gay.
You were trying to trans the entirety of Ukraine? Because that's how it happens, people. It's the medical vaccines that's turning the frogs into trans gay Ukrainians.
Hang on a minute, just pause one sec. Someone who I'm probably better than you follows, and this guy, I do not understand this comment. Can you please help me pass this out, Kev?
Go on.
Anyone watched CNN/MSNBC on the tariffs lately and caught a severe case of secondhand embarrassment? American leftists are so deranged in their self-hatred, they've invented an imaginary strong Canada who will punish America. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, well, presumably I'm imagining that they're a vaguely pro-Trump person. Their understanding of tariffs is very, very silly. Because, of course, Canada isn't a strong enough economy to, like, take America down. But it doesn't need to. It's the point of hurting, right? So if you put tariffs on Canadian goods, they will be reciprocated. And so it's not that the entirety of the American economy will be devastated, but you've got to bear in mind that Canada is the #1 export destination for 27 of the 50 states in the United States. If they put 25% across the board, you get fucked.
Well, like then, like, and even if Canada didn't retaliate with tariffs, even if they didn't retaliate, the American import tariffs are also going to increase prices by a huge amount for these imported goods and services. You know, like parts for the auto industry have to cross multiple borders multiple times from the start of the production process to the finished commodity being put to market. So that's going to increase the cost every single time they cross the bloody border. Also, are you trying to claim that CNN and MSNBC are leftist?
That is
I don't know. I didn't realize
they literally just purged the only two, like, vaguely left-wing people who also happen to be the only two black people who worked at the fucking station. In terms of on-air staff, that is. Not,
the chatter has clarified there is no way that Americans stop driving There's no way Canadians stop driving American cars, eating American food, watching American movies, and playing American games. I mean, most Canadians don't eat American food. Most Canadians eat Tim Hortons, but from what I am aware of,
to be fair, I mean that's obviously it's quite complicated, food chains and so on and so forth. But literally, we've already seen even Doug Ford, who's like a fucking mentalist, right-wing prick, has literally signed a thing saying that I don't know where the fuck Ontario or wherever, the removal of all American liquor from any liquor store.
Wow, okay. That's wild.
Yeah, which I didn't even know he had the power to do that kind of shit, but apparently they do. And so, literally, I don't know, fucking Jack Daniels has lost a significant market there. Like, it hurts you. It does hurt you, and it's so pointless. It's such a dumb thing to have done. When especially, like, they're still working on the, what I like to call the CUM deal, which is Canada, United States and Mexico, which replaced NAFTA, which was Trump's fucking deal. He did the CUM deal. And now he's like, no, Canada or Mexico are taking the piss out of us. You signed the fucking deal with them, you prick. What do you mean? So you bollocksed it up the first time, but we can definitely trust that you won't fuck it up this time.
Well, yeah, like the thing is that kind of the reason why Trump says he's imposing the tariffs is because of the trade deficit with Canada. And I'm like, so that means that Canada is selling you more things than you're selling them. So the issue isn't kind of Canadians punishing America by not eating burgers, not eating McDonald's, because, you know, that's how all American politics can be described, through burger politics, you know, door down $4.99, become a fascist. Private burger taxi is too expensive. I will treat her out everywhere, like Americans always do. Yeah. No, the punishment comes from the fact that you are increasing the cost for American consumers for things imported from Canada, which is shit like lumber, which you need to build houses, and you have a housing crisis.
Yep.
Like the only people punishing America is fucking Donald Trump. But Trump is the one who's punishing Americans by essentially taxing working people and then using that revenue to give tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. And by the way, I remind you, I am probably better than you, the same millionaires and billionaires that own CNN and MSNBC, because they are liberal outlets. They are liberal outlets that own those things, right? They are owned by the same millionaires and billionaires. In case you're wondering, leftism is communism, socialism, and anarchism. Under all of those philosophies, billionaires do not exist.
Yeah. Indeed. Apparently in Canada, all liquor stores are state supplied. So literally the state gets to decide.
Alcohol communism.
Yeah. Which is a thing that happens in a lot of places. Like, I think that's that way in like Norway and shit like that as well. Like in Britain, it's just, you can literally, there's a whole meme of people going to France, buying the cheap knockdown booze and then selling it illegally without paying the tax. You know, like,
incredible.
You can literally, liquor stores here, you just as long as you've got a license to sell it, you can buy it from wherever and sell whatever the fuck you like. Like, they couldn't do that. You know, we're going to take all American booze out of how are you going to do that? That would be impossible here. Whereas apparently in Canada they can just sign it. So yeah, whether you like, I mean, someone said jokingly, there's better whiskies than Jack Daniels, obviously, but Jack Daniels employs people in America and may be employing fewer people because they're selling fewer items now in North America.
That's because like, thing is, if when it comes to tariffs, right? Like, so for example, the Americans placing tariffs on like Chinese cars specifically, that makes sense. It makes it more expensive to buy cheap imports than the expensive American things, which protects the jobs of the auto workers in America. That's a sensible policy, right?
I think there's definitely a leftist argument to be had for targeted tariffs to protect native is a horrible phrase, but like internal, domestic.
Domestic jobs.
You know, jobs in markets where, you know, it's a sensitive, a sensitive thing, either in terms of the industry is very important and shouldn't, you don't want it being damaged, or in terms of national security, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like targeted tariffs, especially when it's backed up by industrial policy, right?
Yes.
You put state money into a new project for manufacturing, then you tariff the imports from a big competitor to maintain a certain level of job security. That makes a lot of sense. What makes fuck all sense is putting a 25% tariff on all commodities going into America from Canada, which involves the raw materials for the industries that you say you want to protect, thereby increasing their production costs and making it more expensive for your own consumers to buy the products that you want to be competitive against the imports from elsewhere. Like, it's just stratospherically stupid.
Yeah. Jack Daniels announced that they're laying off 600 people. Well, to be fair, it's a little bit too early for a Canadian boycott of Jack Daniels, or any other American liquor for that matter, to have had that impact. But it goes to show you that they're in not great financial straits, and this doesn't help them further.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
The drones, manufacturing the drones, including children. You see firsthand how a whole nation comes together. But equally, when you see the mums in the cemetery weeping over the graves of their sons, their husbands, their brothers, you realise that actually that's
okay, but think of it this way. Look, to allay your pain, which you definitely feel, I'm very much with you on this one, Richard. Just imagine, from your perspective, that's one less Slavic person that might immigrate here. And all of a sudden, I bet you feel less bad about it. You know what I mean?
No, the Slavs are white now. That's how that works.
Some of them are. The Ukrainians are... They've got, like... They're not in the full white people club, but they're in, like, the foyer. We've let them in the front door for now. You know what I mean?
That's true. It turns out the Slavs that aren't white are the Albanians and the Bosniaks.
Exactly.
I wonder why.
Exactly. As an Irishman myself, we've only just got past the red rope. We are now in the actual club, but, like, you know... We're not on the dance floor yet. Let's not go mad.
Support that we have given has enabled, I think, peace discussions to commence. Peace discussions are always difficult. They're always tense, fraught with uncomfortable compromises. And what we learned last week,
President Trump is looking to pull the rug from underneath the people of Ukraine that you rightly went to support. And I know you supported them, Richard, but it must be uncomfortable for you then to hear your leader saying that Putin is the person he most admires in politics.
We all know Putin is a vile, monstrous aggressor. We all stand with Ukraine, but equally...
Oh, look at the reform! Look at the reform people turning tail as soon as they see their own polling, like, in terms of approval for Trump drop down to fucking -8. This is just reform voters. There was +33 for Trump, and now it's -8. Immediately turning tail, go, well, Putin's a vile, monstrous person, when just during the election interview, what Adrian Ramsey is referencing was in interview with Nick Robinson during the fucking election, which Nigel Farage said stuff about Vladimir Putin, right?
Indeed. Also, does that guy there, does he look a bit like Keir Starmer? Or am I imagining that? I don't know, maybe not.
Be right to try for peace. I'm quite sure that, you know, we have no idea the pressures on world leaders like President Zelensky, the thousands of difficult decisions he has to make when people are dying.
So are you comfortable then, Richard, with the impression... Obviously, we do not know what the conversations between Donald Trump and President Putin have been.
What we do know...
But no, hang on, let me finish. But what is...
To be fair, there's not much conversation taking place. It's mostly gagging. You know? It's mostly like his tonsils being fucking rammed. Yeah.
Appears is that the pressure is being applied to Zelensky and to Ukraine. You know, weapons are now being withdrawn, intelligence sharing has now been withdrawn. And as far as one can tell, there doesn't appear to be any pressure towards the Kremlin. Are you comfortable with that?
Well, let's wait and see. I think what we learned from last Friday, frankly, which was uncomfortable, regrettable, is peace negotiations.
Nobody wants to see that.
Like this, which are always difficult, should be conducted behind closed doors. You've got all the different moving parts on the table, and it's really hard.
OK, well, let me ask you what I asked Bridget. Do you think Donald Trump is right to suspend intelligence sharing with Ukraine?
Look, I think actually we've got to give maximum support, and we need to be in a position...
That's not answering the question.
It's not, actually, and in a sense, we have to stand...
It's amazing. Honestly, this is quite nice, right? Because this is the first time that the Reform Party have had this kind of difficult topic in their kind of rise, right? And all of a sudden, they sound a lot more like politicians. They're not the straight-talking, shoot from the hip, simple, down-to-earth people who can connect with the working man. Now, all of a sudden, it's, well, we've got to wait and see, and it's a lot of nuance, isn't there? And I'll refer you to the answer I gave last week about such and such. Like, it's very politician-y, putting shit off. And their voters their skin will be crawling. Because they hate that shit. Yeah. That literally, you can't be the party of protest and the party of, like, we're against the establishment, we're against the, we're doing different politics, and then come out here and be like, no one wants to see that, do they? It's bad. Oh no, it's naughty, that, isn't it? Really? Fuck off.
Well, to be fair, at least when the part of the straight talking that he at least kept in that answer was when being said, when he was told that he wasn't answering the question, he said, "No, I'm not answering the question." It's quite funny to me.
Yeah.
So we're not straight talking, but we're honest. We're straight talking about how not straight talking we are.
True. Fun fact, Putin is a democratically elected president who enjoys an 80% approval rating. I mean, that's either a shit joke or you're a bellend.
I mean, I think it is a joke. I'm assuming it must be, you know. I mean,
I don't know, man.
Proof,
Like, tankoids, I've heard tankoids do this shit. Like, yeah, well, Robert Mugabe was very popular. Yeah, I know he fucking, 99%? Yeah, I know.
We did have someone unironically coming in. So, did you not see the referenda inside, like, Zaporizhia and Kherson that said 96% of them supported the annexation? I was just like, you are a fucking lunatic.
Yeah, mad shit.
We have to stand in solidarity with Ukraine. We know.
Okay, so do you think Donald Trump is right to suspend intelligence sharing with Ukraine?
The most important thing,
And literally, like,
is to get...
Again, that's I think the first time we've heard a reform person be laughed at by the crowd.
Yeah,
like, the worm is slowly starting to... Now that they're having to actually do grown-up big boy politics, not quite so fucking easy, is it, lads? Very easy to snipe, but when you have to actually take a strong position, all of a sudden your principles have evaporated, haven't they? You fucking
And the thing
garbage.
is, right, is that this is what separates the populist left from the populist right. Is that on the populist right, like Richard Tice, they have people whose bidding they have to do.
Yes.
You know, despite them trying to masquerade as being the authentic voice of the people, they still have to kiss the ring. They still have to be subservient to their masters at capital and their masters in terms of the international people who they represent, such as Donald Trump, right? They cannot be open and honest because they have masters above them. Whereas the populist left doesn't have this. Like, when did you get this kind of fucking pussyfooting around during the Corbyn years? No, we didn't. We were honest. It was straight, actual, genuine, straight-talking politics, because the only people that we had to answer to was the movement. We only had to answer to the movement of people who supported us.
And literally, as previously discussed, sometimes honest to a great fault.
Yeah.
When actually lying would have been the most efficacious and worthwhile thing to have done. Again, very weird. I don't like saying that, because politicians being dishonest is one of the main problems with it. But sometimes it, essentially diplomacy is lying by omission for the most part. It's pretending that, the bad thing isn't happening and that everything's fine, actually, Anyway, where is your suit? I'm not wearing a suit in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Until this war is over, you will not see me on stream with a suit, okay? And then maybe after as well.
To a sustainable peace with enduring security guarantees.
Because you're not in government, so you're in a slightly different position to
But actually, we've all got a responsibility.
I get that. So,
we've all got a responsibility.
Well, let's be clear then. Is it that you have a view, but you, for legitimate reasons, do not want to share it?
You have a view, but you're a pussy, and you don't want to say what that is, even though you're the straight talkers, apparently. Or is it that you don't have an opinion, and you're a fucking idiot? Because it has to be one of those two things, surely.
Being stupid or evil. It's one of the two.
I'm going to criticise world leaders that are in a really difficult place, including the Prime Minister, who's had a really, really good...
Well, I'm asking you about Donald Trump.
Hang on, you don't criticise world leaders? Isn't that all you do? Like, isn't that literally your entire fucking MO? Is like, this leader's a prick and that leader's a prick, and,
The commie socialist government in Germany.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Mad.
No, but they're all world leaders who are trying to secure peace. And we all want that, but it's got to be a lasting, enduring peace with strong security guarantees. And we've got to have
he's turned into Keir Starmer. We've seen the metamorphosis from a slug into a different type of slug. That's what we've seen here. Fucking Richard Tice from the Reform Party has just morphed into the Prime Minister.
No one wants to see that.
No one wants to see that. And if his dad was a fucking toolmaker, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Well, unfortunately, his dad was a property developer, because that guy's a fucking nepo baby.
Of course he is.
But
you're not
confident NATO.
You're not going to criticise President Trump for withdrawing the aid from the military aid from Ukraine.
But that's the point about responsibility, Adrian. We've got a responsibility to support all these world leaders in this difficult time.
No. Time out. No, you don't. I don't support Putin. I don't support him. I think he's bad. I think he's a bad faith actor. I don't support Donald Trump. I think he's a bad faith actor. I think Keir Starmer, I think his heart's in the right place, at least with this issue. It's just he's also a bellend. But you don't have to support the leader. You can support the general thrust towards peace. Cool. But you don't have to support the fucking leader. What is this fucking weird cult shit? You have to support the leaders. Shut the fuck up.
The whole basis of the criticism is that we all here believe that Donald Trump doesn't actually meaningfully support peace, right? Your claim here, Richard, is that everyone's just trying to work for a long-lasting, sustainable peace deal. Our whole criticism is that Trump isn't fucking doing that. All he wants is capitulation and access to raw earth minerals, as he would call them, right?
Yes.
He wants money. He wants a good business deal for his personal interests. That's the whole criticism. So if the fact that he isn't an honest broker for peace is literally why we're asking you to have a commentary on this. Yeah. And your response is why we're going to comment on him because he's trying for a peace. He isn't. He's not doing that.
And by the way, this transactional, like, I have to get the best possible deal, you know, financially, blah, blah, blah. It's the end game of neoliberalism. It's literally, this was inevitable that a president would come along like this. Because when all you value is the value you can put of a dollar or a pound or a euro on it, then you've got no principle. Nothing's of value intrinsically. Nothing's of value outside of what's the financial benefit to me. Even to the point of geopolitics doesn't matter anymore. Apparently, according to Trump, it's just give me the best deal I can get. Elon Musk wants to build his fucking shit cars with shit batteries that explode. So I need the raw earth minerals. That's it. That's literally it.
That's true.
And by the way, if you want me to buy all the raw earth minerals, you can do so in the form of bits and subs and memberships and super chats. You can also do that with No Justice MTG, although I cannot guarantee that she will spend it on raw earth minerals.
Let's hear more from our man in the check shirt.
In any peace deal, there's got to be concessions from both sides. But I just feel that in the concessions seem to be made from Ukraine, Trump's weakening Ukraine before the talks have even started. We've got to make Ukraine the strongest possible place they can be, and I agree with Bridget. I understand the government have to toe a careful line. You've got to be careful. You can't upset Trump. We have to keep him on board. But what we witnessed last Friday was disgraceful.
But what, actually,
I'm thinking it's right. Pause. They keep saying, well, we have to keep Trump on side. And I'm just like, no, we literally do not. We spent ages trying to keep him on side, and he's just capitulated anyway, both in terms of support militarily, in terms of intelligence, and in terms of geopolitical bargaining. He's already sold them out.
Yeah.
Right? The time for appeasing Trump, the time for kissing the ring is over. It's gone. It's finished. There's no point in bothering anymore.
Exactly.
Why?
Exactly. There's no point trying to keep him on side, because you can't. It's done. That part, like you say, that part of the process has been completed to the negative. It can't be done now. There's no rowing back to that position. It's over. The transatlantic, this is their 9/11. It's the worst thing that could have happened. Because now they've lost their big American daddy. And now we're in a big scary world where we might have to look after our own shit. And look after, and that's that. But use our own sovereignty, which we do possess. We can do something. We don't have to cede it to America. We could use our own sovereignty to make our own decisions and look after our own fucking interests.
And that's the thing. It reminds that bit in the Simpsons movie where Apu goes up to Mr. Burns and says, it doesn't matter what anyone here says, all you need to do is look into your heart and you will understand that what you're doing is wrong. And then there's Smithers in the background going, no, don't do that, no. So there's all these people are trying to do, and it's fine. We'll just be nice to Trump, and he'll just do what's in his financial, material interests regardless, because that's what he is. He's a businessman.
Yeah.
So what I don't understand is why does the UK always have to lead from the front? Other countries like France, Germany, they're sort of...
To be fair, France are the only other country who are also leading. Like, you could have chosen Italy, who already said they're out. Spain have, I think, intimated that they're not going anywhere. You've chosen one of the two examples you chose was an example of the country, the only other country that is going to do something.
True.
Fucking hell. Like, far be it from me to defend the French on anything, but at least they've manned up and gone like, yeah, no, we're gonna, if this pie in the sky nonsense ever happens, we'll put boots on the ground. Yeah,
Well, they've expanded their nuclear envelope to other European countries, right?
I'm not sure, but either way, the French. It's just us and the French at the minute, and apparently he's got 20 other countries. Who the fuck is this? I can't wait to see the ragtag group of the coalition of the willing. Djibouti, Guinea-Bissau. Who's he dragged in? Because most Europeans aren't fucking doing anything. And understandably, like they're fucking next door to them. They're fucking shitting themselves.
Doing things their own way. We are sort of waiting all the time for America and waiting for. Why can't we make a decision to act without America? Why do we always?
That's a fair point.
Well,
she dragged it back.
Strengths that actually we lead the way, and we can bring the Americans, we can bring the Europeans.
No, we can't bring anything. What are you talking about? She literally just said, "Why do we have to wait for America?" And you're like, "That's one of our strengths." No, it isn't. That's our fucking critical weakness. Is that we don't actually run our own affairs. We don't have an independent nuclear threat.
Well, he can't admit that. He can't admit that that's the case because, again, the entirety of Reform UK's politics, which I will mention every stream now because it is central to why this party is the worst possible choice for Britain. Their entire political platform is about being subservient to American interests and American capital specifically.
Yeah.
So that's who bankrolls them. Those are the people's interests they want served with opening up the economy to private interests, namely profiteers and things like that. That's who they want to see as their disaster capitalism vision for the future, and it involves being subsumed by American capital. And to be subsumed by American capital in 2025 is to be subsumed by Trump. Because Trump is a representative of American capital, because he is the one who's going to cut their taxes and gut their consumer protections.
Well, not just that, but also there is a large part of it is that Nigel Farage has tied his colours very firmly to the Trump mast, so to speak, and because he is the party, they have to go along with it. That's like to accept the reform agenda is to accept Trumpism. It's a part of it's a package deal, and they do a lot better. Genuinely, I think they'd become the next government. I think if they could have Nigel Farage's appeal to the British people if he could just completely cut ties with America. If he just
I think you're so right.
If he could just say, no, fuck Trump and all that bollocks, right? Let's look after our own interest. Do an actual... Because the thing is, he's trying to have it both sides, eh? He wants to pretend to be a nativist, whilst also saying, we want Uncle Sam fucking us raw. And those two things are incompatible.
They are incompatible. And on top of that too, the people who he represents politically, the people that Reform UK appeals to most, are people who are sceptical of big business.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really interesting thing that doesn't make any sense to people like us who are really in tune with their policy platform and their broader kind of economic political outlook, right? But they appeal most to people who are skeptical of big business and non-voters, politically disengaged people, politically unrepresented people, right? And it's going to take a lot of convincing a bunch of these people who've never been convinced by politicians before that these people are actually in the pocket of big business. Like, you may understand them through this kind of Thatcherite idea of family capital, like the small business person, but how on what universe do you think that a property developer, a commodities broker, and two bankers, right, one of whom was for Goldman Sachs, Rupert Lowe, what makes you think that they have the interest of family capital and not big business at heart?
Yeah. Do you have a link for that stat, Duck Authority? Because that's interesting. They're claiming that even amongst Reform voters, Trump only has a 30% approval rating.
That was before last week, right? It was 33% before last week.
And that will have gone down, yeah.
Yeah, it's now -8. So even amongst Reform UK voters, Trump is toxic.
So yeah, I mean, that's why they're losing votes. That's why they were 2, 3, even 4 points ahead in the polling over the last few weeks, and now they're dipping right down again.
Yeah, even among Find Out Now, which is the most reform-friendly pollster, Labour and Reform are now at level pegging, which is interesting.
Yeah, because again, it's very, very, very unpopular. This is in America, the right are absolutely on board with the fuck Ukraine piece of shit. Fucking Zelensky's an evil communoid or whatever. Whereas even the right wingers in Britain are like, no, what Putin did was bad. We should probably support the Ukrainians. They don't agree with taking money from old, cold people to do it, or from, actually they probably don't give a fuck about the aid budget, but they don't want like cuts in other sectors to pay for that. But again, it doesn't need to be that way. There doesn't need to be that fucking trade-off. We have so much fucking available wealth in this country that we could do a lot with. But instead, rather than put a single penny of fucking tax on some rich bastards, or doing it in a dumb way on the rich farmers, go after multinationals and billionaires, you pricks. For God's sake, the potential of this country is enormous, and the outcome is always the least impressive thing.
Mm-hmm.
European leaders together, and I think actually the Prime Minister spoke very well in the House of Commons on those opportunities.
Right. Well, let's let Bridget answer, given that she's representing the government tonight.
I mean, you can try and play that game, but he did also kind of agree that you're agents of Moscow. So, like, I don't know that you want to pray in aid how well he spoke in the Commons, really, mate, because you don't come out well from that.
So I think it's not a question of choosing between Europe or between the US. I think it has to be both. And the leadership that Keir Starmer has shown...
They can't let go of the transatlantic thing. They can't. It's like it's like a religious tenet. They just cannot possibly release it.
Well, that's the thing, is that the Keir Starmer project, obviously he's from the Trilateral Commission himself, so he is baked into Atlanticism. His politics is rooted in the special relationship and the interests which the Tricom represents. But also the people who back his project behind the scenes, people part of the Politburo, as we call them here. These are people who are part of the Britain America project, which is just an Atlanticist think tank. A bunch of people who are just closely linked with the Starmer administration are just people who cannot have a political or personal career without this continual link between the US and the UK. That's the reason why we're here. Whereas actually, the people who Keir Starmer represents politically in Britain, which actually really, let's be real, it's liberals. They represent liberals, They try to market themselves as being blue Labour, but the people who really back them in this position are just the sensible governance liberal types. They're all pro-EU. None of these people are pro... In fact, America as an entity is not popular in the UK. We don't like Americanization broadly.
Yep.
Most people who they are representing in government are people who are pro-EU. Like, who are they appealing to here?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Also,
quite right.
It's worth pointing out, and also you mentioned before about people saying we're broadly pro-Ukraine in the UK, and we see by the applauses tonight. I saw Drew Pavlou say, well, no one in the real world is pro-Ukraine, pro-Palestine. I'm just like, well, the British public are. British public, continually poll pro-Ukraine, continually poll pro-Palestine.
Yeah, Drew Pavlou is one of the most ridiculous human beings on Earth. And if they were to go for a swim and not come back... They're not necessarily dead. I don't know. They've gone for a long swim. That'd be cool.
Just long swim. Yeah, they're canoeing. Also, Ben says they're representing and wanting different things. You have to choose to some extent, and that's 100% correct. I mentioned this earlier today, and I'll mention it again now. That one of the things that caused Trump's dislike of the EU, why he said the EU as an entity is anti-American, was made to be against America first, which is kind of true, kind of prima facie. It's an economic bloc that is separate from the United States, doesn't include them, so it can take policy outside of the EU, outside of America's influence, who are the kind of economic kind of pole of the world, right? And also, second of all, just in terms of the level to which they act within economics, they're far more likely to engage in things like consumer protection. Tom Nicholas mentioned this in a segment he posted on his second channel, which was that one of the things that Apple hate, who, Tim Cook now backs Donald Trump. One thing that Apple hate is that they've been forced by the EU to sell all of their new iPhones with USB-C plugs. Because it's good for consumers that we have one charger that charges every phone, rather than Apple being able to rinse you with proprietary adapters and shit like that. And of course, Tim Cook doesn't like that because that's not free capital in the way that American capitalism would like. And that even though EU is a liberal trade bloc, they at least do take consumer protection seriously. They take monopolies legislation seriously. Margareta Vestager from the Danish Social Democrats, she was part of the Monopolies Commission in the EU, and she was handing out billions and billions and billions in euros in fines to some really huge corporations. And of course, the corporations who now back Trump don't want that shit. They want to minimize the power of the EU as much as possible. These are two divergent views upon liberal free trade politics in terms of how they deal with oligarch capitalism. And so there is no line to be towed between the two, as the UK being passed from pillar to post. And ultimately, Keir Starmer has chosen the side of American capitalism. It's why he's happy partnering with BlackRock and all of these American finance things for their green projects or whatever it is.
Yeah. In terms of the numbers, Farage's latest net favourability is -39, is 11 points lower than Starmer's, a noticeable contrast from February's ratings, which gave Farage a net advantage of Starmer of 10 points. So there's been a 21-point swing in favourability from Farage to Starmer. And that's not because Starmer's done, like, that great. He's had obviously, a bit of a bump in terms of, like, he gets to play, Billy Big Dick on the world stage, which, by the way, is one of the sort of added bonuses for, Johnson, and then not so much Truss, because she wasn't really even fucking around long enough. She was too busy killing queens and then, losing to a fucking vegetable. And then Sunak and now Starmer, is that this is a great distraction from domestic fuck-ups. From the domestic policy, which all three of them were hated for. You get to go and act like the big, the big cheese. You get to shake Zelensky's hand and, do the whole thing.
I think the problem, of course, with that, though, is that the kind of people who this statesmanship appeals to were already in the Starmer camp. They were already in the sensible politicians camp and were already
to be fair,
at least somewhat pro him. I mean, the backlash against Farage, I think, is very real due to his position with regards to what's happening here. But I think that whilst Beth Rigby may say, oh, well, this is a real kind of Falklands moment for Starmer, I'm just like, well, when it comes to the brass tacks of it, the people who will decide the election are the people at the bottom who will continue to abandon Labour if they don't fix the material conditions.
Well, that is certainly true, that the final point, but there's definitely been, like, the numbers I just read out there. Starmer's net favourability has gone up 5 points in a month.
Oh yeah, and that's
not because of domestic policy.
Well, no, I think that is undeniably true, but I don't think that's enough. That
No,
won't
absolutely
be the thing that won't save his premiership in the way that a bunch of the media seem to think that it will.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Although I do think that, in terms of we're so far out from an election, and the way in which these numbers are calculated in terms of seats. Like if you see those stats for lefties type things on Twitter or wherever, take it with a pinch of salt, because there's whatever number of seats they give to Reform, you can probably knock at least 70 to 100 seats off them, I think, just because they don't have party structure. They're not going to be able to get the vote out efficiently in these places.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that one of the kind of effects of the fact that their political base is the politically disenfranchised and the politically uninitiated, is that they're not going to know what campaigning is. They're not going to be used to getting boots on the ground like the Labour Party does election after election after election after election, even in the very kind of anemic form that the campaigning takes under Keir Starmer's leadership. And the Tories too, to a lesser extent.
Well, exactly, yeah. It's about like getting people out on the streets, knocking doors, ringing people up, just generally annoying them. And they don't have a party structure. They don't appear to be building one. And I think that it comes from the the kind of birth of the party as a PLC. Though they're not building a party structure because they were never intended to be a political party.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct.
Thought process of the leadership of that party is not built around anything lasting or concrete, which is why I kind of still find it difficult to think of them even as becoming a genuine party of independent governments. They could potentially join with the Tories, that's always possible, and form a coalition, but in terms of outright winning it, I can't see them ever doing it unless unless Farage fucks off and some other Farage minus the Trump baggage comes along.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right with that, and it's essentially always been a Nigel Farage vanity project as the majority shareholder in Reform UK PLC.
Well, so, literally, if it wasn't for Piers Morgan goading him on this very television show a year ago, or whenever it was, we wouldn't even be talking about Reform in this way, because Farage had retired from frontline politics.
Mm-hmm. And that party structure, that ability to get people on the ground is, as Bong pointed out in chat, is why the Lib Dems, off a 12% share of the vote, have 72 seats.
Exactly.
And why Reform on 14% of the vote have 5. Because one of them campaigned and the other didn't.
Yeah. They campaign and they campaign efficiently. That I know they've done this in Birmingham when Hemming took what is now Jess Phillips's seat, although of course she came after him. He was the one Lib Dem we've elected in the last fucking 100 years from Birmingham, basically. And that was because the entirety of the Birmingham Liberal Democrat focused solely on that seat. You got like the flyer that if you stand officially, the government like pay for one flyer to go around to say, look, I'm running in this election type thing to every house. That was basically all you got anywhere outside of that one place in Birmingham. Because every penny was focused solely on win that seat because that's the one seat we can win.
Yeah, and you compare this to Reform UK, who just sends out an identical flyer with just stamped your name plus constituency to every single house in the country. Just exactly the same thing, no local stuff at all. And I can't imagine anybody picked that up and made a decision.
Phenomenally inefficient way of going about it. Now, if Daddy Elon comes in with his 100 million quid, it sort of doesn't matter because you can just flood the zone with 100 million quid's worth of fucking bile. And so maybe they could do something, but there are
it's difficult to believe.
I don't see him doing that, to be honest. Especially when he doesn't need to. He's already bought. Like, why buy the franchise when he's already bought the parent company? He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. He already owns us. We're a subsidiary of the company he already just bought. US PLC,
And bringing together our European allies is crucial, but I think it's just a straightforward fact that we will require the US to back a security arrangement in Ukraine if we're able to secure lasting peace. And
we're not getting any suggestion from Donald Trump that he's prepared to do that.
These are negotiations, and I think, as others have said...
Right, but they're not negotiations where he's going to give anything up. Look, again, you seem to be thinking that Donald Trump has any interest in giving this backstop in any situation. No. He just wants your fucking minerals. That's it. There's no backstop coming. Stop pretending like this fucking NATO dream situation's actually going to happen. America don't have our back. Stop pretending they do. Not only is it dishonest, but actually fundamentally hurts Britain's security. Because you're leaving us open to potential problems down the line because you think, well, America's still got our back. No, they don't. If we can't look after ourselves, we're now fucked. So, as the government of the day, do something.
And what's interesting, I was going to going back to the EU point I made earlier, I think that if there was ever a time to push for rejoining, it's now. And not just talking about the Ukraine situation, but given the context, the one time I think it would be able to get away with essentially trying to rejoin with a similarly good deal to what we had last time, which was basically a sweetheart deal that only we had. The time to do it is now, when we are the fifth largest defense we have the fifth largest defense budget of any country in the world. If the EU really wants to protect the interests of other EU countries, which a lot of them seem to say they want to do so, we now have a bargaining chip.
Yeah.
We have a bargaining chip of the fifth biggest military budget in the world nominally in dollar expenditure. And so if we wanted to say, look, we can bygones be bygones, we will help give you the protection that you need. But we need to get the deal, which was good that we had before, where we don't have to have access, where we don't need to accept like the euro as a single currency. I think this would be the leverage that we could use. And you know me, I'm not like an EU superfan, but I am somebody who believes that rejoining would be on interest as long as you don't accept the euro. I think this is the point of inflection to be able to do that in a way that is beneficial to us long term.
True. Yeah, we can. Yeah, we've got leverage. For the first time ever, we, not to be too gove about this, we don't have all of the cards in our hand, but we do now have a card, which is, almost a poker hand when you think about it. Also, I was watching a very, very boring thing, but I enjoy it, about international treaties and stuff. And I found out why it's called the Schengen Agreement.
Oh?
Yeah, Schengen is a tiny, tiny little town, technically in Luxembourg, but it's at the exact point at which Luxembourg, France, and Germany meet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
there you go.
And so the exact border runs right down the middle of a river. So they've got, like, half of the river is in France and half. So they had to come up with a fucking thing for this, and they called it the Schengen Agreement. And so now everyone just goes like, yeah, you can just walk across the fucking thing. It doesn't matter anymore. They've got dual sovereignty over the bridges.
That's cool. That's
Yeah.
cute. That's one thing I do like about. I know it's not a very lipped up opinion, but I do like this. The free crossing agreements is just it's kind of nice. Like the nation the zero border stuff is
It's
warms
cool.
my heart.
In a time when, within living memory, within my lifetime, there were literal physical walls stopping you from doing that. For a brief sweet moment, there was a time when you could go from Britain to Greece, or from fucking Estonia to Portugal, unfettered. It was a lovely thing. Imagine that. Imagine ever being able to do that. Imagine ever being able to do it ever again. I don't know.
Yeah, true. Thinking about like places where three countries meet, that reminded me of the place that there's obviously a little corner where the borders of Finland, Norway, and Russia meet.
Ooh.
And in the Finnish and Norway one, you can see people dancing across the border, and then as soon as you get to the right, there's a big sign saying, "You cannot cross. Do not cross. Do not ever come in. You will be assassinated." I think it's really funny to me.
Yeah, it's a bit aggressive, Russia. Chill.
Yeah, and it's also very funny that this is the borders. There's something I didn't really know until I just looked at a map and just like, oh yeah, that there's no contact between Sweden and Russia. Norway is just like Sweden wears the top of Norway like a hat, which I think is quite cute.
There's quite a lot of that, actually. If you look at, there's the little pointy bit of Afghanistan that stops, is it India touching what was the Soviet Union or some shit like that? And you think, most of those little panhandly bits, it's just 100 years ago or 1,000 years ago, some dickhead wanted access to a river or wanted someone else to not have access to a river, so they just took a little sliver of land. And we have to, that's just a thing that happens now. If you're on this side of the line, you get rights, and if you're on that side, you can go fuck yourself. What?
Literally. But like, there's one in Namibia as well, right? The little sliver of Namibia. Is it?
Yeah,
Let me double check. Yes.
Well, there's one. There's actually, I think the Democratic Republic of Congo has two such things, and one of them was based upon the fact that the King of the Belgians enjoyed fishing on a certain part of a river. So in order to give him like legal access to that, they negotiate like, we'll give you this little bit of land and we can have this bit. And so there's just this weird little panhandle that just reaches this bit of the river because the king wanted to go fucking fishing.
That's really funny to me. I think there's also there's the Congo where the Republic of the Congo just splits off between which country is this? I think that's Equatorial Guinea.
Yeah.
And Angola, which just cuts in between them. Equatorial Guinea is tiny, but it was Namibia that I was thinking of. Yeah. So Namibia, like the Botswana, wears a little thing of Namibia as a hat, where it connects where there's a point where 4 countries meet, where it is Zimbabwe, Botswana, Namibia, and Zambia. But there's no connection, but there's no direct land border between Botswana and Angola because it's cut off by the Namibian hat.
Nice. Also, I love Gambia. Because it's just the outside bits of a river. Why is that a country? Why are the banks of a river a country? Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, it's there.
My bad. That wasn't Equatorial Guinea. That's just an exclave of Angola. I think there is a bit of the Republic of the Congo, the Democratic Republic of Congo, that just cuts off Angola from another part of Angola.
Yeah, I think that's the river bit that I was talking about.
Yeah.
The king wanted to have legal access to go fishing. So they negotiate that thing. And now if you're on one side of it, you're in a civil war. And if you're not, technically you're not. Although, again, that's not really how wars work. They're not great respecters of borders wars.
No. Famously so.
Indeed.
You know, there are discussions that happen in public, in studios, on television, and then there are discussions that happen behind the scenes. And behind the scenes, that's where you can have the serious discussions, confront the positions that different people have, and that's where you get to a negotiated settlement. What I would just add briefly on Russia, look, we are absolutely clear about the threat that Russia poses to our country. We've seen it on our streets. We saw what happened in Salisbury. We see regular cyber attacks. We see challenge around our shores in terms of military aggression.
Oh, that's another one, yeah. They've stopped defence against Russian cyber attack as well.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Honest to God. Again, I'm not doing the lib thing, but like, if he was being paid by the Russians, what policy would be different? He might be more fucking subtle because he'd have something to hide. He might be a bit more fucking, hide your power levels, lads. Whereas this is balls to the wall. Fucking hell.
We will stand up for the national interest against Putin, as we have done consistently throughout this process. But what I would just kind of point out, whilst I recognise what Richard has said, and I respect the views that he has shown, look, I think Reform are just all over the place on this. And, we've had some really deeply worrying things from your leader, fawning over Putin.
He's not fawning over Putin, Bridget. Come on.
Serious risk.
He said he was, the leader he most respected. It's not necessarily fawning, but it's pretty complimentary.
It's fawning adjacent, certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely
to our country's
robust.
security.
Okay, so when you say he's fawning over Putin, tell us how you mean.
He said he admires him. Who on earth admires Vladimir Putin?
Absolute rubbish. We've been robust in our support for Ukraine ever since day one.
He did say he admired him as a politician.
Forget discussions a decade ago.
Who on earth admires a murderous dictator?
We've all been very clear that he is a brutal, murderous monster. And we absolutely stand with Ukraine, and that's everything that we stand for, alongside all the other parties.
Man there with the glove.
I will just say, I wonder how your leader's best friend Donald Trump would take that, because apparently he's not a fan of criticism of Putin. He was very annoyed at the negativity shown by Zelensky towards the guy who's fucking bombing his country.
Yeah, this is really unsticking Reform UK's political appeal, isn't it?
This has the potential, if it rumbles on as like a headline thing, because obviously this is the thing, it's been going for 3 years, it's not going to be in the fucking headlines for 3 solid years, that's not how news works. But if this carries on much longer, being a high profile thing, and like the coalition of the willing becomes like a genuine actual thing, this could undermine Reform, because there's no way they can really row back from Trump's rectum at this point. They're that far into it. So what do they do? I genuinely, they do have to either not necessarily cut ties, because that could be damaging for them in the sense that, if Trump turns against them, they're going to lose the alt-righty people, I guess. I don't know. But
that's the thing. I think the issue is that actually the alt-righters have nowhere else to go. I think that they really, I said before, like they have no reason not to moderate their position, because the fucking knuckleheads will vote for them anyway. Because again, they are appealing to the politically disenfranchised, right? So their only game moving forward is to appeal to the politically enfranchised, and that involves softening their position. But if Donald Trump turns against them, that might also put off the politically unengaged, because that's who Trump also appeals to. So it's a real tightrope they have to walk politically.
Yeah. Because again, they've got a completely, I mean, I hate to agree with the government minister, but they are all over the place with this. They've got mutually exclusive positions that they both hold, or hold both of.
Why should peace involve Ukraine giving up any of their sovereign territory? They've been invaded by Russia.
I mean, true and good point, but that you are just a J.D. Vance face edit, and you can't convince me otherwise.
I mean, the thing is, right, the cards on the table time. There is a non-zero number of people in Ukraine who would be happy to have territory ceded to end the conflict. Yeah. It's about. There's out of the 50-odd% of people who do want to see a negotiation. I mean, it's just 60% or so who want to have to go negotiate settlement. There's like half of those want land to be given up, or are happy to see at least some amount of land given up to be able to get that peace deal. So it's about 37% of the Ukrainians who are polled on this, as well done by Gallup. Last year, I think it was. So there's a non-zero number of people. I don't think it's a majority, but there are some people who do want it, And maybe that's something that does have to happen. I don't think it should happen. I don't think any land should be ceded at any point. I think that's something which should be avoided at all costs. But if the Ukrainians decide that that's what they want to stop the conflict, that's up to them. If they want to do that, they can decide to do that. The issue that all of us have with the problems in negotiations is the position that Trump has gone in of saying, yeah, go ahead, just take it, right?
Yeah.
The position of undermining the negotiation, because there probably will have to be territorial concessions. There shouldn't be, but there might be. Yeah. But to try and minimize them, you have to negotiate from the strongest position possible. And hi, I'm someone who loves Vladimir Putin and respects him, and also here you go, I'm going to capitulate to your demands, is the opposite of that.
Indeed. Now, for anyone who saw me smiling during that very serious answer, and a very good answer, or very good statement, I've just been raided. Hello there, raiders. Hello from James from the internet.
From the internet. I thought it was going to be James from the internet.
James from the internet. Who told him? Right, okay. So before we got going, I accidentally mixed up the names of Mike from PA and James from the internet.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, I know. I was trying to read something in chat, and then the fucking the two bits in my brain that remembered those two names melded for a second. Anyway. So, and someone has gone into his chat, either clipped me doing that, fuck up, and then presumably not clipped the bit where I fucking, correct myself. And so I've now heard 50 fucking messages of, we are here for that dope Kevin Logan from PA content from like 50 fucking people. So someone has dobbed me in for being a fucking absolute twat of a human being. Which, to be fair, like, obviously. Anyway, you can hit the follow button if you wanted to. If you want me to also fuck up other people's names who don't like each other, that I can probably do that. Fucking Destiny Hasan. There you go. Another one. Fuck me. Anyway. Yes, so I was smiling about that. Anyway, yeah, you can do the thing. Right. Well, as we've got Americans in, and as we were briefly talking about reform and that guy looking a bit like a face meld. Did you see the reform guy on that was sort of went viral today from Havant in Hampshire? I genuinely, when I saw this crop up on the timeline, I thought it was another JD Vance face edit. I swear to God, this is true though, right? This is a real human being that really exists.
That is a stiff dick of poop.
Look at him.
It is a JD Vance face edit. It is.
But this is real. This is the Reform UK Haven't account, right? And that's a JD Vance face edit, but it's a real person that exists.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I honestly, I swear to God, I looked at it and I just thought, oh, they've made him into a Reform candidate. And then I saw his face crop up again. I thought, this one isn't that funny. Why does this keep reappearing? Then I looked into it and it's real. And then also, amazingly, right, as if it couldn't be weirder, we've also got like a Riley Gaines tribute act with him as well.
Oh God,
There's a lot going on in this image. There's a lot to unpack with the visuals here. So there's a vibe.
Reform UK physiognomy check. Let's
Honestly,
go.
yeah, we need to get the calipers out and start measuring skulls because there's some fuckery going down here. Holy shit! Anyway, but that's real people that really exist, and they're probably complete cunts as well.
Yeah, I can do physiognomy jokes now. I'm in my dark woke era.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah. Oh God. Anyway, also, I'm sorry. Look, if you come fifth in a race in the collegiate swimming and you try and make that into a career by being hateful, I don't give a fuck if people make jokes about you. Get fucked. Anyway.
Yep. Yeah. Literally, it's just like that photo that was going viral of the turf going, I don't believe this trans woman passes, and the turf in question looked like a Skeletor sleep paralysis demon, and I was just like, I'm sorry. I know that it's bad. You can't just mock people for their appearances. That is, you shouldn't be doing that. But come on, mate. The goal is totally open.
Look. To be fair, right? You know how black people are allowed to say the N-word, right? I'm an ugly cunt, so I reckon I get to have a dig at other ugly bastards. I'll get the U pass on this one because I'm also an absolute monkfish, so it's fine. Do you know what I mean? Also, hello there, Lexibat. Everyone go and follow Lexibat. It's been a while, my dude Arena. I hope you.
Yeah, he's back streaming.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad you're in the right place to be able to do that. Good luck to you.
Everyone should go follow him. He's based as fuck.
Based as fuck, indeed. Yes. Thank you to the people who have joined. Welcome to the Kevolution. And thank you to Wayward Historian for gifting a sub to the aforementioned Lexibat. Also, don't go and follow James from PA. Because that guy's a cunt.
No, because James, that's not from PA. That unfortunately is a real state in America. And whereas the internet is a little box in the basement and the IT department of Random Industries.
Of the transphobic sitcom, yes.
No. Whoa. It's written by Hatsune Miku.
What?
Yeah. I don't know who you mean. It was magicked into existence by a fictional anime character.
Oh, okay. I get the joke now. Hang on, there is actually okay. Someone's just given a shout out to an account with 2 followers called James from PA.
Incredible.
Thank you.
There you go.
Now everyone go and follow James from the internet, as if he needs my fucking help. I need to help myself.
Yeah, go and give money to Kevin, Raiders. Do it.
You should.
Command.
I nearly died, except
And hit
not
the follow
really,
button.
but I kind of nearly died. And my car died. It was fucking murdered. Assassinated. Anyway, yeah. Yeah.
And I'm sure many Ukrainians are asking that question. Yes, woman in the red sweater.
I forgot what the question even was.
Are you happy as a government then to send our sons and daughters out to Ukraine to fight? To maybe come back in body bags?
Well, I mean, yeah, because it's like a peacekeeping force in theory. Like, they're not sending them offensively. Like, I mean, I don't even know why we're discussing this seriously. It isn't going to happen. The Russians are not going to sign a peace agreement where they have NATO troops on their border. That's literally the whole fucking point of why they, well, part of the point of why they did this.
Yeah.
Was to stop NATO getting closer to them. So why the fuck would they actively sign on to a plan which involves NATO troops getting very, very close to them?
Well,
It's
it's
not gonna
funny for them
happen.
to go. It's a funny thing to do. We are invading Ukraine because you don't want to have NATO on our border. Okay, so you take Ukraine and then you have 3 NATO countries on your border.
Yeah. Well, I mean, ironically, in doing this, they was very counterproductive because they then had nearly 1,000 mile or whatever it is border with Finland, which wasn't NATO. Literally, Finlandization was a whole thing where smaller bordering countries, too shit scared to take a stand against the big bully, stay neutral. It was literally named after what Finland did after the Second World War. And even they were like, no, fuck this, we're joining NATO, pricks. So you've got now a huge chunk of your border with a NATO fucking country on it. Well done. Excellent work, Vlad.
Great success.
Yeah, you literally turned NATO, very briefly, from a dead organisation into a live one. It's now sort
That's the
of
thing,
dead again.
yeah. Like, that's the thing, is that again, lots of us are really anti-NATO here on the left, and all of the arguments are anti-NATO were getting stronger and stronger and stronger up until February 2022, and then immediately everyone loves NATO again, you know?
Yeah.
If Russia wanted to undermine support for NATO, they did the fucking exact opposite.
Yeah, bravo. Everyone go and follow Story Girl. We've got all the cool people in tonight. Thank you to Sage John, who gifted 5 memberships in the YouTube. No, subscriptions in Twitch. And I'm on a hype train. If we get to the next level of the hype train, I will finger Vladimir Putin. I'm not even going to do a dead I'm just going to finger the live human being Vladimir Putin. Fuck it, why not? I've fingered all of the dead motherfuckers who are in the Kremlin. I might as well finger a live one this time. I wonder why McDonald's don't want to advertise on my channel.
Partner Push 2025.
Yeah, they're never making partner. Never happening.
Bridget, so what Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, has said is that we are willing to be part of...
I love that she had to point out Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister. Because there might be some people who wouldn't know who that person was. Such a non-entity is this man that he has to be pointed out as the Prime Minister. Genius.
Peacekeeping force in order to secure the long-term... If a long-term settlement can be reached, and we're a long, long way away from that, then we will play our part in that. But it has to be together with other allies. That's some distance off into the future. But there is no more serious or difficult decision that any politician can take than to commit our troops to military action. That is something that would be.
I mean, you say that, you don't seem to mind doing it pretty fucking regularly. Even if JD Vance somehow forgot that we keep doing it for them. Such is their thanks for our fucking dead. Fuck me.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, anyway, thank you to... Where was it? Something happened. Pete the Feet for gifting a sub to Zakap. Everyone go and follow Zakap. I think I already said that. I don't know. And thank you, Stella Wingman, for doing the weirdly ordered thing of giving me 101 bits and then hitting the follow button. I see you. I see you. You've got a quirky style to you. I like it.
Considered at the time.
Also, give No Justice MTG money. That's
Thank
also
you,
a thing you
Scouseraw,
should
for
do.
the resub.
Yeah.
Scousraw's resub message was fingering.
I hope that was in
See,
reference
also-
to me. Otherwise, that's just weird. Don't do that.
Yeah, almost certainly. Well, that does remind me. If we're going to talk about UK place names, it might be worth pointing out that there is a place in the UK called Fingering Hoe.
There is, although nothing will ever beat Cockermouth. The real place of Cockermouth.
Cockfosters.
Cockfosters is also pretty good. There's a place in Birmingham called Licky End. It's a bit fun.
Yeah, literally Fingering Hoe, Scouseraw.
And Twat. Don't forget Twat.
Wet Twang.
I love the Australian names. Titty Bong. And then, weirdly, Eggs and Bacon Bay is fun. But then also, it's funny at first, and then you think it's probably very racist. Chinaman's Knob.
Oh dear.
Is a real place name in Australia. And, of course, the infamous Mount Buggery. I don't think we need to ask how that got the name.
I'm given the circumstances, as would be the case in any military deployment, but I completely recognise what you're saying and what that can mean. And I am incredibly proud of the contribution.
Sorry, we will get through this. There is a town called Muff in Ireland, and literally, you can go snorkeling in Muff. You can literally go diving in Muff.
Love it. We can literally go muff diving. That's
You
great.
literally actually can. Ireland is a very serious country as well.
And I also love that there is a town in Norway called Hell.
Yeah, it's fair. I mean, given that it's Norway, it almost certainly freezes over.
True.
Armed forces have played, as Keir Starmer said on Wednesday at Prime Minister's Questions, serving and dying alongside our allies, including countries like the United States.
Let me just ask you then, since you're...
Yeah, and it'd be really cool if the American government, remembered that happened. Say, like, the vice president, if he's not too busy, like, berating people, and being undiplomatic, maybe don't call us random countries, you cunt.
I mean, yeah, we may be a random country, but he is a random cunt.
Well, that is true. Also, look, we know that's how you think of us, but the whole point of diplomacy is that you lie and you pretend you give a fuck. That's all we ask. We know you. We know.
Right?
Look, we know you. We're your bottom bitch, but you've got to at least give us a bit of foreplay. Come on now.
And that's what's frustrating, right? Is that everyone's saying, "Oh, we can't upset the Americans." They don't fucking reciprocate.
Yeah.
They don't reciprocate in being polite and being deferent. No, they tell it like it is. And quite frankly, we should be giving back as good as we're getting.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, let's give them a taste of their own medicine. Honestly, we need to.
America is a backwards fucking dumb country full of people who get shot up at school. Simple, like school shootings in the UK, very few. School shootings in America every fucking Thursday,
Exactly.
right? Country sucks. People are stupid. Fuck off.
Yeah, like he should have handed. He should have
also welcoming Americans from the James Instead stream.
Oh well, come on! If there's one audience that are okay with a bit of America bashing, I think we're on safe enough ground. Yeah, no, like what he should have done, right? Go there with a letter from the king, and he opens it up and it just says "Get wrecked, cunt."
Just a picture of dick butt.
Yeah, no, it's just it's just a big cock and bollocks, or brilliantly, your mom. Signed, King Charles. That brilliant. I mean, because, again, it doesn't matter what you write, because he can't fucking read it. You could literally put, I fucked your mum. I fucked your mum sideways, you bitch. And he just be like, read it for me, Kia. And he just goes, you're cordially invited to Sandringham Palace. Yeah, well, that bollocks.
Take from your question that you wouldn't be happy for the UK to send troops to Ukraine?
I think we'd have to think very carefully about it. I mean, we've only got an army the size of, you know, spectators filling Murrayfield in Scotland. You know, it's about 70,000 in there, I think. So, you know, I don't know how we could send a force out there without the support of other countries and serious support.
It would have to be with other countries. I mean, our armed forces have been hollowed out. You're absolutely right. And that's why there is a real urgency about ramping up defence spending.
Let me just, is there anyone else in the audience who is there anyone in the audience who's unhappy about the idea of sending troops to Ukraine? Yes, you have.
I just want to make I'm ex-armed forces, so I'm an armed forces veteran, and I took absolute exception to what J.D. Vance said about our troops and the sacrifices that they made.
Yeah.
But also,
he's a fucking prick. Yeah. Like, I don't give a fuck about all this patriotism and all this bollocks, and I don't really give a fuck about the armed forces, if I'm honest. But, you know, I can understand them being a bit fucking galled by it all. Like, they go out there, 600 British died in Iraq so fucking BlackRock or whoever could make a fucking fortune. And you're like,
that's the thing,
cheeky
right?
cunt, you can't even fucking remember that happened. Well,
No, that's the thing, right? It's that I have no interest in imperial power conflicts or anything like that. But the people who go to war for the imperial powers do so, you know, even if it's not under total duress like it would be in conscription, but they go under duress of the appalling conditions that working classes are within those countries, you know?
Yeah, and you wouldn't. And also, you'd think they'd put their families up in good housing. Nope. If you think fucking council housing is bad, or if you think the private rented sector is bad, look at the fucking conditions they make not veterans, active soldiers' families live in. Absolute shitholes they dump them in. It's disgusting.
And they're all PFI, and until like 2 months ago, they were all PFI contracts as well.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks, John Major.
Fucking brilliant. Anyway, thank you to Caplinth for resubscribing 21 months. Seek help immediately. And thank you everyone for the hype train. I've got to go and finger Vlad.
Have fun.
Yeah.
I'd also wish to make the point that everything that Donald Trump has done has advantaged Russia. And the quickest way to peace is for Russia to...
Hang on. You were specifically asked, is there anyone who doesn't want troops in Ukraine? And so far, you haven't said anything about that. People do this to take the piss. They know no one else is going to put their hand up, so they're like, fuck it. I'll get the microphone and I'll say whatever I fucking want.
Yeah, I'll get my 10 seconds of fame.
Yeah, exactly.
To withdraw.
And and the idea of sending troops to Ukraine, is that something you would support?
I think
That's the question I'm asking.
If you join the armed forces,
you have to be prepared to go.
You have to be prepared.
Anyone who would not want
to... hang on. Firstly, again, that's the opposite opinion than the one you claimed when you put your hand up when she asked that. And secondly, you have to be prepared to go, but there's also, you can't just say following orders. We know that now. Not that I'm suggesting that a peacekeeping force in Kyiv is the same as fucking Auschwitz, but you know, the point I'm making there, you have a responsibility beyond just the chain of command or whatever.
Yeah, 100%.
The troops sent to Ukraine here. Just, I know that's how you feel? Right, let's hear from you. Yes, the man, you got a black top on.
I think it has to be under strict contingencies. If we went in with support from the US and the European nations, then that's fine. But I feel sometimes the UK is leading the way, which is brilliant, but why should we go in alone without the support of
See, the briefcases don't sound as bad when they've got a northern accent. It sounds more normal, you know what I mean? It's when their home county's like, no, well, I'm glad that Britain's taking the lead on this one. Like, they sound ridiculous. Whereas this guy, he sounds alright. It's just he's probably a bit melter, if we're honest, yeah.
Everyone else.
Well, at the moment, there is no suggestion that we would go in alone, just to make that clear.
Yeah, I understand.
But in a sense, if you get the security guarantees right, and we get an enduring peace, then actually, in an ideal world, no foreign troops would be sent.
Well, at the moment, there is no enduring peace and no enduring security guarantee, so we have no idea if that's
I'd also just add that already, currently, you know, we have troops serving in Estonia in order to provide the security guarantees that are required there. So we are already involved in serious efforts to fend off Russian aggression, which sadly...
We know Keir Starmer's been there twice for photo shoots. We're aware of the Estonian situation, yeah. Fucking hell. Thank you to Lord Fritus, you French bastard, for giving a sub to non-binary. You Norwegian bastard. Just foreigners everywhere. We've had 8DX man who's from Czechia. We've had all sorts. Honestly.
It's
just a shame we're all gonna die in the nuclear holocaust that's coming.
True.
Takes many forms at the moment.
Okay, right, I'm going to end it there. I have no doubt we will come back to this topic
that
next
first
week.
question took us 2 hours.
Before I go on to our next question, I just
Well, I'm
want to
sure
tell
the
you
next
that we
one
will
won't be
in
controversial, so it'll be
Wolverhampton
fine.
next week and the week
We'll
after we're in
breeze through
Reading.
it.
So if you'd like to be in the audience, put your question to our panel.
Wolverhampton? Why would you go to Wolverhampton?
So that you can embarrass our politicians in the audience.
I'm not going to Wolverhampton. I don't know what I'd fucking catch. Those people are fucking no. It's like fucking Dawn of the Dead. No.
Go to the Question Time website, follow the instructions there, and hopefully we will see you Wolverhampton next week, Reading the week after. Okay, Zachary Southworth. Where are you?
Good night, folks.
Oh, it's you.
Back to me again, sorry. It's all very well supporting Ukraine, which I fully agree with, but how do we do that and increase our standard of living in our struggling economy?
Harriet.
Well, here we will open up some points of difference between myself and Bridget Phillipson, because I do think that in order for us to have a strong and successful economy and growth, which, you know, we all do want as a nation, then you have to get behind those who create the wealth and the jobs, the businesses, and you have to allow them to succeed and thrive. And that creates economic growth, which enables you to spend more on your public services. And
why is she talking to us?
We had an election last year, and my party was soundly...
Yeah, you posted a fat owl, yeah.
But why are you talking to us like we're fucking 5? If you grow the economy, that means more money for public services. We have literally been told this over and over again by Rachel Reeves for the last 2 years. They've been banging on about growing the economy to pay for public services. And I'm just like, well, turns out you can actually grow the economy through other means. Actually, you don't have to just cut yourself out into businesses. Because again, when they say we need to enable businesses to thrive, what they mean is fewer workers' rights, lower wages, because that's what having a competitive labour market means, which is what they had when they were in government. People don't want this. You know, again, you can say you want growth, right? But growth for whom? Growth for whom, right?
Exactly.
And even then, the extra fiscal headroom that they did have when they were in government, did they use this to increase funding for public services? Did they use this to be able to try and create the industries of the future, to be able to build public sector jobs for anybody, to be able to increase the level to which there was more prosperity for people? No, they just slashed money from taxes. They just did a tax cut, which was very little for the people on the bottom end, but was a really good tax cut for people on like £50,000 a year, which, you know, fine, they're still working people. It's not unreasonable to tax cut these people, but are they really the ones who need it and not the people who are on like 20k who can't make ends meet?
Yeah, exactly. That's why they call it a flexible labour market, because you have to be flexible enough to be bent over and fucked.
Exactly, 100%. And as has been pointed out by Bridget Rosser in chat, no, businesses don't create wealth, workers create wealth, labour creates wealth. The combination of labour with natural resources and technology creates where wealth comes from.
Mud pie! No! Sorry, my inner twat came out then, apologies.
Defeated. I don't think there's any secret in that, but we were at that time the fastest growing economy in the G7. Inflation had got down
for that particular quarter.
For the first half of last year, and we had got inflation back down again to 2%.
No. You didn't do anything about inflation. You didn't get inflation down. Inflation went down because it was a supply shock, and that went through the economy. You didn't take any actions to reduce inflation. There was nothing that was, because you can't do that to an exogenous shock to the economy. But as Jim Speak rightly points out in chat, like you didn't do anything. You just had to sit around fucking twiddling your thumbs.
True. Also, amazing freeze frame. Love it.
And I think it was against that backdrop that we then had a budget last October, which has put an enormous amount of pressure on the businesses that I speak to.
And someone think of the businesses.
This is 1.2 percentage point increase in employers' national insurance. Wow.
Honestly, they want me and my friend Gil. They're asking for it. They really are. Like, these rich bastards get away with fucking murder. Sometimes quite literally. In terms of, industrial fucking manslaughter, as they call it. And they pay no fucking tax. We have to negotiate with Google to maybe pay like 3%. Why are we negotiating with anyone? No. You want to operate here, this is the fucking tax rate, and you pay it properly. If you don't want to, you can fuck off.
Yep, true.
We're a big market. Maybe we should act like it. Like Canada have at least got the balls to say, no, we're not selling you fucking liquor, then you pricks. Whereas Britain's like, oh, we're so cucked, we don't even get tariffed.
And that's the thing, right? Is that she says, oh, we need to deregulate for businesses to make it easier for them to perform, to be able to create growth, because businesses create growth. When, of course, people will continue to say, even Rachel Reeves said this, you can't create growth through the public sector, which is obviously just fucking nonsense, right? I've made this point on stream before, that if you couldn't make growth happen through state investment, the Soviet Union wouldn't have grown 700% in its lifetime. Again, you can think that it's a bad system that could have got more growth elsewhere. I probably would agree with you on both of those counts, right? I don't think that command economies are very, very good in my eyes. But the idea that it means that you can't get growth through public investment is just it's not true. It's just a complete, total lie.
Complete bollocks. If that were the case, why did the New Deal work?
Yeah.
They built dams and shit. They got the economy back going. Now, part of that was building guns and tanks and bombs and things for the war. But it doesn't matter. They could have carried on building more fucking dams and shit. Interstate highways, etc., etc. It's actually perfectly legitimate ways in which you can grow using public money.
Exactly. Public works projects are excellent at creating the conditions for potential private businesses to thrive. I would rather they were cooperative private businesses, so it was work as well in the music production. But regardless, this idea that somehow you don't need or you crowd out private investment by having public investment. Someone tried to make this point to me on Twitter today. We're talking about austerity years, and I'm just like, well, you did this cutting. You cut all this public sector expenditure. Did the private sector fill that gap because they weren't being crowded out anymore? Did they fuck? Who the hell is going to invest into a country where the public realm has completely collapsed, where we've got millions of people on hospital waiting lists because you screwed the NHS, and where people are not doing as well in terms of educational attainment because you slashed the education, especially for the higher education, made it restrictive to people to get degrees. And on top of this, people are poorer, so they are less likely to be able to consume the products that are being sold by these companies. And the energy sector is prohibitively expensive because the private sector is ripping everybody off. This is not the realm with which it creates a good environment for private investment.
True. Also to Chris, who says, business creates profit, period. No. Commerce creates profit. Businesses are leeches upon human endeavour. That's all they are. That's all this is. Again, if it was private finance and all the rest of it, why did the Soviet Union become the second largest economy on Earth? Again, as we pointed out, not necessarily the most efficient system, and ultimately it isn't still around, so it didn't work, fundamentally. But the point is, it became phenomenally rich and powerful without a private sector.
Yeah, we literally was zero private investment at all because it was all under a command economy. And again, neither of us, it's really worth pointing out, neither me or Kev are saying that this is necessarily the best kind of economy, but it's a explicit example of zero private investment that debunks this whole idea that growth is solely a private private endeavor. That's the thing. And you say big businesses create profit. When none of this means that you can't have this profit shared between the people who do the work rather than creamed off the top by shareholders and owners.
Well, that's what I mean. It's commerce. It's work and creativity and trade, none of which is exclusive to capitalism. Capitalism, like, it annoys me when they're going about markets. Markets existed long before capitalism and will exist, assuming humanity survives capitalism, which is a big fucking if. But if we do, the markets will still exist because people will want to trade things, whether it's as simple as, barter, or whether it's much more complex financial dealings and blah, blah, blah. People will always do that. That's what creates wealth. It's not some shareholder prick who's never worked a fucking day in their life, or a fucking awful slum landlord piece of shit. These people are leeches. These people are fucking bloodsuckers on society. They're not fucking adding anything of worth to it. Not for a second. Sarah.
Increased national insurance, and particularly on those on the lowest pay. It's also increased a range of other taxes.
Well, hang on a minute.
Farmers are very concerned.
The taxes was on the employers. You can say that's going to get passed down to people on lower incomes. And that's a fault of the businesses. If they're taking it out of wages, not out of profits, they're the ones at fault if they're responding to these tax increases in this way. And second of all, the people on I hate to defend Labour again for the second time, but for the people on the bottom rung of the ladder, the minimum wage has been increased by like more than £1 an hour.
Yeah.
Right? So the people on the lowest pay are actually getting a big pay increase, which you in the Commons, your party in the Commons, railed against as this big burden upon businesses, and quite frankly couldn't give a shit.
Now, I do have to explain this for the Americans who came in with James. It is possible for a minimum wage to be increased. That is a thing that can happen. I know it hasn't happened in America since like 1991 or something, but like it can actually happen. The party in power can vote for a thing, and then that can be increased so that you don't live on like slave wages. That's a thing that can happen. You should try it. Be nice. Also, yes, James has the all landlords are parasites emote, which is another good reason to go and follow him.
Very true.
And about the taxes.
Oh, and thank you, Lord Freetus, for gifting a sub to number. Oh no, I already read that one. What am I talking about?
On them, a lot of family businesses very concerned about the taxes on them, and you've seen the reaction in terms of growth and the job market. And so I would urge this government, if they want to see a strong and successful and growing economy, to seriously think about reversing some of those tax increases on the wealth creators and the job providers of this economy.
Adrian, let me come to you. Why are you applauding you simpletons? Why the fuck are you job creators? Demand creates jobs. The labour is what creates the wealth in the first place, right? The people don't create jobs out of fucking thin air. There is a demand for a product. It's whether or not that is owned by the people who are doing the work or somebody screaming over the top that is the issue.
Yep. Yeah.
And even then, the public sector creates jobs too. If the public sector invests, right, which is what the government should be doing, and is failing to do on a large enough scale, that also creates jobs. Like, we had plenty of state jobs in state industries all the way up until 1979. People who are working for them, people working down the mines, for example. These were state jobs. It was British coal, British gas, British petroleum, Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, but
British Airlines,
yeah, exactly, loads of different things. And so again, this idea that you're taxing job creators, well, you're also using that money for investment into the public sector to create jobs there too. So at the end of the day, you're just moving around where the jobs are in the economy.
And by the way, this is this answer to this question is exactly why the Tory party is dead. They have learned nothing. They have not changed with the times at all. The Thatcherite world that has been created has obliterated anything that would be appealing about the argument they are currently making. Albeit, apparently, the audience of fucking seals they have in this audience, just clapping away at fucking anything, apparently. Yeah, fucking tragic shit.
We support Ukraine. Obviously, part of that is increasing defence spending and at the same time increase our standard of living.
Well, as we've just been discussing, we absolutely have to support Ukraine because it's not only about supporting a country that's been the victim of evil aggression from Russia, but it's also about the security of Europe, the security of the UK. So we have got to put the investment into that. But what I find callous and just completely unjustified is the government planning to fund that by taking money from the most vulnerable, whether that's people who are reliant on welfare in the UK, single parents up and down the country, disabled people, or whether that's the most vulnerable around the world who are...
Not just people who are disabled, people who are long-term sick, people who are single parents, people who are unemployed, right? 38% of benefits being given out are to people who are in work in this country. One of the richest countries in the world, and we have people having their wages topped up through welfare payments because their pay is too fucking low. Again, international disgrace, and they're having their welfare cut by this government.
Yeah, again, rich for who?
True.
Because it's not the majority of fucking people. We're below Alabama.
Yeah,
we just are. We are sub-Alabama.
Exactly. We are the London financial sector with Mississippi attached. We are our entire economy is 3 financiers in a trench coat.
True. Literally true. If you took out the city of London, we basically would be Alabama. Even with the sort of rich places that still exist in the southeast. We'd still just be Alabama. So fucked are we?
Because we'd even have a Birmingham.
Exactly. And if you want to fund my lavish lifestyle in the metropolis of Birmingham, or indeed no justices in the metropolis of Nottingham, bits and
Walk up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because where I live is a shithole.
True. Someone said this the other day about Birmingham, and I'm like, there's no one. Look, we hate it when other people have a go. If you're from out of town, right? And you have a dig at Birmingham, I will fucking end you. But there's no one who hates, but criticises Birmingham more than everyone who lives here. Everyone. Like, I've tried to explain this to people before. Like, when you think of like a posh person in Britain, none of those people exist here. We've got like Birmingham posh, which isn't. That I think sums it up really. Like I'm I don't know, middle of the road here, whereas I'm like a fucking chimney sweep in some towns. Just saying. Kev, is Birmingham rich? Well, no, we're bankrupt. We're literally bankrupt, so no. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a shame that we've interrupted Adrian Ramsey giving quite a good answer. Quite a good answer and quite a forceful answer, given that he's not a great speaker.
Are benefiting, who are being kept alive, who are being supported in their communities by the international aid budget, which, by the way, is crucial for our security as well, because it's what keeps countries safe and stable afterwards.
So where would you get the money from?
Good answer.
Let's be very clear where we'd get the money from for those things and for things like protecting the schools budget that I'm sure Bridget will want to do, and I certainly want to do. We would get the money from asking the richest in society, and I'm talking about multimillionaires, billionaires, to pay a bit more in tax, and I'm talking monsters.
Yes! Again, big ass round of applause, apart from this one guy here, who's not interested at all. He's not clapping that shit. But, yeah, big round of applause. Good. Good man.
And you don't just have to ask me about that. You could ask some millionaires. I've been speaking to a group called the Patriotic Millionaires, who want to see money invested back into our country, and they've highlighted that 2/3 of millionaires...
Is that just Dale Vince in a trench coat?
Dale Vince and Gary Stevenson are both part of the Patriotic Millionaires group, which is quite funny to me.
Yeah.
Favour.
He's actually all right. Like, I mean, he's a rich bastard, but like, he's all right. I'm okay with Dale Vince, to be honest with you.
Yeah, me too.
Favour the richest people being taxed more. That could raise, according to this report from the very people who know about money, it could raise 60 billion a year annually through a range of measures asking the very richest to pay money that, by the standards of other European countries, would be quite modest. And if there happened to be a millionaire on the panel, I'd be interested to know whether they support
we'll ask
it.
him in a minute.
I wonder who he could have been referring to there.
It's also worth pointing out, I made this point earlier, make it again. If we are going to be spending money that this country, we keep getting told doesn't have, the cupboards are bare, we are scraping money together where we're having to slash
22 billion!
Yeah, there's this £22 billion black hole. We've got to slash departmental spending budgets and find the 20% of the least important spending and try and take money away from it. We're taking money away from the poor and the vulnerable, both domestically and internationally, right? And the country is falling apart at the seams. People, universally in this country, believe the country is broken. And this is because of our lack of investment broadly in the public realm in this country, right? The people who haven't had to deal with this are the rich. The people who own most of our country, because most of our country is just property and financial instruments. That's what most of the wealth is in this country, not an actual productive sector. It's the super rich who own that. They own huge amounts of property and huge amounts of financial assets that come from the UK's bond market, for example. You know, if we're going to be spending all this money to defend the property that they own all of the businesses, they own all of the corporations, they own all the property and the financial instruments. If we're going to be defending that with the blood of British people and British taxpayers, you know, then they should cough up the money to spend on the equipment that's necessary to defend it. It's as simple as that. Because it's their they own the country now. We all sold it off in the 1980s to billionaire moguls and all of these oligarchs, right? The shock therapy of the 1980s. If their property is being defended with our defense budget, they've got to pay for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because it's a bit galling to have to go and fight the war and pay for it and get none of the benefits.
Yep.
That's a piss take. Yeah. We've got record numbers of billionaires. The only fucking booming industry we have is the number of billionaires. I reckon we could probably take some of that wealth.
And then the wise words of the brand new General Secretary of the RMT, Eddie Dempsey, because for the people at the top, they're having a disco and they're asking everybody else around us, all the people with nothing, to carry the can. It's not on.
True. They are having a fucking disco. Although that sounds like it might be Cockney rhyming slang or something. I don't think it was, but it's, you know.
Adrian, we'll ask him in a minute. You've got a number of proposals
I don't think he liked that, did it?
Raise revenue. I mean, it's worth pointing out, and you'll be familiar with this quote from the Institute for Fiscal Studies, that they are saying that your radical ideas, which you suggest could make a positive difference.
Oh God! Again, it's because there's one opinion you're allowed, and even just taxing. What was it? They wanted a 1% tax or something.
It's 1% for 10 million and 2% for $1 billion, I believe, was the wealth tax metric.
And that's radical.
It's so radical that Norway does it. Radical communoid Norway has a wealth tax, which people will tell you hasn't brought in extra revenue. And this is basically a lie that got picked up by the Google AI algorithm because Elon Musk tweeted about it, but it's just totally untrue. There's a really great thread by James Medlock, who's a great American economist.
Indeed.
Going through, he actually went through all of the Norwegian kind of budgetary data and all of the spreadsheets that they have there explaining the taxable revenue at the time to prove it actually did raise more money. It did increase the coffers and reduce billionaire wealth as well.
Yeah. Like, my plan is radical because I essentially want to do a, nice wealth you've got here. Shame if we took most of it.
Well, exactly, right? Like, the radical decision would be to take it all and then send these people to the Labour camps that they belong in. But unfortunately, we live in a liberal democracy and we can't just do that. So, taxes are going to have to be like the first bulwark against the super rich,
I think we need to get a bit historical with it and call it the Kulak tax. Don't fuck around with us, lads. Okay.
Are wholly unattainable, and they help to poison the entire political debate. They're basically saying it's just fancy politics when it comes to raising revenue.
Which it is. We have engaged...
Well, they say the same of you as well. So
they certainly say the same of reform, but we have engaged with a range of academic experts, with groups like Patriotic Millionaires, about how you could raise the money based on robust studies, looking at what other countries could do. And we have shown how if you put the money into a better economy for the future, into the green economy, which is growing 3 times faster than the rest of our economy is, into the things that actually mean that people can stay healthy, can get access to their doctors and dentists when they need to. That's going to create jobs. It's going to create a healthier society. It's going to actually benefit all of us and keep costs down in the long run.
Can I just make a...
Very true. Of course. It's really worth pointing out that the framing here from Fiona Bruce was that, well, the IFS said that your plans were poisoning the political debate, as if the IFS were neutral actors here.
Yeah, I know.
No, they are not as bad as other think tanks. They are broadly transparent in a way that some of the very right-wing think tanks are, but they are centre-right. They are neoliberal economists. Broadly, that is their opinion. There are plenty of more progressive, more heterodox economists who back up what Adrian is saying here. And so trying to present them as neutral actors here is bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. These people who have a vested interest in supporting a different policy think that you're wrong. Brilliant. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous. They're not quite Tufton, but yeah, they're not neutral.
No, exactly. And so the broad kind of position that Adrian Ramsey is putting forward are pretty good. I think he should stop shouting. But I think the position that he staked there is actually really good. He's really connecting the audience, getting loads of applause. But the one thing you have to do is when people say that the IFS said this, you just go, well, that's their opinion.
Yeah.
They are not a neutral actor here, right?
Yeah.
We have economists we've been speaking to who absolutely back this up. The tax is working in Norway. So the IFS, they can say whatever they want, but at the end of the day, they are a think tank, a centre-right think tank, who are never going to agree with our plan to tax the rich because that's not in their interest.
True. And in terms of you saying he should stop shouting, I'm not sure he should. I think that he's found a way that he can speak in a forceful manner. Because the problem is, and it shouldn't matter if you speak in a more meek, quiet, mousy way. It should be the content of your words and all that bollocks. But we know that being able to put your ideas across in a way that is engaging is quite important.
I think that's true.
If he's found a way of speaking in a forceful way, even if it's a bit shouty, I think he's fine, actually. If this is the way he can start to project his voice in a kind of actor kind of way, okay.
I was literally going to say this reminds me of like university Amdram method acting.
Well, exactly. Yeah, maybe almost certainly, being green, he knows all the wokes, all of the woke actors, and they probably said, what you need to project, darling. All of that.
Yeah, he's read Stanislavski.
Yeah. No, he just saw that one episode of Blackadder with the 2 actors who teach the prince how to project his voice. But what we don't do is say Macbeth.
Patriotic millionaire that you are, would you want to pay more tax?
But I'm paying lots of tax.
Do you want to pay more?
Here's the point.
Do you want to pay more, as Adrian's suggesting lots of millionaires
No one wants to pay tax. What you want is your tax to be well...
No, that's not true. I'm fine with paying tax. I think it's a worthwhile thing to do. I quite enjoy living in a society. I know, get fucking Joker memes at the ready. I enjoy living in civilization, and you have to pay for that. It doesn't just appear. So yeah,
exactly.
I think you should pay your fair share. You're a millionaire. You can afford to pay more. You have more to protect and more vested interest. So stump up, otherwise we might find another way of accessing that.
Well, this is what Warren Buffett describes it as his revolution insurance, or guillotine insurance is what he described it as, paying a higher rate of tax. At the end of the day, he says, well, no one wants to pay tax. And obviously we understand the social utility of such a system. But Adrian Ramsey is literally quoting a bunch of millionaires who say they want to pay more tax. So, you're just wrong, Richard. You've been given evidence that there are some people who are happy paying extra taxes.
Yeah. Do you think Gary Stevenson would ever get on Question Time?
Oh my God, I'd love it.
It would be good, but he's got a regional accent, so it's unlikely.
Mm.
He's not quite in that. He's not of that set, and he's not an elected official. So
spent, well invested. What we're seeing is we've got the highest taxes for 70 years. We've got the highest government.
Not on the rich.
Not on the rich, no. In fact, the top rate of tax, the top marginal rate of tax, is less than half of what it was in the 1960s. So, and also on top of this, you say, well, we have the largest tax burden. This is what he's talking about is as a percentage of GDP. So that's just to put this in context. But across the Anglosphere, across the Western world or across Europe, all of the countries are seeing the same thing. And this is a consequence of, the move to a service sector economy, the move away from the industrial economies. It's an aging population. It's having high level of social security and pensions, for example, that causes these taxes to go up. This is the natural ways in which these economies work. So to try and say this is somehow the fault of the fact that the con socialists are in government taxing you to the hilt. I'm just like, if you want to have a pension provision, you've got to pay for it. People are living longer. That's just the fact of the matter, is that we are healthier than we are previously. People are living longer because of scientific advancement, and retirement has to get paid for somehow.
Yeah, but this is what you've not dealt with. There is the fundamental conservative argument, which is, I have all of the money and I want to keep having all of the money. Which is literally their economic outlook.
Spending for 70 years, and we've got the greatest amount of waste that any of us can ever remember. Here's the point: in the
whoa, what kind of stat is that? Hang on, whoa. At least you were basing things on things that are measurable. We've had the most amount of waste that any of us can remember. The fuck kind of statistic is that? What unit of measurement are you using for this imagined waste? And why can governments never find this waste and always just have to take it away from frontline spending?
So what he probably means is to kind of wave kind of broadly at things like a DEI program or middle management.
Mice.
Literally, it's the same shit. It's the Doge stuff where they just go, there's a bunch of things we don't need to be spending money on that we could be not spending money on, when these things are actually important when you look at the details, right? But there's this broad idea from the right that government must be inefficient. And yet, we had all of those cuts in the 2010s. David Cameron told us we would be doing efficiency savings. And did it lead to a more efficient state expenditure? No, it led to a reduction in service provision. What I would say, I think there is some level of inefficiency in government spending. I think there is some waste in government spending. But what I'm pointing to here is private sector subcontraction. Does the state need to be spending money on directorial salaries for the people who are getting government contracts? No. Does it need to pay money for the profits of these companies who are doing these private sector contracts? No. Do we need to be remunerating the shareholders of Sodexo to be having a public contract to be porters in the NHS? Absolutely fucking not. If you want to cut some waste, cut out the profit rather than the actual things that delivers either wages for public sector workers, which I'm sure he wants to cut, or service provision in terms of what the public sector does for the people, which he also wants to cut.
Yeah. Because again, his underlying thing is, I'm rich and I don't want to pay tax.
Yep.
And nothing can get, because again, conservatism at its core is a lack of any emotional maturity whatsoever. He's a 12-year-old with access to millions of pounds. That's all you need to remember.
80s and 90s, we were growing at 2.5% to 3.5% every single year. Now,
Whoa,
people get out the shower.
No, we weren't. There were 2 recessions in the 80s. What are you talking about?
And the third one in the 90s.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. What the fuck are you talking? I'm sorry. Did Norman Lamont not completely fuck the economy? Did George Soros not make a fuck ton of money on Black Wednesday? Did that not happen?
And on top of this, we now know that all of the growth that we did create in that period was all just fucking nothing. It was all just hot air. It was completely illusory because it was off the back of what led to the bubble that led to 2008.
Yep.
There was no real economy there. If there was a real economy there, we wouldn't have had the crash that we had in 2008. And on top of this, if you want to talk about periods of high growth, Richard, why don't we talk about 1945 until 1970, where there was a higher level of aggregate growth when we had this post-war consensus period of public-private, some kind of mix between the two, and a higher tax rate on high earners and to stop the accumulation of capital. Then we had much higher aggregate growth than we have had since from 1979 until today, where everything was privatized. The state did very little other than prop up people's wages when they're underpaid and do the NHS. Yeah. Which one of those periods was better for the affordability of housing for working class people? Which one of these was more equal? Which one of these did people feel more proud to be a British citizen? And which one was higher growth? It was before 1979.
Yeah, exactly. And this is the kind of fabled time they want to go back to, right? This is where Britain was at its best, the 50s and 60s. Except, of course, they don't want to ever pay for why that was the case. And, of course, they have this rose-tinted glasses view of things that never really existed. But the point being is that we taxed highly, and we rebuilt after the war, and then we carried on building and things, and we had nationally owned, companies. We were a functioning country. Imagine, chat. Imagine having such a thing. And then we sold it off on the cheap.
But Kev, didn't you? There was like a very short period where the bins weren't collected quickly, and we had like blackouts a bit when we sided with Israel in the Yom Kippur War. That doesn't have anything to do with it.
Well, I'd just like to point out in Birmingham we've literally got fucking bin strikes, so we're not getting bins collected now.
Yeah, true.
So like I'll take the functioning transport system and no bins than the non-functioning transport system and no bins. Thanks.
Campaign, when you get to 0.5%, that's not growth. We're not growing at all. We've got to change course. You can't tax your way out of a crisis, Adrian. You've got to grow your way out of a crisis. Smart taxation, cut daft regulations. Now that thankfully we've left the European Union. Stop wasteful government.
For now, I'd be very worried if I were you, mate. Just saying.
Spending 100 million quid on a bat shed.
So what do you make of the interview Fiscal study saying?
Transgender bats. We're spending money on the fucking bats.
Well, this is the frustrating thing about the bat shed stuff, is that people are trying to paint it as like woke expenditure to protect things, right? When actually all it was NIMBYs trying to put as many roadblocks in front of HS2 as possible, so they found any old shit that they could use as a justification for protecting the area, right? That's what the bat shed was. The bat shed was NIMBYs going, well, we've got to make up any old shit to stop HS2 in its tracks. And we think that the more shit we put in front of the government, the less likely they are to do it because it'll be high expenditure. But unfortunately, there's a sunk cost fallacy here, so they're going to keep doing it anyway. So now we just have the bat shed. So the NIMBYs don't get what they want, and we're spending loads of fucking money on a bat shed.
Yeah. Tharia, you've somewhat missed the point here. They say if you lose the bats, you're in trouble. The insects will take over. And I would literally say they already have. The guy on screen is in Parliament. The insects are in charge.
Yep.
Who are indulging in fancy politics when it comes to raising revenue?
Since the election, actually, lots of economists, and during the election, agreed with my plans with regard to, for example, not paying voluntary interest from the Bank of England on all the QE printed money. That would be £30 billion a year.
What about the rest of it? What about the rest of it? The Institute Fiscal is saying it's
well,
just
funny, isn't it? So I said we should save £5 and 100. Darren Jones has just recently written, he's the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, has just written to all departments saying, save £5 and 100. Having been elected...
Yes, the Labour government have taken on not even Tory economic plans, reform economic plans.
Got the Tories out though. We got the Tories. Are you happy with the Tories out?
Isn't it? Honestly, the amount of quiet is deafening.
We really love this. They really love this, this sensible government where they copy policies from Nigel Farage and Richard Tice. It's great, isn't it? It's nice, isn't it? And that's the thing as well, is that this, what we talked about there just a second ago, was this idea of getting rid of the payments on the QE reserves of the Bank of England. Now, this would affect savings rates for regular savers. Now, we could tier this. We could have tiered systems of reserves. It wouldn't really affect the broader macroeconomy and would save the government loads of money. And they could do that and save £6 billion or so of headroom overnight, which could go into military expenditure without slashing the welfare budget. But they just won't do it for some fucking reason.
Yeah.
The whistleblowers coming to me with the quantity of waste, of bad procurement, and I'm afraid to say fraud and corruption.
Oh, God, they're going to do a Doge. They are. We live in the shittest timeline ever, honest.
Exactly. And the thing as well is that when he talks about poor procurement, it's true. We do have a procurement problem in the public sector, and that's because we do so many fucking private contracts, and he wants more of it. He wants to privatize more of it.
Yeah.
Egregious. We're all happy to pay taxes as long as it is well spent, and that is what we're not doing.
Hang on,
very
you
well.
just said you
and
weren't happy
the
to pay
madness
tax.
of net stupid zero, which is increasing all our energy costs.
All right.
Make
You
it
can't hang on.
come to that.
No, you need to come up with a fun name for it. You can't just add the word stupid in the middle. That is lazy as fuck.
And also just nonsense. It's totally nonsense that net zero is making us poorer. No, gas is making us poorer because of marginal pricing. Marginal cost pricing means that we pay for the most expensive type of energy generation that is used to create the energy. And as soon as we switch on the gas power, that instantly increases the price because the strike price for gas power, the vast majority of the time, is much higher than for wind and solar.
Indeed.
So gas is what is making it higher because we have a spiked gas price, right? It's bought on international markets. You can't just open up more gas in the North Sea and affect the global price for oil and for gas, which is broadly controlled by OPEC Plus and the countries that are part of that cartel that make sure that the gas, even if we increased our gas supply, they would reduce in turn to keep the price stable for them, for their interest and their overall geopolitical reasons. And so, if you wanted to have lower prices for energy, first of all, you'd fuck off marginal cost pricing because that shit sucks. And second of all, you'd want to have an increase in energy generation for the sectors that have cheaper strike prices, which isn't oil and gas, which is what he wants to do.
Yeah. Shit zero. Instantly better. I'm a better propagandist than him. I'm just saying. Net stupid zero is ironically really fucking stupid.
Later, so hold your fire on that. Man there in the blue top.
The quickest way to improve the local economy and public services, especially 5 miles down the road in the Air Valley in Bradford, is to strip out Labour-run Bradford Council.
Okay. Man at the back in the blue shirt. Yes, you, sir. Oh, hang on. Oh, there's two people in blue shirt. Right, let's hear from you and then I'll come back. Yes, come further forward. Yeah, off you go. Oh, hang on, there's 3 people in blue shirt. The guy behind you, listen, so yes. Oh, you see what I mean? It's quite complicated to find the people. Yes, I'm looking at you, off you go.
As an 18-year-old, I'm mainly interested in how our political leaders are going to help the youth and stop the economy being so brutal towards the youth, especially with getting people...
They're going to do nothing, and you can fuck off.
And that's the thing, right? It's the thing that young people struggle most with is housing. It's housing costs. And whilst a supply increase is good, the government's target for supply increases is a good thing that they have that target. I don't believe they'll reach that because there's not enough public investment and they're expecting the private sector to fulfill that out of the ether, just with some deregulation and inshallah. But that's not going to happen for a very long time in terms of how it's going to bring rental prices down, which are currently stratospheric and impossible for young people to be able to deal with. Will the government introduce rent controls, which is something that we had up until the 1980s? No, they have ruled that stuff out. So the biggest thing that young people have to deal with is rent, and they're doing nothing about it.
Yeah. Their plan for the young, can you carry a gun and do you fancy a trip to Kyiv?
That's basically it, right?
Yeah.
There are opportunities for young people is, would you like to join the defence industry? And whilst there is probably some jobs that you could fill in left behind towns, and I'm glad Rachel Reeves, if she's going to be investing in the arms industry, fucking heaven forfend, at least it might be in terms of public investment in areas that have been lacking in public investment since the 1980s. That's a good thing. But you could have done that on literally any other investment project, and you haven't done this until the defence industry alarm siren sounded.
Why is that man's chin absolutely fucking square?
It's the crimson chin, fucking hell.
Look at it. Jesus Christ. His chin has right angles. That's amazing.
People on the property ladder, it's like our age is just forgotten about entirely. What is anyone going to do for anyone our age?
All right, I shall put that question. Let's go to the guy further back who I was trying to get to in the first place. Yes.
Given the state of our economy here and given the need to raise money for defence, but also I fully agree that it seems short-sighted to cut the money out of the foreign aid budget, should we do like Germany's talking and actually change the rules so we can simply borrow money? Have you put yourselves into an unmanageable position here? Have you boxed yourselves in by your own financial rules?
Yes,
Britain.
Absolutely.
Fiscal rules matter, and they matter in terms of making...
Right, but you set really dumb ones that hamstrung your government from the very beginning.
Yeah, like the question was just 100% correct. And there's a reason why Germany have restructured their debt rules, is because what have we learned out of the last fucking 30 years of EU policy in terms of expenditure is that they are not growing. broadly, outside of countries like Spain, who have basically built lots of growth because they've had higher immigration than everybody else, apart from basically us. And you look at the country that's growing the fastest in the developed world, it's America. Because you know what they did? Right, at least under Biden, they're going to have a recession now because of the austerity under Elon Musk, right? But at least under the Biden administration, they looked at the rules that other people are adhering to with regards to fiscal rules about, not increasing the deficit too much. They took those rules, right, and they put them in the fucking bin and run 7% deficits, like colossal deficits in terms of investment in the technologies of the future, like the Chips and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, investing in green power in Republican constituencies too, like Marjorie Taylor Greene trying to pretend that she brought jobs back to Georgia's 14th, whatever it is, when actually that's IRA funding, which is really quite funny to me. There's plenty of scope for borrowing, and the inflation is still down in America. Like, there is so much evidence to show, as long as you're investing this new money, the fiscal rules are pointless, and it's just a straitjacket that's causing low growth, low productivity, low investment across the Eurozone and indeed the UK, because we have imposed those rules upon ourselves.
Yeah. Also, just want to say, massive fan of the IRA. The Inflation Reduction Act has been... Inflation Reduction Act has been amazing. The IRA has been superb in Georgia. But not Galway.
No.
Because it doesn't apply to them. It's a US law.
Exactly.
I rest my case.
Sure, we've got really solid foundations for the economy, and just to return to the question around young people, absolutely, and
absolutely what?
Hope for the next generation.
People like that down?
Building more homes, 1.5 million new homes we're determined to build, more apprenticeship starts for our young people, some of the changes that I've announced, that we've announced as a government, to make it easier for apprentices to have that chance to get on in life. And I think that takes us to...
Did someone raid in on YouTube? Because I've got a lot more people now. So I don't know where you're from, because it doesn't tell me, but welcome in. You can hit the follow button. You might or might not like my content. But
also subscribe to @NoJusticeMTG.
Yeah, no, because I've always forget to do that bit. Yeah. Go and subscribe to No Justice MTG.
It's literally free to subscribe to Kevin Logan's channel. The button's right there underneath the video you're watching. The little white button says subscribe. It's free to do it. And click on his channel and subscribe.
So you're better at this than me. You're better at this than me. I still haven't done that 30-second promo video for Curtis. I'm fucking shit at this, honest to God.
To where we started around the question on defence spending. It's an imperative that we spend more on defence.
Oh, President Sunday. Okay, hello, President Sunday, Raiderinos.
Hey, welcome in, President Sunday viewers.
Welcome in.
Security.
I mean, if we want to get to 3%, hang on, Richard. If we want to get to 3% on of GDP on defence spending, that would cost an additional £16 billion. Where is that going to come from?
We will have to grow our economy. But just to say,
oh, for fuck's sake! They're still doing press the button.
Also, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, you want to raise expenditure on defence as a proportion of GDP. People want it to get up to 3%. If you grow the economy, the nominal amount, the 16 billion they say extra we need to find, that will be higher because the economy will be bigger. You can't grow your way into higher expenditure as a percentage of GDP because that's a measure of the thing that you're growing. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's...
Like, if you want to take the current amount of GDP expenditure and increase it, you're going to have to cut elsewhere or tax more. That's it, right?
Yeah.
That, or you'll run a higher deficit. As you could do, as the guy in the audience aptly pointed out, is being done in other countries. It's called military Keynesianism. It's not the kind of Keynesianism I'd ask for, but at least it's Keynesianism.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Well, it's tough. It's a big challenge. It is
after your blunder budget, it's a disaster.
Hang on, no. It's a big challenge, and let's just take a step back. Let's take a step back to where we were.
Yeah, and reverse the blunder budget, and then we'll...
Richard, with the greatest respect, we're hearing a lot from you, and we need to let everyone on the panel have...
You can't tell he's a rich kid, can you? Fucking
yeah,
arsehole.
Public school, Nepo baby, property magnates, never been told no in his life.
Yeah, just talk over everybody.
An equal shout, Bridget.
Yeah, so going back a step, and I'll come on to the question about growth. Yes, more defence spending, but we've got to use that to create more job opportunities, more for small businesses in particular, and more apprenticeship starts in our country. So it's imperative we do it, but we've got to use that as part of that story around growth. And coming back to just taking a step back and what Harriet was saying around the last election and what we inherited as a government. Look, the public
£22 billion black hole, COVID in Ukraine, Liz Truss's mini budget. I'm calling it right now.
You know what? I have a feeling you might be correct.
Finances were in a terrible mess, a terrible, terrible mess, and that meant some really tough choices at that budget.
Well, tough choices.
We've been upfront about that.
Okay.
It is a challenge. We know we're asking a lot of people, but the Conservatives left behind a £22 billion hole in the public finances.
No. And under what kind of strategy?
Even the audience are sick of it. It's just the toolmaker stuff all over again.
Well, it's worse, because at least the toolmaker thing was true. At least his dad was he was also kind of a business owner, but he was a toolmaker, so that's fine. Whereas the 22 billion thing, how long do you use that for?
That's true, right?
It's just an excuse. That's all.
And that's the thing, is that half of that was public sector pay awards, which again, the government previously was sitting on their hands in terms of delivering that public sector pay increase. And it's good that the government did it, but you can't market that as a choice that was foisted upon you when it was a choice that you made. What you have to do is make the positive argument and just say the doctors and nurses of this country need to get paid a good amount of money for taking this country through a pandemic. They put their lives on the line and they deserve a pay award that reflects the sacrifices that they made. And therefore, we had to increase taxes on people who were largely the beneficiaries of the expenditure of the pandemic, which is businesses, who are the people who mostly got where the money went from the quantitative easing that we did, from the new money that was created, right? So we're being fair. The broader shoulders should pay rather than the people at the bottom. And therefore, we are going to do that to pay doctors and nurses fairly. That would be an argument that would at least be based in reality. But no, they're going to keep banging on as though we are in 2010 and you can just George Osborne your way into justifiable policy. And people won't buy it.
Yeah.
And they're not buying it.
Yeah, rightly so, yeah.
Would you take the known pressures in terms of public finances and increase public spending as much as
you
happened
knew about
in
some
that
of the pressures and
in
you
that
walked away.
budget?
So to give one example,
how does it solve anything to go out and spend more, borrow more, and tax more? It obviously hasn't worked.
So to give one example, before the election, the School Teachers Review Body looked at how much teachers should be paid. They decided what that figure was. They said it was 5.5%. They gave that report to your government. You didn't publish it. You didn't do anything with it. You didn't put any money aside for that. We then, as a government, took that decision to give our teachers a well-deserved pay increase because we know we have to do more to support our children. But you didn't set aside any money for that. You walked away. It was utterly irresponsible. And what this comes down to, if you want more NHS appointments, and we've just secured 2 million more NHS appointments, if you want breakfast clubs in our primary schools that we're rolling out, then you've got to find a way of paying for it. I hear a lot of criticism.
We've got to grow the economy,
Bridget,
and we're not growing the economy.
What I don't hear are answers. But you will the ends, but not the means. If you don't like what we're saying, what's the alternative? But yes, growth. Yes, we do have to secure growth, and we will do that through the policies that we have around energy security, around defence and business.
Should we be expecting cuts in the meantime? We've got well-trailed reports about cuts coming in the welfare budget. Rachel Reeves today saying reducing the welfare bill is the right thing to do. Should we be expecting cuts? And are you expecting cuts in your department?
So specifically on welfare, the reform that we need to see is how we support people who are sick and disabled back into work. That is the right thing to do. We have written off too many people as a country.
You basically want to reduce the budget. You want to make cuts. That's the blunt truth of it.
And
it will reduce the budget, but this is about actually giving people hope.
It is monumentally disingenuous to try and frame cuts to welfare, specifically for the disabled, as being done in their interests because you believe they're better off in work.
Yeah.
Most disabled people believe they're better off in work. This is true. And lots of them do want to work, but they are incapable of doing so. And they need help to be able to do that. And you don't get that by fucking cutting. And we know that this isn't what the government wants to do. We know this isn't in the interest, right? Because they're basically copying from the plans that were done by Mel Stride and Ian Duncan Smith of the previous government from the SCJ, or the CSJ rather. And this was taken to judicial review by somebody who was a campaigner for the interests of disabled people. And they found that the government broke the fucking law and they couldn't engage in these cuts because the consultation was based upon pure lies. When they had done the internal judicial review, they had found that there was nothing about helping the disabled, and it was all being done in the salience of saving money. So they lied to the public openly and
Yeah.
egregiously. And the new government is continuing this by pretending, even after this judicial review has happened, that these cuts cannot be made in the interest of disabled people, because it won't help them to work. It won't deal with what is necessary to be able to help these people. All it's doing is making them worse off, and ultimately less likely to find work in the future, because they'll be even more sick and disabled because of the lack of funding.
So when we were told we were voting the Tories out, we didn't. That we just got the same Tory policies as before, just more austerity. The exact same austerity you would have gotten, but this time with red rosettes.
Remember Anna Saba during the Scottish leaders' debate at the election? He said, "Read my lips, no austerity under Labour." Some words that we might want to revisit in the current economic climate, huh?
Yeah. I wonder why Labour are cratering like fuck in Scotland. Curious.
It's a mystery, isn't it?
Curious.
For the future, there are too many people who are able to work with the right level of support. It's why today we've announced more support for people who face those chronic issues around sickness and disability, to
Have you
support
been asked
them
to make
back into work.
to consider cuts in your
We are
department?
we're looking, I mean, Richard talks about how we drive efficiency. I don't disagree with that. That's challenging.
So you have
but
been asked to make
we are
cuts in
looking
your
at how we...
Yeah, we know you don't disagree with the economic policies from the reform. Yeah, we know.
So you're already
drive
copying
further-
them.
Yeah.
efficiencies in what we're doing. That is absolutely right. But where it comes to what the Chancellor will set out later this month, we will publish the response from the Office of Budget Responsibility. The Chancellor will make a statement to Parliament setting out the way forward. But it is really challenging. I don't deny that. And that is why getting growth back is absolutely essential.
I'm going to move on, but before I do, Richard, since we've got you here, I just want to ask you about some comments that have been made by a fellow MP of yours, Rupert Lowe MP. He's one of your Reform MPs. He's basically saying he's not sure if Nigel Farage has what it takes to be Prime Minister. He's accused of being messianic. And that the party needs to start behaving as if it's a party of leadership and not merely protesting. He's one of your 5 MPs.
No, look, he's not entirely incorrect. Like I said earlier, they're not really a political party. They're a PLC with a cult leader.
A Nigel Farage vanity project.
Yeah. So if they want to just sort of flame out when Nigel Farage retires, carry on, lads. Or they could actually begin to build, a party structure. I hope they fucking don't. They're fascist garbage. But they could build a genuine political party. They've got the support to be able to do it. They could get a decent-sized membership. They've already got rich bastards there, It's all in place potentially, but I don't think their heart's really in it, to be honest.
It was very funny at the Reform UK conference for Rupert Lowe now to be saying we need to be more looking like a proper democratic party, and I'm like, well, at the Reform UK conference, Rupert, you said that democracy was bad. You literally quoted Socrates saying that democracy was bad. So I don't know. It seems a bit hypocritical to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I imagine that. A fucking member of the democratic body going, yeah, democracy's shit, isn't it? Why are you there then? What?
At the end of the day, Reform is growing in the polls. We're doing extremely well. We're a new party, obviously, and we are, we're developing policies and we'll be growing. Nigel will be a fantastic Prime Minister of this country.
Why do you think one of your 5 MPs...
They're both laughing and kind of booing at the same time. Because he's being a politician now. He's not being the straight talker again. He's gone into politics mode.
Yeah, and of course, people don't like Nigel Farage very much.
Yeah, he's
low
not
approval rating.
He's not very popular. Yeah.
He's saying he's not sure if Nigel Farage has what it takes to be Prime Minister.
But what I know is that we know that we're leading in the polls, or equal first in the polls. We're giving voters a clear choice about some of the...
That's not remote. It's not remotely answering the question. One of your 5... There's not loads of you. There's only 5 of you. So 20% of your MPs is saying he's not sure if Nigel Farage has what it takes to be Prime Minister. What is your response to that?
My response to that is I've been in Scotland all day. Ask Rupert. At the end of the day, I think Nigel's doing a great job.
What has you being in Scotland got to do with anything? The fuck was that? Again, it's just weird politics nonsense. I couldn't possibly have heard these comments. I was all the way in Scotland, where they don't have telecommunications.
Kevin, I think you're missing out on something really important here, which is that for dinner, I had fish finger sandwiches with chili crisp.
To be fair, that is the salient point. I'm glad you brought that up.
It's just as relevant as him being in Scotland.
Literally. I hope you've registered that in the members' registry of interests, by the way. Important.
Growing in the polls, and that's because people trust us with the right policies to create growth.
So should you
can't spend your way out of a crisis. We've got the highest debt for 70 years.
Okay, yeah, you've made all those points. Let me just ask you about this, because it certainly appears there is some...
We didn't have that much national debt before Margaret Thatcher, did we? We had remarkably low national debt, and then she spunked it away. Not even for something good, just to hollow out the system.
Tax breaks for the wealthy.
Tax breaks for the wealthy. And also spaffing up all the oil money as well. Thanks, Maggie. I'm so glad you're dead. Not even in Minecraft.
Yeah, me too.
Considerable division within your ranks. Do you think Rupert Lowe shouldn't be an MP then? He doesn't think your Nigel Farage's got what it takes.
Rupert is doing a good job. He's working hard. We're all working hard. We've got a small number of MPs. We're growing in the polls, and that's because we've got the policies to get this country growing again. If we don't start growing, if we keep spending more than we're earning, this country is going bust, and people need to have a serious wake-up call. Rupert's a businessman. We're all from the world of business. We get things done.
Are you happy with his comments?
Look, at the end of the day, I wouldn't make those comments, but there's no harm in a bit of challenge. So
it's quite.
God, that's such a politician. Well, I wouldn't say that. I don't give
no
a
one
fuck.
wants to see that.
Yeah, no one wants to see that. He's literally again. He's put his fucking Keir Starmer mask back on. Good lord, what a slimy bastard.
Challenge to say that Nigel Farage maybe has not got what it takes to be leader, to be prime minister.
Look, at the end of the day, we're growing in the polls. We're making
Oh,
progress.
for fuck's sake! He said we're growing in the polls like 6 times now. He is Keir Starmer. He's just a malfunctioning robot boy.
Thank you for the bits.
As it is, we've got to stop mass immigration.
Well, certainly Rupert Lowe's selling it as it is.
Hey! He mentioned immigration. I'm glad he got that in. It wouldn't have been a fucking reform guy without that.
That's the way
That's his
that we
opinion.
grow the economy. We've all been talking about growth. If we don't grow the economy, folks,
You've made that point. All right. Listen, since you were here, and he said that today in a very big article in the Daily Mail, I thought it was worth mentioning. Let's take another question from Robert Ward.
Good evening. In 2075, will people look back at us in 2025 and think we spurned the opportunity to reduce the severity of climate change due to short-term policy and short-term thinking?
No, because the Earth won't exist then. We will have killed everything.
Burnt to a crisp.
Yeah. Also, I will be entirely honest. I don't give a fuck about this question.
I mean, I do kind of care, but I care in the sense that I want to watch it tomorrow and not today.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because it's 12:30.
Yeah, it is 12:30. Well, how long is there left of this question time?
I don't know, because it's like live, so I don't know. The answer is I don't know. Probably not that much.
Yeah, I mean we've been going for almost 5 hours now, so
that is a long amount of hours.
Yeah.
Yes. Well, yeah. I'm going to bed. That's literally. I cannot even be bothered ending the show properly. Yeah.
So it's trying to raid Steve's live a Thursday night. Who can we raid into?
Yeah, I don't know. President Sunday's usually the person I fucking raid into because they're the only person going on
yeah,
Twitch.
Me too.
On YouTube, sorry.
On YouTube, yeah. Obviously, I'm only live on Twitch right now. It makes it easier. I mean, you get some surfs cred, some surfs clout.
Yeah, surfs. They're the only people going on the YouTubes. And fuck it, I'll send you over there
Well, they stream on YouTube as well now, don't they?
They do indeed.
I mean, most people do now because Twitch is fucking dying in it.
Is it? I don't know.
I mean, most people seem to be moving over to YouTube now because you get better payout percentages and few adverts. Like especially on politics stuff, because they demonetize adverts on politics content on Twitch.
Yeah, true. I mean, I don't know. either way, I'm doing my thing.
I mean,
I'm on both. I'm going to stay on both.
I mean, that's the thing, right? You might as well stream on both now that you can do that because Twitch realised that if they wanted to keep people on their platform, they couldn't have this exclusivity going on. So.
Like a baby otter.
Thank you to Kreia Van Brugge for gifting an indeterminate number of subs, because I've gone off that screen now, so I don't know how many it was. But thank you for whatever number. I think it was 3, 4, 5, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, much love to you. Thank you.
No worries.
Yes. Okay. Goodbye from me.
Everyone go follow Kevin Logan, KevLogan175 over on Twitch, and Ploppy11 over on YouTube and Free Palestine.
Everyone go and follow No Justice MTG on all of the platforms.
And when you raid into the serfs, spam the James from the Internet Wanker emote and the Jeremy Corbyn communist emote.
I think you mean James from PA.
Like a baby otter.
James from PA, true, yeah.
True. Anyway, yeah, Free Palestine.
Goodbye.
Bye.